Awesome. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is, rather. Yes, it is.
How are you today?
I am blessed.
I am blessed, and I too am truly blessed to be here with you all, smiley faces, beautiful people today. So, how did last night go? Did you sleep well? Did you process yourself?
Like a baby.
Like a baby. Good. Good.
8 hours.
Oh, Renee, we can't hear you. You're not muted, but we can't hear you. Say all that beautiful words again. Nope. Can Jim help you get some sound, some audio? That happened to Fran when she came in earlier.
Yeah. I just had to go to my mic.
Oh, okay.
Way down, that one that you normally don't have to touch, I had to mess with it.
Can you hear me now?
Yay! Okay. So
We're blessed and favored. Yay.
what were you trying to say earlier that we couldn't?
I said we're blessed and favored, and Florence made delicious chicken soup. That's why she slept like a baby.
It was good too.
Nice. Okay. So I just want to start with one passage out of my book. All of you should have had at least a PDF copy of it. And when we see each other again, I'll give you a real copy, signed copy. But we talked a little bit about fear yesterday. And a lot of us have heard that fear stands for what? False evidence appearing real, right? False evidence. I mean, really think about those words, false evidence appearing real. Well, I made my own because to me, fear is fatal expectations altering reality.
Love it.
Fatal expectations altering reality. It is not real, all that fear. What you're thinking and what you're thinking your audience is thinking or you're thinking, it's wrong. It's fake. And that fear is altering what the real reality is for you or could be for you. Fatal, and it's fatal, right? It could be fatal to your speech, to your, all of it. So fatal expectations altering reality. So we want to eliminate all fear. All right. So I don't know about you, but I am fired up and ready to go. And I want to get you all fired up. So hold on just a moment. I have something for you. Okay, hold on. All right, I want to share my screen. Now, this is, let me come back. Now, I'm going to show you a video. This is not meant to be anything political. I want you to see past that, and I want you to see the power of one voice. Can you all hear it?
Yes.
Can you hear it?
Yes.
No.
Okay, now, there we go.
Can you hear it?
Ready to go.
Now, yes.
I'm Edith S. Childs from Greenwood, South Carolina, and I'm the one that got Barack Obama fired up.
So I just want to close with a story that some of you know, because it shows you the importance of one voice. And it's a story about my first trip to Greenwood.
When I heard that he was coming home, I thought, okay, I'm just going to go and welcome him to Greenwood.
Turns out that Greenwood is about an hour and a half from everywhere else.
Well, Greenwood is a little bit out of there.
We drive, and we drive. Finally, we get to Greenwood. We pull up to a small building.
Right here in this building, the Civic Center.
It's pouring down rain. And my umbrella blows open. And I get soaked. I'm mad, I'm wet. We go inside, and lo and behold, after an hour and a half drive, turns out there are 20 people there.
When he first came in the room, he had this grin on his face. Like, maybe I'm in the wrong place. You know, it was a small group of people.
20 people. And they all look kind of damp and kind of sleepy, like maybe they aren't really excited to be there either.
and looking around at everyone in the room, I knew we had to do something.
Suddenly, I hear this voice cry out behind me, "Fire up!" And I'm shocked.
I know that the senator wasn't sure what was going on because he had that look on his face.
So I look behind me, and there's this small woman. Looks like she just came from church. She got a big church hat. And she's standing there, and she looks at me, and she's smiling. And she says,
Fired up, ready to go. I knew we needed to keep saying, fired up, ready to go.
and so for the next 5 minutes, she proceeds to do this. Fired up. Everybody says fired up and ready to go. And everybody says ready to go. And I'm standing there and I'm thinking, she's stealing my thunder. I look at my staff, they shrug their shoulders. They don't know how long this is going to go. But here's the thing, Virginia. After a minute or so, I'm feeling kind of fired up. I'm feeling like I'm ready to go. I joined in the chant. I feel good. And for the rest of the day, even after we left Greenwood, I'd see my staff. I'd say, "Are you fired up?" I'd say, "We're fired up, boss. Are you ready to go?" I'd say, "I'm ready to go."
Once you hear it, you will never forget.
So some people start putting fired up, ready to go on their shirts. Some people start putting fired up, ready to go on signs. Everybody is saying fired up and ready to go. It shows you what one voice can do. One voice can change a room. And if the voice can change a room, it can change a city. And if it can change a city, it can change a state. And if it can change a state, it can change a nation. And if it can change a nation, it can change the world. And your voice can change the world. So I just got one question for you. Are you fired up? Are you ready to go? Fired up. Ready to go. Fired up.
Fired up,
Fired up. Ready to go.
ready to go.
Ready to go. Fired up.
Fired up.
Ready to go.
Ready to go. You want your watch?
Go.
Fired up.
Let's go change the world.
Yes. That's great.
So I have one question for you. Are you fired up?
Fired up.
Fired up.
Fired up.
Ready to
I'm
go.
really ready to go.
One voice can change the world.
Microphone.
What happened, Serena?
I suppose I've gotten used to the fact that
Hang
my
on.
mother is the president of the United States. You know, I'm a history teacher, so it feels strange sometimes to recognize that my brother's words,
It's fired up.
Ready to go.
that story.
Woo! I didn't know that would happen. Very cool. Very good. Okay. All right.
RV, I'm fired up.
Awesome. And ready to go?
And I'm really
Ready
ready.
to
And I'm
go.
really ready to go.
Awesome. Good to see you, Jim.
Have a great day. You guys are doing awesome.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jim.
Love it. Love it. All right. So now that we're fired up and ready to go, we are going to go back to our manuals because today we are going to learn a little bit about the meat before we come back to our stories. All right. So we are on page 17, and we are going to prepare the bread. So let me get my little, let me hook back up my, microphone, hook back my little toy. All right. Let me get back here.
Yeti RV. Your
Yeah.
microphone.
Yes, it's the Yeti.
Oh, there it is. Okay, got it. Is that the blue one, right?
Yes, the blue Yeti.
We got ours yesterday.
You
It's
did?
a red, yeah, you want to see it?
I would love to see it.
So it's this one.
It's the big one. You got the big boy.
It's a red one, and it's a blue. It's called a Blue Yeti, even though it's red.
Right. The blue is the brand. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeti is the model.
So is that a good one? I just have a small one and I see that it's not really working that well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a good one. These aren't expensive, $100, $150 or something. There is a bigger Yeti. I don't know. You might have the big Yeti there, girl.
This is pretty big. When it came into the mail, I said, "What is that?" It
That
looked like
is pretty big.
like something I don't want to talk about on the thing.
Okay, you can put it down now.
Yes.
Look at Jason.
Jason.
Oh,
So, anyways,
Okay,
go that direction.
thank you. Okay.
You got single ladies watching.
All right, we are going to, I got to get to my little machine here. Hold on just a second. All right, there we go. Okay. All right, I got to put it down on my bar so I can have it with me. All right, so let me go back big. Let me go back and share. All right, here we go. Everyone can see my paper now. Let me move my book.
Yep.
All right, so let me figure this one out here. I have to rotate a little bit. I don't like to rotate because then I don't have the square that big. Okay. So let me move. There we go. Let me move it that way. Okay. All right. So what we're going to talk about now is the bread, but let me write out. Let me get some. Okay, so this is exactly what I would create and draw in class. Now remember, God did not give me the gift of drawing, so it's going to be kind of simple. All right, so here's what we're creating today. This is what we did yesterday, where this is our rapport, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then this is what we're going to do this afternoon, which is the close. Oh, you can't see that yet. Okay, this is the close. All right. All right, I guess I got to draw smaller. I need a bigger, oh, there we go. You can lift the little arm and see more. All right, so what we're doing now is we are creating the meat. All right, so we're going to create the meat. Now, remember yesterday I said anything and everything can go inside. So we want to put, oh, that didn't work, but we want to put lettuce, right? We want to put in tomato, right? And also we want to put in mayonnaise, or it's going to be a very dry sandwich, right? So some sort of dressing. So this part is what we're creating now up until lunch, and then we'll go into the close. Yes, it took us a whole day to do the rapport, but that's because the story is so important. It holds up the whole entire sandwich, and it also is what will sell, and it's what makes it a persuasive presentation. So we have to spend time on that. We could spend a whole day on that, and I've often done that in my training. So what we're going to do right now is we are going to work on this piece, which is the mayonnaise. All right, so in the mayonnaise, and we are on page 17, what we want to do is define, I can stop this now. All right, so we're going to define the problem, pain, and suffering. So it's what I call PPS. What is the problem? What is the pain and suffering caused by the problem? And then what is the solution, which means us. We're the solution. So it would go something like this. So I would come out of my story. I would say, and today I teach business owners how to be better speakers so they can get clients, grow their business, and get their message out to the world. You see, the problem is most business owners just don't know how to speak. They think that just because they can talk, that they're public speakers. And so they fail miserably and they don't get the business or the clients or the leads that they should be getting. And that could mean they could go out of business. But it doesn't have to be that way because all they have to do is learn how to speak properly. Right? That's it. Couple 3 sentences. Couple 3 sentences. Yeah, just like what I did. Like what, 5 sentences. You don't have to be exact, but as many as you need, but it's not a big old long 5-minute story or dissertation. It's just you're setting it up just right. So it's always good to start out with the problem is, but you don't have to say and the solution is and pain and suffering is. You see, I just slipped right in through it.
Okay.
All right?
So this is the rest of the story?
No, this is the mayonnaise. This is the next step. This is the step
Before the meat.
So it's how you define.
before the
problem.
meat.
Okay.
Yeah,
Before
it's
the-
right before the meat. We're going to do the meat next, but we have to put mayonnaise on the bread. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to eat the meat because it would be just dry and boring. So if we
Okay,
look,
but it's part of the story, right?
no, it's not part of your story.
Not
Your
part of-
story ends when you say, today I help women to write from their heart and to find their heart purpose and to write from their heart instead of their head. You see, the problem is most women just don't know how to put themselves on paper. They get very analytical, they get very esoteric, but they don't really know how to bring their heart into their writing and into their book. And so what happens is they have a book that's not really them. It doesn't replicate them or what they do. And it doesn't have to be that way. They just need a little bit of coaching, a little bit of help. And they can find their heart, the heartbeat of their book. All right, so again, if we look, we're right here with the mayonnaise, right before we get into the meat, so that we can have a sandwich that isn't dry, but a sandwich that we can bite into. So it's just a few setups. And again, it helps to make it persuasive. We could jump right into the meat if we wanted to, but it's like, it won't have as big of an impact. All right, so I'm gonna call on Jason because again, Jason's been through this before. And Jason, you have to leave a little early today. So you have to leave at what, 10 what? You're muted.
At 10:40.
At 10:40. Okay, perfect. All right, so Jason, you want to give it a try? Do you
All
all
right.
need some time to write it first? Maybe you need some time to write it out a little bit. All right, so let's take 5 minutes
Okay.
and then we'll come back to you, Jason.
Okay, sounds great.
So I'm gonna, in the 5 minutes, I'm just gonna go and get some hot tea for my voice. Is that okay with you?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. All right, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, Jason, are you ready?
Okay, so here's what I have. Financial preparation is actually very simple, though the problem is that far too many of us are conditioned by family and society to be too busy about taking care of ourselves that building a solid financial foundation now becomes elusive. Rather than receive advice from people in the financial industry on why and how to save our money, the average person saving for retirement is either doing little or nothing, while a system paid for by advertisers is working round the clock to get a grasp on your money. My vision or my solution for financial security and freedom is simple. I want you to stop walking on rocks with bare feet to make money and move you to your own financial Learjet that is going to sail you away to financial independence effortlessly with your own pilot. All you have to do is get on the plane and sit down.
I love it.
Love it.
Very good, very good. Just love the visual words, the visual get on that plane. How about get on the plane and buckle up?
Okay, buckle
Right?
up.
Buckle
Okay.
up.
I love your Learjet with your own pilot and
Yeah.
the rocks, barefoot on the rocks. I felt it, and I felt that struggle. So that was, I am a high visual. I think most women are. So
Nice.
Okay. Nice. All right.
Okay. Who would
Okay.
like to go next? Give it a try. You're all going to go.
I'll give it a try.
Okay.
The problem is women who have an entrepreneurial spirit don't know how to package what they know, their experiences, or even exactly what they want. We women are easily distracted by obligations put on us by the outside world, pressures and demands. It's very hard for us to put ourselves first and prioritize the rest. We know we want more or something else, but how do we gather all the threads guilt-free and move forward?
Beautiful. But what's the solution?
Oh, I forgot the solution, didn't I?
Yeah, but eloquent, just as eloquent. Beautiful. I love those glasses, Fran.
Oh, thank you. These are my regular seeing
Those are
glasses.
very nice.
Thank you.
So yeah, just add the solution to that.
Solution.
It doesn't have to be that way because, you're going to show us how to fix it. All right, who's next?
Oops, I forgot.
We can't see you. There you go.
Sorry. Okay, I didn't know. I didn't realize I was supposed to write the solution, but
You can, yeah, the solution is part of it. PPS. It's all on, now we're on, of course, page
right.
17 or
page
18.
18.
I have to write the solution.
Oh, there it is.
Buckle up. Buckle up.
Because I'm fired up.
Yeah, I'm ready to go. I know. Isn't that a great video?
Yeah.
I'm gonna
that
put.
was good.
Yeah, I'm gonna. I saw it actually at an event I was at, virtual event, and I thought, man, I'm gonna use that. It's just too good.
How did you find that after you went to the event? Did you just Google?
Yeah,
President
I just went to YouTube and Googled and found the same one
okay.
they
Oh,
used.
I remember that day. I remember the speech.
Really, you were there?
Oh yes, I remember that lady because she was all over the news.
Well, and she traveled. It looks like she traveled with him during his campaign. What a lucky woman. She probably got paid and she probably was well taken care of just because she stood and took a chance and opened her mouth.
Yeah.
I got goosies.
I mean, just the power in itself, only 20 people,
I know, that's small. And you could probably imagine, Obama could have just said, I'm turning around, I'm out of here.
20 people aren't going to sway me one way or another.
Exactly. And he had a long drive and it was raining and he probably wasn't feeling too good, but she saved the day. She just, I mean, it's amazing. I mean, how many times have we wanted to do something fun or crazy like that and we kept our mouth shut, right? We didn't say anything. We didn't do anything. We didn't want anybody to look at us, and be weird. But I'm saying, let's get weird.
Well, RV, remember how you say something that the graveyard is where all of our dreams, or where people haven't spoken their heart?
Yeah, what I say is, where is the richest place in the world?
Right.
It's a graveyard because that's where dreams are buried, inventions that were never created, speeches that were never given, books that were never written. Yeah. Oh God, I got goosebumps again.
All in your head?
Yeah.
The top of your head? Okay.
Yeah, that means, yeah. For us, it means the Holy Spirit. It means like you're right on, right?
Yeah. Right on. Mm-hmm.
Right on.
Right on. Right on.
Okay.
Well, I sort of ready.
You're ready now? Okay, good.
Sort of.
Okay, let's give it a go.
Okay. Seniors are often left alone at home or in nursing homes with no hope of improving themselves physically, mentally, or spiritually, either by choice or left by family members. They begin to think that this is the way their life is supposed to be. It's up to those of us who care to teach, encourage them that they can live a life, their second act can be lived with a standing ovation.
Nice. Okay. So,
It
okay, good. That'll work. That'll work.
It still needs some.
Maybe a little bit, add a little bit more, the pain that's caused from the problem. Like, like they die, that's the ultimate pain. They die unfulfilled, or they die alone, or they die, earlier than they needed to if they were healthy.
They believe that this is the way their life is supposed to be, and they end up dying unfulfilled.
There you go. Perfect.
I love standing ovation. I love that.
Yeah.
Because like from Florence. It's like.
Yeah, I do too. Very good, Florence. All right, next. Who wants to go next? Okay, all right.
You say Africa, most people have a negative connotation. It signifies that every country in Africa is a dangerous place to be. Some people conjure up images of criminal activities, an area overrun with animals, people ready to attack you, and so many other negative connotations. Some people already have preconceived notions without even knowing anything about Africa, what it is or what it is not. This shows up in statements like, oh, I'll never go to Africa. Oh, are you kidding? I'll just get eaten by a lion. Not me.
Oh, please.
Most people don't even know where Tanzania is. They listen to friends who've never been there. They listen to stories on the news. So I'm here to debunk some of those myths and notions. I'll be with you. My driver will keep watch over you. You'll be in good hands. And I want to show you what Africa is and is not so you can make an informed decision about your next trip.
Beautiful. Good. You might even want to add something in there about it, you know, that we might think it's unsafe, that we might get robbed.
Yeah, I had that in there, and then I took it out because I thought it might make people either scared or something. So I took it out. But you think I should put it in there? Keep it in?
Yeah,
Okay.
because that's the ultimate pain, right?
Because that would be in the presentation about how safe it is. Okay.
Yeah,
right.
because we're trying to say it is safe.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I would think that it would be more unsafe than eaten by a lion. I mean, you know what I mean? Just because you don't, you think of some of those countries as poor, very poor countries. So I would think either people are going to bother me by begging, right? A lot of begging, or they're going to rob me.
Yes.
Okay. You know, because when I went to Rome, I was on the cruise ship and I went to Rome and we went out, they said, hold on to your purses.
They got big signs, pickpocketers, be careful.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, I had like my purse practically like this the whole time. But yeah. Okay, cool. Very good. All right, who's next? Renee, do you want to go? Are you ready?
I'll go. The computer just slipped. I don't know what I just did. Can you see me?
Yes. We can see you and hear you loud and clear.
Okay, good. You can hear me. Okay. Oh, shoot. I just did it again. All right. Here we go. You worry whether you can find friends who are on the same path and journey as you want to find love, but your friends, sometimes they just don't get what it means to feel alone or what it feels like to date during these uncertain times. You've gone on dates that seem great only to have men disappear without a clue, and why you wonder if you're going to do it, and you wonder why, what did you do? Did you do something wrong? You're sick of the going to parties and dinners alone and would love to have a loving partner to be your plus one. Your parents are getting older, or they're admittedly scared. Who will take care of you when you're their age? Or worse yet, you've lost one or both of your parents and you've never felt so alone in your life. You're tired of being set up with a perfect man who you have nothing in common with. You really want to reach out to your married friends for support, but do they really get how you're feeling right now? If you've ever felt like this, I want you to know you're not alone. Like you, I know what it's like to struggle to find love again, heal from a loss, and live my best life in midlife. And I also know that it is truly possible, thank you, Kay, to be your best version of yourself and be surrounded by other amazing women who will support you through each step on your journey, which is why I want to share with you this important new class that will help you get started to find love again in your next chapter. And you will discover the secrets to find love again and how to transform your midlife into your best life. And I'm going to share with you what I've learned in coaching women from all over the world to find love again, and to get healed from loss, and most importantly, to be supported by the kind of women who can get you through every step of the way along your journey.
Very good. But I feel like you kind of repeated yourself.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, a couple times. So we were there and then you said it again, almost the same.
Okay, so it needs to be edited, but yeah, what I was trying to portray is women over 40. Mm-hmm. I don't even know if that's a midlife. I have no clue. I just 40.
Midlife sound fine. Midlife sound fine. I love the thing about with other women being supported.
Yeah, because It's a group. Now, this is for a women's group, specifically for a women's group. Many times I speak with couples. So this is, I'm trying to focus this, what we're doing today for women's groups.
Right, right. And I like that. So that's the solution is, that's the solution is
So
being
we're all together. We're all together in this together. So we're winning together. We're going
Right.
through the journey together. We're
Right.
following the path, and then I'm holding the light, and I'm helping you guide your way through this. But you're with other women just like you.
Beautiful. So
I like.
that's
I
where
put
it
the word-
can end.
Yeah, that's why we're possible, because I got that from Kay yesterday.
Yeah.
So it's possible.
And that's good. Yeah, it sounds good. But just go through like, right. I wouldn't mention your class yet. Right.
Okay, that's
After
sales,
the
right?
close, but right before you mention the class, that's about when you're done. And after that, then you repeat it.
Okay, I'll just say, I'll share with you what I've learned from coaching women from all over the world to find love again, and to find life healing and life healing.
Yeah. And then you're going to go into the meat, into the how.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. Perfect. All right. Great. Good job.
Thank you.
All right, Virginia.
Okay, I'm just finished writing, but okay. Oh. Okay. Writing a book can take us to places about our lives where many memories. I scribbled around. I'm sorry if I'm okay. Writing a book can take us to places about our lives where many memories about fear, love, death, deceit, regret, suicide, accidents, loss, jealousy, selfishness, and gratitude, among other things, resurface. I realized how special and sacred the stories that I edited recently from a book were. They touched my heart so deeply. So I decided to pivot and to help women authors by helping them through their editing process to ensure that their voice remains intact and remove the fear and frustration. Today, I help women to write from their heart. Sometimes as women, we have a tendency to get very analytical, and a book may not replicate who they really are. Your story can change the world. It doesn't, is this okay? I need to tweak it a little bit, but I scribbled so much.
Breathe. It's a
Yes.
very good start. So good job. Good job. Right? Good job.
You're not just saying that, are you?
You got the assignment and you did it. So
Okay.
good job. My only question to you
Mhm.
is, do we need to relook at your title? Because the title is Finding Your Heart's Purpose. But your problem, what you're solving right now is writing a book from the heart.
Right,
So maybe we change the title.
right.
Instead of finding your heart purpose, maybe it's finding your heart in your book or something like that. So let's take a look at it. Tell me what the title is again. It's
The title of the book is that I had before was 3 Ways to Unveil Your Heart's Purpose. I don't want to have to worry about coming up with 3 ways.
Well, just say how to then.
Right.
Okay.
How to unveil your heart's purpose.
How to unveil your heart's purpose, which I love. But if you're going to talk about writing and book writing, then we have to change the title to match it.
So does this match now? How to unveil your heart's purpose, you think?
No, because you're talking about a book. In your problem, pain, and suffering, you're talking about a book.
Right.
Talking about the problem is most women don't know how to write a book and blah, blah, blah.
Right.
So then maybe you can say how to unveil your heart in your book. Do you all see what the problem is a little bit? So either the problem, pain, and suffering is about not finding our heart purpose, or it's about not being able to write from the heart. What you just did was solve the problem of not being able to write from the heart. So how to...
It's not only that, but it's also that there's fear attached to someone editing their book.
Right, and you've made that clear, and that's fine. We don't have to have that in the title, though.
Okay.
I love the word unveil, but we might have to change it. It's kind of like, being simple, how to write your book from your heart, or how to unveil your heart in your book, or something like that. But you're clearly solving the problem about a book and not heart purpose.
Right.
So all we have to do, though, everything's fine and it fits your story that we worked on this morning. So it's all good. We just need to tweak the title. Okay?
Any suggestions?
How to unveil your heart, how to unveil your heart in your book. Does anybody else? I'm going to open it up because this takes a think tank. Because you're changing in the middle of the road. So anybody has any ideas how we can keep the heart, keep the unveil, and keep the book? Otherwise, we might have to completely change.
I mean, provided the one thing that just comes up is, for me, is being clear on Virginia's intent, because there's two great things here: finding a heart's purpose or writing a book. And my question goes to, what is her heart drawn closer to? Is it writing the book or finding your heart's purpose? I was wondering, I feel that what you would find in your heart and mind that you're really closest to right now would determine what title you have, because I think she's got two great titles.
Or is your heart's purpose to write the book? Is that the sole goal?
No.
So in September, what do you want? Now, mind you, in September, all the people in the room are, for the most part, authors or want to be authors.
Right.
So that's the target right now.
Right.
It's not necessarily, maybe what the original target was, because she's writing this speech just for that event that we're a part of. So I would recommend we change the title, because your story fits writing and editing, your problem, pain, and suffering fits it. All we have to do to make everything go together is the title. So, unveil your heart in your book. That's one thing we could do.
Oh, how about authentic book? In your authentic book? Or is that overused? Unveil your heart in your authentic book. Authentic meaning from your heart.
That's
Can you hear
a lot
me?
of words.
Okay, take out the authentic. It's probably too overdone, too overused.
Yeah.
Skip that.
Unveil, what did I say? Unveil your heart in your book? What did
in your book, I think that's what it was, yeah.
Unveil your heart book. No, that won't work.
Unveiling your heart. I thought it was unveiling your heart in your book.
Yeah, unveil your heart in your book.
Something like that.
I like it. Unveil your heart
in your book.
On the pages of this book.
Your book. Oh, what did you say?
On the pages.
I like
of your pages of your book.
Yeah.
That's too long, I think.
Yeah, it's a little long, but I like the word page.
I like the word pages.
I like the pages too.
Yeah.
How about this? We don't have to say the word book. Unveil your heart on the page.
Yeah, okay.
Unveil your heart on the page. I love that.
Okay, I'm with it. I love it. I'm with it.
On the page.
On the page. Unveil your heart on the
Okay.
page. That's so
I like that better.
different.
Yeah.
That's so different.
Maybe unveiling your heart on the page?
No, because ing words are not as strong.
Right.
Not for a title anyway. Okay. Unveil your heart on the page. I think that is stellar.
Yo.
Who votes for
You like-
that title?
You like that one, RV, or do you like on your page?
No,
Because
on
it's
the
for
page.
your audience. It's the audience.
Unveil? Well, we already said your. We
Oh,
already
okay.
said your heart. So unveil your heart.
It's
on-
about the book, so it's the page
yeah,
because
it's the page.
A
Yeah.
page. Got it. Okay.
Oh, do we use heart or soul?
Heart.
Heart.
Don't
Heart.
go there. Don't go there with the soul.
Heart. Yeah, we talked about that yesterday with the graphics, right, RV?
Right.
Remember with the
Yes.
graphic?
And then you have big graphics. I can see it already. A big heart on a
Right.
page. A big
Unveiling your
heart
heart
on a
on
page.
the page,
Yeah.
so everybody likes it.
And we
Yeah.
all
Have
love
a
it.
vote.
Yeah.
Yes,
That's my
vote.
vote.
All
heart
right.
with an open book so
Guys.
you can see the page.
An open book with a heart or something. Yeah. Fran, do you like it too? Fran, we can't hear you. You're muted. Yeah, I think
I
that.
was nodding yes. Yes, I think it's a good one.
Yeah, it's a good
Thank
one.
you,
It's a
guys.
good one. Really, unveil your heart on the page. No
Mhm.
one uses those terms, and it's going to build curiosity, and yet it has that promise,
Okay,
and it fits everything we've been working on.
okay.
Good job, Virginia. Good job. Wow,
Thank-
millions.
Yeah, no doubt.
Breakthrough, millions.
Millions.
Yeah.
What I just shared, what I just read is okay. I know I have to make it flow a little better, but
It's perfect with what you, now that we changed.
okay.
Yeah, it's perfect. And you're going to get a chance to say it again. So, and work on it. So good. Very good. All right. Who's next? Everybody went? Okay, great. Excellent. All right. Now we're going to go to the next step, and then we're going to put this all together. We
Does
wanna
this go in the worksheet?
Yes, you want to put it on the worksheet. Don't forget to put it on the worksheet.
What page is it? The
On
pain
the
and suffering?
worksheet, it is page 3.
Pain and suffering?
Problem, pain, and suffering. Page
I got to print this out again.
right. Problem, pain, and suffering. Yeah, I want to get this through. Jason's got about 40 minutes, so we're going to take this through, and then we're going to create the meat. But I want you to get some practice in before we do that. All right, because we're going to go inside and create the meat. And I know Jason's good with that. So,
Do you want to hear my solution that
yes, Fran, please.
Okay.
And same with Florence. We'll go to your solutions. Yes.
Okay, so we know what we want more, or we know we want more or something else, but how do we gather all the threads guilt-free and move forward? It doesn't have to be that way, because I'm fired up and ready to stand shoulder to shoulder with you, guide you into your own creation, teach you how to develop your own systems, and share with you what's worked for me while I'm coaching you through the rough edges. So nothing stops you from greatly enjoying the fruits of your labor.
Beautiful. Very eloquent. I love the rough edges and everything. Very good. Look at, you got Jason's vote. Yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah. I
Thank
love
you.
that. Love that.
Good. Thank you. Thank you. That's
Okay.
what I
So
wanted to hear.
Florence, do you have your solution that you want to share? Florence, can you hear me? Okay.
Sorry, I was muted. Okay. Seniors are often left at home or in nursing homes, either by choice or by family members, with no hope of improving themselves physically, mentally, or spiritually. Or they become healed in one of these aspects, perhaps physically, ignoring the spiritual and mental aspect of their lives, like a song without lyrics and melody. They begin to believe that this is their fate in life, and they end up dying, having never reached their God-designed destiny. It's up to those of us who care to teach and encourage these senior citizens how they can live the second act of their lives with standing ovation, even perhaps experiencing an encore or two.
Beautiful. Okay, great job, everyone. All right, so now what we're going to do, we are going to, again, refresh our speech from the beginning through our story, through the problem, pain, and suffering. So we're going to do the first 6 steps, right? Attention grabber, feeling welcome, thank you, summary, number 5, our story, number 6, problem, pain, and suffering, right? So we're just building our speech as we go. Got it?
Got it.
And then we'll work on the meat. And Jason, you're cool with the meat if we do that while you're away, right?
Yes, I'm good.
You know that. Okay, I figured you would. Okay.
Is Jason coming back to our class today or just going?
Oh, yeah.
Yay. Okay.
How long will you be gone, Jason?
I'll return by 12:30.
Okay. We'll probably break for lunch right around then.
Okay.
You know, so if we're not here, we didn't abandon you.
All right, that's all good. I won't freak out.
Okay, so yeah, technically probably 12:30 to 1:30 will be our lunch break.
Okay.
Okay, but I'll text you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. All right, good. So we're gonna go from beginning to end, beginning to where we ended. And again, we don't say the purpose statement. That's just for us to know the direction we're headed. All right. Now, I recommend you, jot notes and bullet points. I don't recommend you write out your speech word for word. Otherwise, you're going to want to read it. Okay. Now, Virginia may need to do a little more of that than some of you, but just don't be so tied to your words that you become prisoner of your own words. No, they're just there to kind of help guide you, but you want to be able to talk freely.
I wrote mine so I would have the context of what I'm talking about.
That's okay.
But then as I read it, as I'm looking at it, I add.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's exactly what you want to do. All right, perfect. All right, so I'm going to give you about 5 minutes to collect. It looks like all of you need to kind of collect and maybe add it to this little outline. So get 5 minutes, collect everything, read it through if you need to, and then we'll start. How does that sound?
Okay.
Yes, that'll work.
All right, perfect. I'm sorry, Virginia, are you talking? Because you're muted. Did you need something?
Yeah, so we're backtracking now. We're reviewing everything we've done.
Yes.
Okay, so I need to rewrite the attention grabber then.
Well, I don't know if you need to or not, but if you can't read it, it might be a good idea. But yeah, we're starting from the beginning. We're not backtracking. I didn't like that word very much. We are putting it all together.
Reviewing everything. Yeah, that's what I meant.
Putting it all together from what we've learned yesterday and then this morning before we jump into the meat. Because we're going to spend some time in the meat.
Okay.
And we're going to do the close.
So I have a question, Arvi.
Yes.
So for the solution I had, so today I'm here to debunk some of those myths. Is that the solution? Would that be considered the solution?
Yes, because for you need to debunk it before you can get them to sign up for your trip. Okay. So absolutely, you got to get rid of those myths.
Okay.
And that's what your meet will be about.
Yes.
You know, is the good stuff, the benefits, the good stuff. Now, remind me what your title is.
My title is actually the 5 reasons why you need to visit Africa before it all disappears.
Perfect. That's the meat.
Yeah. Okay.
5 reasons, and you're going to have 5.
Okay.
Okay. Perfect. And that the debunking fits.
Okay.
All
right, so let's take about 5 minutes. I'll set it on the clock.
I'm gonna need more than 5 minutes because I don't have anything done.
Okay, who needs more than 5 minutes?
Well, I actually typed mine out and then I just added, this is the welcome, this is the attention grabber, this is the transition.
Good for you. Okay.
I didn't have to really rewrite it.
All right, so let's just take 10 because again, I want to get Jason through this and have him experience some of the other ones before he has to go at 10:40. So what we'll do is this will be our break. How does that sound?
Okay.
Okay, this will be
Yeah.
our break. So so if you need to run to the ladies' room or men's room, go ahead now. So let me see. We'll set it. I'll give you a little bit more. I've got, let me see what time it is. All right, so it's like 4 after, so we'll go to 10:15. So that's 11 minutes. Okay.
Okay. So 10:15. Okay.
Okay. 5 more minutes.
Okay, it's okay.
Ready?
Okay. College tuition is college tuition is rising an average of 79% per year. Sad but true, and this is not going to stop. And for the next 30 minutes, I'm going to share 3 principles to create abundance in these challenging times. I'd like to thank you all for taking the time you set aside to join us this morning. And I'd also like to thank our host, Aubrey Robinson, for hosting this event and extending me an invitation to join you all this morning. Before I get into sharing with you the 3 principles to creating abundance in these challenging times, I'd like to first share with you my story on how I started teaching people how to live free with no worries about college education or bills. Would that be okay with you?
Yes.
Do you really know how much your existence really matters? I learned at a very early age that life holds no promises as to what will come your way. And on July 10th, 1993, I was excited leaving Los Angeles to attend a summer film school in Arcata, California. And while attempting to make a 10-hour drive on less than 4 hours sleep, I'd fallen asleep behind the wheel. And 2 days later, I woke up to find myself in a hospital with an overwhelming lack of understanding as to what had happened to me and how did I get here. I learned that my car flipped over 3 times. I had broken my left leg in 2 places. And I saw my mother staring atop of me with a look on her face as though she received the midnight phone call. Despite all the surgical efforts, the surgeons informed me that I was down to only 2 options: lose my leg or lose my life. Now, some of you here today might be thinking, well, that's easy. Choose life, of course. Yet the decision for me wasn't that simple. The first choice I made was to lose my life than to lose my leg, for I couldn't see how life continues for me not having both legs. And I was very adamant in my decision until a private conversation with my mother had changed everything. Through a mother's love for God, it was made clear to me that the same love that hugged and cuddled me as a child is the same love that cares and wanted what was best for me now. I had no idea I was that significant, nor considered the emotional consequences my decision would have on others. And a week after my accident, I chose life and I became dismembered with confidence. Now, the dream of returning to my mother's arms was soon met by financial nightmares in the wake of my amputation. I returned back to college and to work just 9 weeks after my accident, with my life in complete financial gridlock. I had no assets, low savings, and no financial plan. Whatever contributions my parents were making toward my medical expenses were now allocated toward their divorce proceedings. Nearly $100,000 worth of debt in the form of physical and occupational therapy and payments for my services, not covered by my insurance, became the financial prosthesis I'd walk with for the next 7 years. And learning how to walk again now involved co-payments and deductibles. I was a long way from those days of childhood pranks and scraped knees. I was literally on my own in desperate need of new solutions and a plan. Fortunately, by June 2000, my academic persistence paid off. Between using my employment income and several scholarships, I self-financed my education and graduated summa cum laude. Yet despite experiencing one of the greatest days of my life, I'd become my own financial liability. I received my bachelor's degree in one hand and 2 days later filed medical bankruptcy with the other. I don't ever want this to remotely happen to you. Not being able to save as a result of becoming enslaved to debt, and having decisions toward long-term wealth being affected by consequences rather than by a simple, achievable plan governed by your own values. Today, rather than becoming a financial liability, I am my biggest investment. Now that I understand how money works under 3 important principles, I can produce a life experience that whereby money is an instrument of transformation, when not only can I transfer my spiritual and personal needs in the way of assets, I can also do things that will become a legacy that will stand the test of time. And that is why I teach middle class and affluent families to discover new possibilities using prosperous strategies so they can have a life of real happiness with no worries about bills, college education, or retirement. Financial preparation is actually very simple. Though the problem is that far too many of us are conditioned by family and society to be too busy about taking care of ourselves that building a solid financial foundation now becomes elusive. Rather than receive advice from people in the financial industry on why and how to save our money, the average person saving for retirement is either doing little or nothing, while the system paid for by advertisers is working round the clock to get a grasp on your money. My solution toward financial security and freedom is simple. I want you to stop walking on rocks with bare feet to make money, and to move you into your own financial Learjet that is going to sail you away to financial independence effortlessly with your own pilot. All you have to do is get on the plane and buckle up.
Yay! Love it. Love it.
That's awesome.
Great job. Now, does the problem still fit your target of 25-year-old college students? I mean,
great question. And as you asked that, I think it lends me to modify it a bit. I'll have to modify that.
I love it, but I got the feeling it was for an older group.
Probably.
Not the young group. So yeah,
Okay.
Just a little modified. Don't change the Learjet or the buckle up, because I think they could relate to that. But some of it sounded like, it was a financial plan for retirement as opposed to
for college education.
Started.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So okay, good. But
okay.
So Jason, after the Learjet is the word sell or what? After the Learjet?
Sail. I'm sorry, sail.
The
sort of
Learjet.
S-A-I-L.
Oh, S-A-I-L.
Yeah.
So if it's a Learjet, maybe you should have fly instead of sail.
Or fly, yeah. Or fly, yeah.
Something like that, because I kind of didn't understand what that sail was, S-A-L-E, or what exactly what it was.
I'll change that. That's great.
Good feedback. Yeah, I got what you mean by sailing like this, but good feedback. If it could have sounded too much.
Unless you change it to a yacht.
Right, exactly. No, I like the plane better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Kay.
Okay.
Good feedback. All right, good job. All right, so Jason, if you have to go, we get it.
I was going to mention to Jason RB that I love the pilot, because he's the pilot, he's the guide, and you're going to talk to him regarding financial planning. So he's your pilot.
There you go. Let
I
me
felt that, or I'm your financial pilot, or something at the end.
Have that in there, financial pilot or guide?
Yeah, the pilot, because there's an airplane, and I'm floating already, listening to Jason, and I'm in the jet, and I said, your personal financial Learjet, and then pilot, and then at the very end, maybe your financial pilot. It just sounds kind of just a cool tongue-in-cheek thing. Just, I don't know what you think, RB.
I love it. I love it. So don't add that at the end. Leave the end being buckle up.
Buckle up. Yeah.
Somewhere inside,
Financial pilot.
I like that. I like financial pilot. Yeah.
I'll play with that a little bit.
Yeah. Okay, good job. All right, who wants to go next? Now I'm going to show you one other thing while you're getting ready. So let me turn on. I need a name I'm going to turn on the swan.
Yeah.
I love that.
I'm going to turn on the swan.
So RV, you know your string or the thread, the wire that keeps going across there. Would it be okay if I make a suggestion? Just a little one? Okay, so I carry with me in my pack of my, when I go to do speeches, a box of emergency stuff. One of them is packing tape and scissors and lots of other things, makeup and mints, but it's a packing tape. So if you get some packing tape, the tape or the clear tape that you wrap packages with, a wider one, maybe you could tape that against the stem of your swan. You know what I mean? Okay, so I'm going to hold this up, okay? And let's say this is my swan. Let's just say, you see this thread here? I would tape it like in the back here or something on the stem with clear tape, if you have that. And then when you move it around, it won't be in your way. Just a suggestion.
A good suggestion, but
Okay.
I won't be able to do that. I'll show you why.
Okay.
Yeah, because, okay, so it's right here, and it's going from here all the way to my computer. It's plugged in. My computer is over there on my right, and I'm using this on my left. Now let me see if I could do a switch. Okay, let me just
plug it into a hub,
maybe I'll
not by your computer.
Okay, maybe I'll put it on this side. Maybe that's a solution. I don't know why I had it on my left. It just seemed like the right thing to do. So now it's over here. Let me see if I can adjust
that way
to where it makes sense. Let me see. My mouse is over here.
Can you write
so the paper's sideways. The right side up. It's right side up.
Kind of right side up now. Okay.
It's right side up now. It's a little tilted.
Perfect. Was that?
It's a little tilted.
You can write on it like that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's better?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it.
It's tilted for me, but
Well,
I'm glad it's
even the
straight
other
for you.
tilt was okay. If you tilt it to the left, even that's
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, that's good.
Okay.
That's good. Is that more comfortable for you?
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know why I didn't, think of putting it on the side. You know how, we all have blinders on and we just do what we're
That's okay. But that's why we're a close, intimate group. Is this nice that we don't have to worry about what other people are thinking or anything?
Right. Exactly.
We could be fully self-expressed.
Exactly.
But we're coming from a loving place.
Please excuse me. I'm with the plumber because I have water on my kitchen floor. The plumber's here.
Oh, I better do that. Go ahead.
Okay. Have fun.
I'm listening.
Okay. All right. So what I wanted to show you is this. Because it's an equal sandwich, you have 7, or maybe that's not good visible. You have 7.5 minutes.
Oh, okay.
For the top piece of bread, approximately, give or take. Then we're creating a 30-minute speech. So then you have 15 minutes here in my, 15 minutes there. I don't have another Sharpie, so let me go back to here. 15 minutes, and then another 7.5 minutes. Now, it's not exact science, so sometimes this is, depending on what your close is gonna be, could just be 5 minutes, and then you have extra time for the meat. But we really wanna shoot for our beginning to be no longer than 7, tops 8 minutes out of a 15-minute speech, because we want it to be balanced. We want it to feel balanced. We don't want anybody to get, too hung up in one area. So we want to make sure we have plenty of time to give people what we promised them, which is what they came for, the education, the 3 ways to unveil your whatever, or the 5 ways to do this, or the, so we want to make sure we have plenty of time to give them the meat that we promised. All right. We'll stop that. Excellent. Excellent. Who would like to go next?
I'll go next.
Okay.
Okay.
Great. Let me, I'm going to just, kind of set the timer to get you a feel for how much time it is.
I timed mine this morning, my story.
Oh, good. What was it? How much time was it?
4 minutes and 36 seconds.
That is perfect. Because story should only be approximately 5 minutes.
Yeah. So I think I timed the whole thing. And it was under 7, but I know the story was.
Okay, that's fine because it tells me if your story's 5 minutes, then the rest will fit perfectly because most of the time it's the story that really goes longer. We don't want a story to be any less than 4 or 5 minutes either. We don't want a 2-minute story in a 30-minute talk. We might cut it down if we only have 10 minutes, but not in 30. Okay?
Well,
All
I'm
right.
sure you'll let me know.
All right, ready?
In Africa, one elephant is killed every 15 minutes. That's about 100 elephants killed each day just for their ivory. I know it's hard to believe, but true. For the next 30 minutes, I'm going to share with you the wonders of Africa, its wildlife, and its diverse culture, and how your visit helps conservation efforts, and the reasons you should visit Africa before it all disappears. I wanted to take a few minutes first to thank everyone for taking the time out of your busy schedule to share your time and energy with me. Special thanks and appreciation to Michelle Bergquist and Patty Vargas of Connected Women of Influence for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to share with you today. Before I share with you the mystique of Africa, would it be okay if I shared a little bit about myself and my journey and what led me to becoming the expert I am today, owning and operating a safari company in Tanzania, Africa? Back in the 70s and 80s and 90s, I worked in corporate America as an HR director. During that time, I also worked part-time in the travel industry. Mom passed away in 2002. I was hit by a drunk driver in 2003, unconscious for a time and unable to work and unable to walk and off of work for about a year. My youngest brother died as I went back to work, 2004, suddenly. 6 months later, in 2004, my next youngest brother died suddenly. My life seemed to be in shambles and I didn't know what to do. Depressed and unable to work, I was led or referred to several psychiatrists, psychologists to help me because I needed a way to move forward in my life. I needed a reason to live because I really was living simply to die. I thought those sessions would help, but it turns out it allowed me only to cry in front of them and not my family and friends. One morning I woke up and told myself it might be a good idea to change my environment, take a trip somewhere to rethink my life. As a travel agent, I searched for available trips and decided that I'd take a trip to Tanzania, not because it was Africa, but more because it was far away and would operate within a month, so I knew I wouldn't change my mind. That trip changed my life and caused me to do some real soul searching, and I discovered with all that soul searching and thoughts and emotions I was feeling, I literally found myself in Africa, discovered who I was and what I wanted to do. I didn't know how to do that, but the trip itself and how the people of Tanzania made me feel was a start. I returned home and made the decision to retire. Once retired, I took 2 years and traveled throughout Africa's finest safari destinations, 13 different African nations, to see what the differences were in those countries. On that return, I approached my boss at the travel agency where I'd worked for so many years and asked him if he'd give me a raise if I began to promote Africa full-time. He had lots of conditions and restrictions that I wasn't comfortable with. So I quit and consulted with a girlfriend who already owned a travel agency, and we decided to partner together. She'd never been to Africa, but wanted to offer it to her clients after hearing me talk about it so much. So I organized a trip for us. She fell in love with Africa like I did. Upon our return, we set up a presentation for her clients and some of mine. As she arrived to greet our guests, I was outside, and she collapsed on the floor inside my house. Everyone started yelling. I ran inside where she was laying on the floor. I jumped over her to get to the phone and call 911. She died that day on the floor of my house. Her death was the culmination of all the previous years of depression and distress for me. I needed to once again determine the direction of my life. I felt that somehow there was a meaning in all of this, a sign that I was on the right track maybe, that these adversities I went through would no longer be a setback for me, but provide me with a new opportunity and be the legacy to those I lost. I knew I needed to take control and get my life back on track, so I researched how to begin my own travel agency. And in between that time, I took a couple of test groups to South Africa and Tanzania, worked with other companies for a couple of years until I was ready to open the doors to my office. Soon I bought a vehicle and partnered with a local Tanzanian. When I was ready to own the experience and the company that would provide a uniquely personalized custom experience, Destined to Travel opened its doors. That was 15 years ago, and today I've traveled on multiple trips of my own. led more than 75 groups to see and feel what I felt so many years ago. I discovered a passion that I never knew, a passion that I could and was anxious to share with others. And today I'm here to share that passion with you. When you say Africa, for so many, it conjures up negative images such as wars, shootings, animals everywhere ready to attack, danger around every corner. Many believe that Africa as a continent is a dangerous place to be. So people have already preconceived notions about what Africa is or is not. That shows up in statements like, oh no, I'd never go to Africa. It's just too unsafe. Or not me, it's just too many animals ready to attack me, without even knowing anything about Africa. Truth be known, most people don't even know where Tanzania is. The fact is that Tanzania is the safest country in the region, certainly in the 15 years that I've been traveling. From arrival to departure, both myself and my drivers will be with you, watching over the group everywhere you go. So today, I'm here to debunk some of those myths and notions and show you the beauty, the mystique, the magic that exists in this amazing country, so you too can make an informed decision about your next adventure.
Beautiful, beautiful. Again, 5 minutes.
Time.
6. Perfect. I'm telling you, Kay, every time you talk about it, I can't wait to go.
I know, I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah. I'm going to be waiting till 2022.
Well, if that's the way you feel, then I hope that's the way everybody feels.
Yeah. Hey, I want to go also with RB. Maybe we'll do a girls group together and we could do a package.
Well, I'm doing a package and I'm going to share that with RV.
Okay. Can I get in on that conversation too, maybe?
Oh, absolutely. Whenever we have it together, we'll
share it.
Or a night time that we can do it soon.
But I can see how this all fits together. It's actually perfect.
I think it would be awesome. I think, and Kay, I love your words, the mystique. There's like 3 words you use that it just made my heart jump.
3 o'clock in the morning thoughts, right?
Wow.
Well done.
What were those words, Fran?
It was mystique was one. It was.
Yeah, I changed mystique and I changed, I think I put amazement and I put in the magic.
The magic and mystique, yeah. And it was like, oh, that is so, I mean, it really does. I didn't think about Africa one way or the other. I always wanted to go to Morocco, but just kind of the continent I never thought of. And then when you were talking about that, I thought, oh yeah, that would be fascinating. It's a whole different world.
Yes.
Yeah, well, we'll get there.
Yeah.
With the she's bringing champagne and wine, whatever we want.
Right.
Sounds good.
In order, Renee. What's your favorite? You like Chardonnay, Renee? What's your favorite?
Well, it depends what I'm eating. I drink all of it. I love champagne and caviar and beluga caviar and smoked salmon with little egg whites. I love that.
You don't have caviar in Africa.
No, but you know what? I can bring it on the airplane. I'll bring it on the airplane, the caviar. It'll be okay.
Anything you want, as long as you can get it through customs.
We'll eat it on the plane, and have a champagne on our way there. I've done that many times before.
Now you got me excited about going with everybody.
No, we gotta do this. And I love to eat all sorts of food, and I love Chardonnay and Merlot and Cabernet and Shiraz and Grenache and all kinds of great stuff.
Okay, good. All right, thank you. Great job.
Thank you.
Great job.
So how long was I?
What? It was almost 6 minutes, so you're right in time.
For the entire thing?
The entire thing.
Oh, great. Okay, good.
Very good.
Well, the entire thing should be 6 minutes.
No, 7.5.
Still have more to go, but at least I have room to work with.
Yeah. Okay, great. Who wants to go next?
I'll go if Renee doesn't want to go.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Or Virginia.
Okay, Fran.
Okay, how many of you are tired of people dictating your schedule? And how many of you are not only tired of people dictating your schedule, you're sick of them controlling your income?
Good, very good.
I was too, and it doesn't have to be that way. For the next 30 minutes, I'm going to share with you 3 secrets to create a business that feeds your body, soul, and spirit. First, I'd like to take a few minutes and thank you from my heart for your time and energy being here. And I thank RV Robinson for inviting me to speak. Before I reveal those 3 secrets, would it be okay if I share my journey into entrepreneurship as a business owner?
Yes.
Thank you. In the early 70s, I saw myself as a hotshot 22-year-old court reporter, making great money and working long, stress-filled days. I liked it, and after 20 years, burned out. I specialized in medical malpractice reporting and admired the nurses, so I did what every smart girl does. In 1992, I entered nursing school, passed my boards, and worked as an RN for the following 20 years. It became a very hard road as nursing went from giving back rubs for sleep to being written up for spending too much time with my patients. I wanted a better life and started looking. During those 20 years, I was in and out of nursing, trying different jobs, starting different bodies. In my 50s now, my body ached after a 12-hour shift. Driving home one evening, my legs and feet cramped up so much that by the time I got home, I had to crawl into the house. And there's no calling off for painful feet. Most nurses have painful feet and backs, so I carried on. With a diagnosis of plantar fasciitis, I did my best with stretching exercises, cortisone shots, and just carried on. Then the pain in my knees, my back. Nursing is rough on the body. Knowing I had to make a change, my curiosity took me to looking at life coaching as a possibility. I hired my own life coach to help me explore this needed transition, and transition it did. I still coach with her today. However, life does carry with it uncertainty. It slaps us, it interrupts us, it blindsides us, and it hits us with a Mack truck, and that's exactly what happened next. My husband of 39 years died within 70 days of having his cancer diagnosed. My world wasn't real to me anymore. Everything had changed. Grief is an all-encompassing, and it is all-encompassing. And I sat on the couch and stared at TV for almost 3 years, ignoring the advice that my knee needed a full replacement. I didn't care by then, but I had to go back to work. So into nursing I went at the age of 70. Sad and bitter, but hope reigned supreme only because of my faith in a God that always has his loving hand on my back. And I remained a certified coach, a coach without a niche, but a coach. Too much coaching at that time in that field was woo-woo, name it and claim it, just not my style at all. It took some patience and time to find a niche that I could sink my teeth into, but I found it. I knew the focus I wanted, and that's why I'm here today. I'm here to help other women find their niche, their business, their courage to explore and do what will add to the fullness of their own life, but to do it fast and easier now that I've got the formula to share with them. The problem is women who have an entrepreneurial spirit don't know how to package what they know. Their experiences are exactly what they even want. We women are easily distracted by obligations put on us by the outside world, pressures and demands. It's very hard for us to put ourselves first and prioritize the rest. We know we want more or something else, but how do we gather all the threads guilt-free and move forward? It doesn't have to be that way because I am fired up and ready to stand shoulder to shoulder with you, guide you into your own creation, teach you how to develop your own systems, share with you what's worked for me, and coach you through the rough edges. So nothing stops you from greatly enjoying the fruits of your labor.
Beautiful. Beautiful, Fran. Okay, so when you're shifting, it's kind of like what I shared with Jason yesterday. When you get to the good part, and I know you will with, as we go through this, but, bump up your energy, make sure you're excited when you're saying, how can I help you, get through because you're staying that same kind of monotone level, the same kind of bummer level from your story. But once you're done and through it, you got to kick it up and be excited. I'm going to help you through it. I couldn't find a niche, but now I found one. Yeah.
And I think I'll be able to do that. Right now, I am in pain always because of my knees. So I'm not feeling well, but You what?
You're in pain right now.
Oh, I've been in pain 24/7 for about 2 months.
I'm sorry.
Oh no.
Yeah, I'm dealing with it. I can't take my pain pills because they have blood thinners in them, and you can't take that for the week before your surgery.
Okay, so you're going in surgery in a week to get a new knee.
Thursday, yeah.
One knee or both knees?
One knee at a time. The other one won't be done probably till early winter.
Okay, we will pray for you, Fran.
I appreciate it. I appreciate that greatly. But I do agree with you. I mean, I even feel it. It's like I am tired. It's like
Okay.
I'm kind of getting through. But because I watch you, RV, and I like how you keep up your enthusiasm, and you're a good example of doing that. It's like your passion, and this is my passion. So I know it'll come.
Yeah.
I'm hoping it'll come across.
It will come. I mean, my advantage is I'm not in pain, you know.
Yeah.
So it's a double-edged sword, because even if you could take pain pills right now, that could affect your creativity or your thinking anyway. So yeah,
True.
it's one or the other, but we'll absolutely pray.
I-
And Florence, remind me before we leave and in today, we'll not only pray for everybody, but lay hands on Fran and
Oh, that's awesome.
heal
Give
her.
her some healing. Some
Yeah.
healing. Yeah.
Healing.
Yeah, definitely will.
I
Yeah.
feel very blessed that I'm having the surgery,
Yeah.
but I'll take the prayers.
Yes. I mean, right now, a lot of surgeries have been postponed, you know, that people
I'm hoping and praying it won't get postponed.
will help you and pray that it won't be.
Yeah.
Maybe we can do some praying for Virginia too, RV, you know, for her soul, for her heart, to heal her heart, because I feel her pain, and there's some negative things that are going around that we cannot see, but it's in her heart. It's invisible. What Fran is feeling in her knees are real also. We can't see it, and there's a lot of pain there. So I just as an observation, that's all. I'm not coaching.
Absolutely. I know you're not.
Okay.
You spoke exactly what I'm feeling, Renee.
Okay, Florence, thank you.
All right. So one thing that I wanted to mention, though, I'm done with Fran. You know what, that's done. But the similarities between Kay's story about the drunk driver and Renee, you both were hit by a drunk driver.
Yeah.
Wow. And it could have devastated your lives, but you're both strong women and you pulled out of it. I mean,
Right. And it's interesting because Jason doesn't have a leg. I don't know which leg is missing, but I'm the same way. Mine is my left leg too. And isn't that interesting with all the millions of people, and you have all these wonderful people in this, you know how they say God works in mysterious ways?
Yeah.
And there's a connection, there's a glue that is all helping us.
Yeah. But now your left leg is fine, right? I mean, now, is it?
Oh, it's all metal. It's all metal. I can still ski and I can run, and I've done, short, the 5Ks and things like that. I play tennis, I ski, I play golf, and
But I mean,
I can hike.
Is it metal inside of a
Yes.
flesh leg? Okay.
Yes.
His is, Jason, are you there? But Jason's is, prosthetic, as you said.
Full
but
prosthetic.
It's way up
Right.
to his hip.
Yeah.
It's not like below the knee or something. I mean, it's way up there.
Wow.
So it's really a miracle.
He's so
It's a
positive.
miracle.
What?
He's so
Yeah.
Positive.
Yeah.
Yes.
Positive.
Now.
And isn't it interesting that all of us are over 30, and the fact that we've all going through life experiences and some very painful things, all of us have, and how we've learned to be victors versus victims. And I can feel it, and the energy, even though like Florence has this beautiful glamorous life, I'm sure we've all gone through pain, whatever
I
it
can
is.
tell you stories.
Oh, I'm sure. But you see what I'm saying? Even with Florence and her beautiful life on stage and this glamour, and we've all gone through the pain. I can feel it.
But for the grace of God, I would be
exactly
in jail.
And that's what I was saying. We're all holding God's hand, metaphorically, and either Jesus' hand. Actually, I usually have RV's voices right here, like talking in my head right before when I'm making phone calls and whatever it is to book things or being on stage. I always tell that to RV. Her voice is right here. Renee, don't forget the stage. Renee, don't forget 2 hours in advance. Blah 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 blah. It's like I hear her beautiful voice, and to be here to actually see her. Then I'm dreaming about her last night.
Oh my God! What'd you dream?
It was all good stuff. We were actually in Central Pay with our dogs. And that's when I woke up and sending you all these pictures of the dogs, and we were all on a cruise, and it was really nice. And I saw, Florence singing on stage, but it was just her by herself. So it was a fun dream, and I wrote it all down when I woke up. It was really fun because I was really getting everyone's skin.
Man in my kitchen, but he's a young kid.
Okay.
What, Florence?
I said, I've got a good looking man in here, but he's a young kid. Plumber.
Oh, got it.
I used to be very, very scared of telling my story. For one, it was so emotional, I couldn't do it for a long time.
Yeah.
But then when I did start telling it, I started thinking, really, well, my story is no different than anybody else's. Everybody has a different story, so why should I tell my story? And then I still didn't want to tell it, But then as I started doing networking and talking to people, then I started really, everybody has a story, but every story is so different that everybody really needs to know it, because you never know how it's going to affect somebody else. And that's when I started thinking about, okay, this is something I need to share, instead of holding it within. So I'm so happy that, that first time actually got me to share it, and even more so now,
Doesn't it relieve you to
it's very cathartic, really. Yeah.
Absolutely. Now, with your stories and your speeches, you will touch lives every single time you talk and every single time you say it. However, you will not know exactly whose lives
that you touch.
Ever get the opportunity to know, it is a blessing.
Yes.
So last year I was going to speak at a book expo. Do you know Rena Neal?
No, I don't think so.
Right, Rena. Anyway, so she has a book expo every single year. And the year before I spoke, had a booth, sold my book. And so this year I didn't really want a booth because I didn't want to schlep books, and I didn't really sell any books, a couple of books the year before. So I thought I'll just come and speak. And so I went down there to speak, and on my way, I was going to have 20 minutes. And on my way there, I'm driving there, I'm all dressed up, driving there to speak. And I get this text from her that my time is cut to 10 minutes. Now, personally, I don't need to practice speaking, right? So in my head, I'm thinking, should I go or not? Because see, I knew the event because I was there last year, and it's a book expo. So really the only people that are there are the people that are in the booths. There's really no audience, right? So I'm thinking, should I even go? Should I even bother? And God told me, I heard his voice. He said, go. So I went, and I said, I'm going to go. I'm going to show up, positive. I'm not going to show up like, I'm just going to show and give it my all and whatever. So I get there, I go to all the booths, I buy the stuff that they have and talk to the people. And all of that. Now, do you know, Claudia, do you know Claudia Cooley? Okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So Claudia Cooley, she has a booth. So I go and I'm just hanging out with her, right? Now, I'm speaking at 2 p.m. This is in the morning. And I'm thinking again, 10 minutes, I have to wait around here all day, right? But I'm just going to make the most of it, right? So I'm involved in everything. And then it comes time close to my time I'm going to talk, which is about 1:30, and Rena has a half an hour break. Well, she's already had half an hour breaks throughout the day, and everybody's been to everybody's booth 5 or 6 times already. There is no other audience. So I just said, hey, Rena, I said, instead of a 30-minute break, why don't we have 20 minutes and then give me that extra 10 minutes? And she said, yeah. Right? And that's what you always want to do, negotiate for people for more speaking time. So I get on stage, I deliver my presentation. When I get done, I go back to the booth because I didn't have my own, where Claudia was. And this woman comes up to me and she asked to buy my book. And I said, sure, of course. And she tells me this. She says, last year I bought a book from you and I gave it to my dad. My dad has dementia. And that book gave my dad such hope that he could speak, and he wants to speak on dementia, and he lost the book and he's heartbroken. He lost your book. And so I said, here, you take the book. It's my gift. And gave her one too. And I said, the only thing I said, would you do me a favor though, when you give him the book, would you videotape it for me? And she did. She videotaped, given him the book. And he was so touched and so moved that now he had a signed book. Right? And then later I got to meet him at one of my Christian networking events. But I mean, that moment was so precious. And if I was selfish and said, 10 minutes isn't worth me getting out of bed or something, I would have missed that precious moment.
Yeah.
So even though our story and our speeches are going to change lives all the time, every time we do it, we may not ever know it. But if you ever get the chance where God shows you some life that you've changed, it is worth everything.
Yes.
I've experienced it. It's mind-boggling to me. It's just mind-boggling.
RB, do you have that video of that video? Can we see it? Of
Well,
him
it's on my
receiving the book?
phone. It's on my phone.
Oh, okay, got it.
Yeah.
All right.
So someday I'll do it. I'll put it on the Tuesday call.
Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah, once I download it. But I just want you to know the impact that your words will have.
Thank you.
Okay.
Very nice.
So who's next?
Okay. I guess I'll go, RB.
Okay.
Because I see Virginia's still writing, and I have to still write as well, so it's not
Florence has to
completely
go.
done.
Florence too.
Florence, you want to go?
I can, but I still have writing, but I can go.
Okay.
Either one. Is your cute plumber gone?
No, he has to replace my garbage disposal. It was leaking all over.
Oh, okay. Okay. That's a pretty inexpensive fix, at least. Right? No? Oh.
We at the age where we're coyotes? Is that what you call them, coyotes, or where it's older women with younger men?
Cougars.
Cougars.
Cougars. I heard one woman said she's not a cougar, she's a saber-toothed tiger.
There you go, Florence.
Okay.
I'll try this and see.
All right. Okay, let me get the timer ready. Hang on one second.
Oh, RV, how long was mine?
You know, I apologize. I didn't get it in time, so I only did
Oh.
2 minutes of it. Sorry. We'll
I'm
get it
feeling
next time.
neglected.
I think it was perfect time. It was within the time.
I think it was less than mine. A little bit less. So I think you're good.
Oh, okay,
I think
good.
you're good too. Okay,
Good.
thanks, Florence. Go ahead. I'm ready.
I don't remember experiencing a day of pain until I turned 75. Yeah, that's true, believe it or not. In the next 30 minutes, I'm going to share with you how you can have the best dimensions physically, mentally, and spiritually in your second act. First, I'd like to thank you for the time and energy you took to be here. I'd also like to thank Miss Alice Smith for inviting me to speak. But now, before I share with you how you can make your second act your best dimension, I'm going to take you on a brief journey from my first act to grace in my second act. It was around March in 2015. I was just finishing a concert with the Fifth Dimension and slept in. I went to jump out of bed and I couldn't quite jump. I had to slide out of bed because I had pains in both of my hips. Well, to make a long story short, I endured this pain for the next couple of years because we were quite booked performing. And finally, I decided I'm not going to go through the rest of my life in pain. So I went to the doctor and I had a hip replacement. Well, that was great. I felt much better. But then the other hip got jealous. So I had a second hip replacement. During this time, I prayed a lot and God was really with me because, as a matter of fact, I went on stage with a cane, but not a regular cane, honey. I had a glitter cane. I had my cane glittered by our designer. Also during this time, I went to some therapy sessions because mentally it was difficult for me because I had gone through 75 years of just not having any pain, of dancing and doing choreography and enjoying life. And all of a sudden I started to feel old. And I said, I've never felt old before, and I'm not old. I'm not gonna go through life like this. So I went to therapy, and it really helped me to realize that, hey, you had some pain, you've healed it, go on with your life. You have much more of a wonderful life to live. I realized that I was healed physically, mentally, and spiritually. And during my year of recovery, I call it recovery. It was actually several years of recovery. I visited quite a few nursing homes. And there I saw people, men and women, lying in beds, and it was a sad situation because few of them had some pictures on the walls of family and friends and, little cards. But most of them had nothing but bare walls. They were dropped there by family or friends who just wanted to get rid of them, who didn't care about helping, who didn't visit. Then I realized, I could have been one of those seniors. Instead of continuing to perform and sing and do choreography at 78 years old, I could have been lying in bed. But the curtain had come up for my second act, and I wanted to continue to take my bows. So many seniors are left alone at home or in nursing home, as I said, by people who really don't care. And they have no hope of improving themselves physically, mentally, or spiritually, either by choice or by family members. They begin to believe that this is their fate in life, and they end up dying a sad life, having never reached their God-designed destiny.
Ooh, I like that.
They become sometimes they become healed physically, but the other parts of their lives are not healed. And they're like a song that the lyrics are not completed or the melody hasn't been constructed. It's up to those of us who care to encourage them and teach these senior citizens how they can live the second act of their lives with a standing ovation, even experiencing some encores.
Very good.
Beautiful.
Love the descriptions.
Yeah, loved it. I love the God designed destiny. I love that. And then the song metaphor too.
I want to make this musical as possible.
And the hip, the jealous hip.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, the hip got jealous. Yeah. Very good, Florence. Very, very, very good.
I love the metaphors, the musical metaphors that you've dropped
It's
throughout.
just so
Those are
appropriate.
awesome.
So Francis, I want you to know that your other knee's gonna get jealous, but it can be healed and you can go on with two, because I know a dancer, believe it or not, who has 2 knee replacement and she's still dancing.
That's awesome to know.
But do the physical therapy. That is so important. Even go work through the pain. That's an important thing.
I will. I've worked with physical therapists that I've seen them do things for people that I thought would never recover.
Yeah.
And I'm a big believer in, this is the one time I believe in following my doctor's order and the physical therapist order. Every other time.
Pray.
And Frank, I have tons of gentlemen who have had hip and knee replacements that come on safari, and they are jumping with the Maasai. So,
wow, that's good.
Oh yeah.
What's the Maasai?
Maasai is a local tribe, and one of their dances is, jumping.
Oh, okay.
They jump real high too.
Yes.
I say we're at the bionic generation now. It's not the senior generation, it's the bionic generation.
Good.
Well, thank you. I love the encouragement.
Yeah. All right. So Florence, you were 5 minutes.
How long was it supposed to be?
Anywhere. Well, the story itself can be up to 5 minutes, and with all the other stuff, you've got about 7.5 minutes. So you're within fine time. But if you did want to add something, you could.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, but otherwise, just keep it like it is. It's perfect. All right. So Virginia or Renee, who wants to go next?
I'll go next.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me get my timer.
Okay.
Okay, I'm ready when you are.
Okay. All right. Here we go. The 3 top secrets for women over 50 who want to attract their perfect love in a virtual world. How many of you want to find love again? How many of you want to find love again? Not only find love again, but everlasting love.
Okay, so let's start over because you started with the title and you just want to start with the attention grabber. How many of you want to find love again?
Oh, so don't say the title?
No, no.
Got it. Okay, sorry. I just was
Not
reading.
only want to find love again, you want to find everlasting love.
Okay.
Okay.
How many want to, yes, thank you. Okay. How many of you want to find love again? How many of you not only want to find love again, but want to find everlasting love? It's possible. I found love, and you can too. For the next 30 minutes, I'll share with you the 3 top secrets in the virtual world of online dating. I want to thank you for your time and energy it took for you to be here. And I would also love to thank RV Robinson for inviting me on her beautiful stage today. Can I share with you a story, a little bit about me? Thank you so much. Well, when I was a little girl, I adored my father and he adored me, and he gave me 3 important books: How to Win Friends and Influence People, Think and Grow Rich, and Siddhartha by Hermann Hesse. It's a book on Buddhism, and it's about karma and right action and correct exchange. It helped me throughout the years grow to be the woman who I am today. Now, with that, I learned how to grow within myself. And when I was little, my father always said, a man is not a plan. So as I grew up in my adolescent years and preteens and on, my father and I are very, very close. He's a businessman, and I followed him, and I adored my husband. At 16, we're in a car accident. He passed away. But with that, instead of being a victim, I became a victor with all the knowledge that I learned from these 3 specific books. So the words are, a man is not a plan. And so it always resonated with me. So all through my 20s and in my early 30s, I had different businesses, real estate. I had an import-export business, and I always owned my own business, and I was always an entrepreneur. And in that time, I got engaged 9 times. Now, 9 times is quite a bit. And I was proposed to even more than that. So I declined more than I said yes to. So I said yes to 9. I declined probably like 14 or 15. It's not hard for me to attract somebody, and because there's a lot of things about me that people like, that men like, play golf and play tennis. I cook, no kids, no stretch marks, and it's good to go, ready, and get ready in 6 minutes. I get my makeup on, get ready really fast. And guys like that. I don't carry a lot of luggage. So it's 2 little bags and a little dog, and I'm ready to go. So with all this years of journey throughout my life, and I'm engaged 9 times, then I always declined right before the few months before the altar, or the longest was about 8 weeks. The shortest was 2 weeks before going to the altar. And this is 250 invitations already sent out. We're getting married at the Bel Air Hotel in Southern California. Kind of an expensive hotel, beautiful invitations. They're engraved and beautiful delivery when they were arrived in the mail. And the point is that I declined to marry him. And I woke up one morning and I said, this is not going to work. And he just, for whatever reason, said a comment about my little dog. And I said, if this is a red flag, I don't want this to happen, because, when I have children with him, it's going to be even worse if he's not as loving and patient with children as he is, and he's not with me right now. So I declined that. So at the 9th time, I declined that relationship. I said to myself, who's in the middle of this? That's me, surrounded by 9 wonderful men on paper, but in reality, they weren't the right fit. Not the right fit with my values and beliefs, but compatibility, yeah, it was good. So I did a lot of work on myself, personal development. I read those books again that my father told me to read when I was little. And the word is, a man is not a plan. So I wasn't marrying anyone for money. I was marrying somebody to be with for everlasting love. And that word resonated with me all the time. I manifested that word. Then I wrote, a manifestation letter to God, many pages in a lot of detail. And poof, my husband appeared. Now, he didn't appear just like that, but my friends put me online. They put a couple of pictures, two little paragraphs, and 2,874 guys emailed me within a few month period. I only went out with 87, dated a few for 27 guys, and it went down to 8, and then I selected the right one. Now, mind you, no sex with any of them, and I'm very virtuous when it comes to things like that. So the point that I'm sharing with you is that yes, you too can find the love of your life, not necessarily getting engaged to 9 people, but I can help you do it because I have a proven system. So what I'm sharing with you is that a man is not a plan. So if you're using the general approach of dating, let's say if what you could find love again in your next chapter and have the support of women just like your own sisters who truly understand you and where you're going and being with you and holding your hands through this process, would you dare to live your best life? And if that's a yes, and it's an easy yes, then I have something special just for you that I've created. If you're using the general approach, like throwing cooked spaghetti to the ceiling and seeing what sticks, I have a unique, proven, customized dating system that gives you results. And without this system, it's the same old dating blindfolded. You never know who you're going to attract and what's going to work and why it doesn't work out again. It's time for you to take off that blindfold off and start using the easiest, fastest way to create your love by design.
Okay.
Ooh.
Good. All right. So
Me too. I didn't think I wanted a man, but Renee, I think I'm ready.
Oh, it's great. It is great. And there's a lot of great ones out there, fantastic ones. And
Where?
oh, they're there. They're there. You just got to put your order in like Starbucks, like non-foam, foam, non-fat, blah, 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 and it will appear. It's in prayer, but it's a certain way of doing it and then writing. And
I'm encouraged.
oh, they're there. And I've had lots of great results. So I am complete. I think RB wants to coach me and I'm ready.
Okay. So I did just what you said is I wrote down my list of everything I wanted in Michael and he.
Michael?
Mm-hmm. So I wanted someone that, that I was very specific, someone that, loves God, that's a Christian. Someone, who had a car as good as mine or better, a car, somebody who had a job.
Like dogs.
I like dogs. I was so specific on this, it's called my manifesto to God. I was so specific because when I sleep, I like to sleep with everything neat. I don't want the bed, when you sleep with someone and the bed is topsy-turvy, all the sheets are popped up all over.
Yeah.
And I don't like that. I like everything neat. That's why I have the dogs groomed every 2 weeks. Neat, no fleas, no nothing. I want the husband to sleep quietly, no snoring, no other things, no noises, no smells. And not pulling up the sheet, the bottom fitted sheet. I hate that. And so all the 9 other guys, they all had the sheets all topsy-turvy, but he had they all had housekeepers and all sorts of fancy things in the house, the staff. But I was just looking for somebody, just don't do that. And to pray with me and be spiritual and to be loving, not so much religious, but definitely spiritual and believed in God wholeheartedly in a visceral level. But he doesn't pull up the sheets. It's like, oh, it's like, yay. I was so happy. I dated him for like 5 months before we had to consummate anything. Sorry, I get so specific. So he knew that even though I was engaged 9 times, he just knew that I was a really good girl. I didn't break virginity till I was 23, almost 24. And that's kind of late, and he couldn't understand that because he said, your life is so like this and you're dressed like all of this. But he said, you're so like a nun in your inside. I said, kinda, I didn't think of it as a nun, but he said, you're the purity that you have. And I said, yeah. So that's what attracted him to me. Also, because we went to a buffet the first time we went on a date. He took me to the Lowe's Hotel in Santa Monica. I said, that's where I want to go. I want to be fed, and I don't want to go to a regular restaurant because I like to eat a lot of good food. So we got to the buffet. I started piling on shrimp and crab legs on his plate. And then we sat down. We chatted for a little bit. Then we went back to the line. He says, I'm full. And I went back like 5 times. And he said, oh, where do you put all that food? I said, well, I like to eat and drink champagne. So he said, well, I don't even know what's better is to feed you or to clothe you. I said, well, I don't need clothes, just feed me. So I've heard that from other guys before. I said, no, I buy my own things. I don't need anyone to buy me stuff. So I'm good to go. So it's been a wonderful relationship. The most loving man. And the other day I was just thinking to myself, how fortunate I am, and I'm always grateful to God. I put this in my gratitude journal every day during this pandemic, that thank you, God, for the husband from heaven. He's my best friend, my lover, but a businessman. And he's so solid as a rock, but he's not like a mealy mouse. He's got a strong backbone. You heard his voice. He's very boisterous, not screaming, but he's got a big voice. He's not this, he's not a pushover. He doesn't do whatever I want, but I know when to ask him for something. And I usually get what I want, but rarely do I ask him. And that's why I get caught up with the Zoom calls and the computer things, because I really don't want to ask him. So that's what happened this morning. But anyways, I am very fortunate that I call him my husband from heaven, and he truly is. I'm truly blessed. And I could imagine what it's like during the pandemic with not having that, your love at last, your everlasting love. You can just do so much Zooming and not hugging somebody. And when I wake up in the morning, see all the dogs on the bed, it's like, oh, thank you, God. And then I hear the birds downstairs, and the birds are outside all these cages going, mommy, feed me. And it's just a nice thing to have all this love, even though we don't have kids. I don't have kids. He has a grown son who's retired already, but to have all these animals to depend on me and for me to love on them. So I'm truly blessed and favored, and I don't take anything for granted. And I love you all for all your patience and your love and your empathy and compassion to me. And I give you back to.
That's great. You know, you did that with a man. I did that with my house. I don't know why I didn't do it with a man. It was my house. I wrote exactly what I wanted, put it in my Bible, and didn't God give me exactly what I needed? So maybe I need to do that.
Yeah, there's a way of doing it, and the magic is all in the writing, but how it's phrased. And I hope that I do that with all my clients, and it's always gotten great results. But it's everlasting love. It's not like pretend, let's hook up, let's just go to lunch or something simple. It's a man that you truly will find by design.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So let's get back to your story. So thank you for all that share. It's just a delight to hear and see, even after all these years. It's just delightful. Okay. So back to your story. I like how you did, cut out some of the things, but some of the things we do want to put in a little different order. All right. Because you said, and I know it was an accident, and I wonder if anybody else heard it. So you started off again talking about your dad and the books, but you did make it work by saying, you're a career woman and an entrepreneur. All right. Yeah. You're a strong woman. You weren't, just out there looking for, you weren't a gold digger looking for a man, that kind of thing. You're, probably quite the opposite. They probably, wanting to lean on you a little bit. But you accidentally said adore my husband instead of adore my dad. I don't know if you caught that.
Yeah, I did.
Did you mean to? You didn't mean to say that.
No, I meant to say I adore my father.
Yeah, but you said.
And I was thinking of Jim. Isn't it funny though, RB, that both my husband, Jim, and my father's first name is Jim.
Oh.
And that's the only goy I've ever got. Okay, so my father's Jewish, my mother's Catholic. So I had a lot of guilt. So when I was little, when I was dating, we're mostly Jewish guys. It just so happened to be. And Jim was the first non-Jew I've ever gone out with. And he was the youngest man I've ever dated. And his name was Jim. And it was just ironic. I never dated anyone named Jim before.
Well, that's lovely. So
yeah.
Story. All right. So we just have to move some things around because you it's like when you're telling a story or you're telling a joke, you don't tell the punchline first and then the story to follow. It's the opposite. So you said, I found my love, my everlasting love. And then you went back and said, friends of mine put me online. And then I got 87 and I dated this, that's all good stuff. But put that you found your husband when you got it down to one you know, and then that was, you know, the love of your life or whatever. So
Got
that's
it.
really the only, you know, it's just kind of that order. And then I didn't really get a strong sense of the problem, pain, and suffering. I got your solution. You were very clear. But the problem is that most women, what? They settle. They date for a little while, they get tired of dating, and they just rush in. That's what I've seen. I've seen women, you know,
Men and women, or both men and women rush?
you know, I don't know about the men because I'm not, you know, talking to them. These are like people, you know, my friends or my, you know, my hairdresser or something like that. But, you know, that they get too, you know, they get too anxious to get hitched or something. So they
Mhm.
want to move in, and then they
And
want
they
to
get settled. Yeah.
get in a hurry. They get in a hurry, and
Yeah.
then
They get married. And then you pay for it later.
you pay for it
You
later.
you pay big time. I'll tell you this, it's better to be single and happy than married and miserable. That is my thing. And I've been together with Jim for 20 years. Like, if I was miserable, I would commit suicide. I just like,
Done that.
oh, I just like, I would hate that, to be stuck. Could you imagine stuck in a pandemic with a wrong person? Oh my God.
I can
That's almost like, that's like
not a
prison.
good feeling. It's not a good feeling.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Because it's
And
over,
that's-
you're ready to make that move.
yeah, so, and that's not a joke. There are the rise on domestic violence has gone up. I don't want to go into anything negative, but that's over there. But you can imagine. So I'm going to put that in order, RV, like you said, and go with.
And then again, make the problem really strong, because I missed it. It was not apparent that you switched from your story to the problem is most women, what? They don't know how to date, or they don't have a system, or they settle, whatever you think the problem is. And then just what you said, the problem with having that problem, right? The pain and suffering. And you can say, can you imagine being stuck in a house with, you know, a pig?
Yeah, with the wrong person.
The wrong person, you know.
Wrong person. I'm trying to say as gently as possible without being graphic.
I know.
So we can wrap that up. So the wrong being,
The wrong
being shut down, shut in with a wrong person.
Right. And then go, you know, but it doesn't have to be that way, because I have a system that I teach that's easy.
Yeah, easy and fast,
Easy
and with the
and
results.
fast. I like the fast. Yeah.
Easy, fast, and great results.
Great results. Yeah.
Okay, got it. So
perfect. All right, good.
Harvey, I have a question for you.
Yes.
You and several people have used your suggestion of asking permission from the audience.
Just to tell your personal story.
Right, but in my performing, I've noticed we never do that, because there's always going to be some smart ass that's going to say, when you're going to say, I don't want to hear it.
Well, you're not going to be in front of that audience. You're going to be in front of seniors that are going to love you and that are going to want to hear.
Or may say as a joke. You might, can I tell you your story? No. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you know, when you get in, you know, probably in front of people that are in music, they're probably more smart aleck than what you're going to find in the senior environment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're in rapport, so we want brag on rights, but we have to have permission to brag about ourselves. Otherwise, it just sounds like, here's what I've done and here's what I'm doing, right? Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
It's always best. Please and thank you. And but you're not going to get that in the senior crowd. They're going to be thrilled to death to hear your story.
We hope.
Yeah, thrilled.
They will.
Yeah. Okay, let's go to Virginia. Are you ready, Virginia? You've been writing away the whole time.
okay, thank you, RV. Thank you.
Oh, yes, you're done. You're complete.
I'm complete. Thank you so much.
Tweak those two little things, and you've got it. And we love it.
Okay,
I like the new streamlined story.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I like the playfulness. There's a playful edge.
Yeah.
To it, and it's fun.
Well, yeah, and the part where you might not mention that you didn't have sex. I mean, because now what happens is now people are thinking about sex.
Okay.
Right? Right? You know, if you say dirt, people are going to be thinking about dirt. So
yeah, well, the reason why I say this is because you're gonna say, wow, all these guys you dated, and usually people think they think of sex, and that's definitely not
true.
Guys do.
true. I mean, people think that it's like, wow, she's really is she skanky like that? It's like, no,
Okay, that's a good point. That's a good point.
Yeah.
you know, I'm stating the truth,
I didn't.
and I don't want them to think I'm a hoochie. You know what I mean? A hoochie.
Yeah, 87 guys and dated 27. I mean, I can't even imagine. You must have been busy every
Lunch and dinner, oh no, I interviewed them at Starbucks, 5 or 6 in a day, like I was casting a movie. And that's what I did. And I told the barista, I said, I'm casting a movie and I'm going to be seeing several people coming in. So that's why I'm sitting here in this corner. So can you kind of keep the music down and while I interview these people? And so that's what they did. They all knew, the general manager knew, but I did that in the beginning. And I stayed at this one Starbucks in Brentwood because I was living in Beverly Hills. So that's what I was doing. I was doing that on purpose in Brentwood because I could see the cars coming in. I could see how they're dressed. I can see if their car is messy. I can see if there's hair coming out of their nose, whatever it was, I can see it, and I logged everything down. And that's how I interviewed everybody, not going out so much because it takes time.
Right. So
This
how
day
did you get rid of them once you met them and you didn't want to go out?
And, okay, so what I would do, I never ghosted them as they call it now. I did write a little letter, but
ghosted? I don't know that.
Ghosting means that you never call them again and you don't return phone calls. I always return a phone call, even to this day. Somebody calls me, I pick up the phone if I can, or they email me, I return the email. So here's what I said. I would email them back, and I did not know how to cut and paste. I did not know how to do that. So even the 3,000, almost 3,000 people that I declined, or 500 to 2,500, I emailed them each one, said, I'm so sorry. God bless you, but we're not we're not the right fit. God bless you. I hope you find your love at last. And I did this, and I said to God, I said, bless them that they find their love at last. Each one.
How did you end the meeting at Starbucks? That's what
I said to them in advance. I'm sorry. I said, I have about 28 minutes, and then I have to go to a meeting. So you please be on time. And if you want to ask me questions, this would be a great time to ask me. I said, this is basically a go-see. I know normally men pick up the tab for lunch or dinner, but I said, this is an easy one for you just to see if we're compatible in person, see if there's a chemistry. How does that sound to you? And I would say, do you want to do it 11 or 12:30? I would always give them a time.
Let me ask again. How did you end the meeting?
I would say, I have to go, I pre-framed them saying I only have about 28 minutes. I have to go to a meeting. Then they would call me the next day. Oh, I want to take you out. Then I would email them back. I'm so sorry. This is not the right fit.
How did you end the meeting?
I said, goodbye. Thank you so much. That's it.
Okay.
That's pretty much it. I have another meeting to go to. So we have to go now.
Okay.
You have to go now. I have another meeting.
Reason why I asked is because before I met Michael, I tried a few online dates with Match.com. That was the first one.
Yes.
And so this guy, I would do Starbucks. And so same reason, but I was outside and I didn't do like a ton. I mean, it was just like, I did that like 2 guys, I think, and I was done with Match.com. That was but anyway, so this guy comes and I see him coming, right? And no offense, but he's fat. He's fat, right? And I see him coming, and so we're at Starbucks. It's in the evening, dusk or something. We say hi. He goes immediately into Starbucks, comes out with a scone, only one, and proceeds to eat it in front of me as we're talking.
Oh, no.
And I look at my watch. I said, oh, my God, I have got to go. I am Toastmasters, and I got a speech to write. And he looks at me and he says, well, you're right. We should leave hungry for each other.
Oh, God. Oh.
Right? And this other guy that I met at Starbucks, he was a nice guy, but he had hair plugs, and you could see him, right? All these dots, and I couldn't stop looking at the hair plugs.
I think it might have been the same one I was dating. Hair plugs.
Oh, I just couldn't. I mean,
Here I was thinking about using one of those. No,
Yeah,
no, no.
I lasted twice, two of them, and that was it. I was like, I don't even need anybody if that's what's on the market out here.
That's funny.
I dated someone on Match.com for almost 8 years. He was 25 years my junior. We had a great time, but he wanted to get married, and that was it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wow. Well, good
Sometimes it
for you.
works.
Anyway,
You're a
that's
cougar.
Yeah, well, they weren't calling them cougars then. I don't know what they were calling, but May, December, or whatever it was.
well, 25 years. Woohoo! All right. Well, let's get back to reality. So that's why I asked, how did you end it? 'Cause I don't know how to end it. So I ended it the same way with the second guy. I got a speech I got to write.
Oh, okay. Got it.
I got a speech. So I didn't have a time limit or pre-frame. It just, if it was, we were done, we were done. All right. So let's go to Virginia. We got all that recorded, by the way.
Oh, no.
But Jason could have a laugh later. He could have a laugh. All right. So Virginia, honey, how are you doing? Do you need a little 5 minutes before we jump in?
I have to check on my man.
When's
Okay,
Lon?
well, let's take about 5
Plumber man?
minutes.
Yeah.
Go to the tinkle break and get Virginia just all ready to get her pumped up and ready.
Thanks for sharing your stories about dating.
Yeah, really. Makes me not want to date.
Amen.
There's a lot of wonderful guys out there, Francis. A lot of wonderful men.
Oh, I hope so, because I
there
would
is.
like to.
They're just
Oh,
not in Kentucky.
I think they're not in Kentucky.
Oh, they're there. They're all eating wonderful barbecue and going to the Derby. So
Yeah,
I
you
had
know,
those
I mean,
mint juleps. There you
I do like jeans and a good flannel shirt, but it's got to be good stuff, not just this.
Yeah, no, you'll find. We'll help you find somebody. Okay.
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, pretty cool.
I'll get
All
my
right,
knee,
sweetie.
I'll get my
Yeah.
knees back.
And then you'll be skipping down the street.
Yeah, that would be cool.
I'm going to pray for you, okay, that you have a fast recovery.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
All right, we're going to go on a break. Hey, sweetie. Bye-bye.
Okay, see you then.
See you then.
All right, welcome back. Welcome back. Oh, Florence, we want to meet your new friend. Unmute yourself. Unmute.
Hi guys.
I told you I had a good looking man.
Wow. Summer?
I can't believe I'm doing this. This is awesome. I've never done this.
Clark, does he know who you are? Does he know who you are?
I do now. I'm gonna listen to her CD.
That's Florence LaRue, an American icon, right there. You're sitting
I
right
gave him a CD.
I know. That's why I love my job. I never know who I'm gonna meet.
Oh no, America's favorite.
And now
Really?
you've met six other people, great people.
Yep. Other ladies.
Then you have Dr. Renee, who is the love expert. If you ever need a love relationship that'll last, she's in Beverly Hills and she's an icon herself.
Wow, that's cool. Well, hopefully I'll find love sooner than later, but if I don't, I'll contact you.
It's okay. You're still young. Have a good time.
It's fun sometimes.
But keep it
I like
packaging.
I don't know. She told me about the story about the plugs and all that. Yeah.
That's funny. Florence, you're muted again. There you go. You're unmuted. Wait.
There you go.
There we go.
Oh, you're muted again.
Today, you're a celebrity today.
Well, and sorry about the muffin. I heard that story too. I don't know what man does that. Anyhow, ladies, I gotta get her garbage disposal back up and fired up. So
okay, fired up. Oh, we got it fired up, ready to go. Fired up.
There you go.
Ready to go.
It's bright red like a fire truck, so she's hooked up.
The garbage disposal is fire red.
Give her a good deal.
Yeah.
I'm gonna grab something from the refrigerator. Is that okay? I'll be right back.
Okay.
All right, I'll take care of you. Okay.
All right, bye.
Nice to meet you.
Well, he's got a story for his boss.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. Without just showing I got my diplomas, I got my education before. You know.
Now, Florence, have you ever had children?
I have one son, one birth son, and a stepson.
Got it.
Matter of fact, my first son's birthday, he was 52 days ago, and we had a Zoom party.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Good. Is he married?
Not now. No, he's divorced. He's in Texas.
Okay. So do you have any grandchildren?
3 grandchildren and 2 great-grandchildren.
Oh, lovely. Okay.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Yeah. He wants me to move to Texas, but no way.
No.
My son, how old is your son?
He just turned 50 2 days ago.
Mine just turned 56, I think. 56.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Time flies.
Time flies. All
And
right.
I don't know why he's getting older and I'm getting younger.
Yeah, I know.
So Florence, how do you stay so young?
It's God. It's all God.
Really?
Oh yes, he's really taking good care of me. The right doctors. Well, I have two types of doctors. I have a natural doctor and I have a medical doctor, but they work together. And
Yeah, you said that.
you
Yes.
know, a lot of medical doctors don't believe in natural things, but mine do.
Good.
And I believe in preventative medicine also. You know,
Amen.
yeah, and as natural as possible. You know, it's fun. I'll tell you one quick story. I had this a couple of days ago. I had a horrible pain in my neck, and it shot up to my head. And I said, "Oh my God, is this something neurological?" So I had this doctor that I go to that I hadn't been to like in 3 years. He's in Malibu. He's a natural doctor. I said, "I got to go find out." Do you know what it was? I'm allergic to nuts.
After all these years?
Well, what happened was, being home, not exercising, I gained weight, so I was eating a lot of nuts for protein. As a matter of fact, when I went to him, he checked my history. He says, "I told you back in 2016, don't eat nuts." But I've been eating nuts and drinking almond milk and just really, but evidently the gallbladder is connected to something, I don't know. But it's interesting how the body, like that song, "The knee bone's connected to the," it's true, the body's all connected.
It's all connected.
And he gave me some natural, and I stopped eating the nuts. I'm fine.
Good. Okay, let's go to Virginia because we got this to do and a little bit more of the meat training before we break for lunch. So, how you holding up, everybody? Fran, you holding up good?
I am. I apologize for lateness. I got to go down steps to get the dog, and it takes me forever.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Friend, before you leave, I'm going to give you my email. I want to send something to you.
Oh, awesome. Okay. I will.
Okay, so I don't know where Renee is, but she should be back. So Virginia, how you feeling?
Hi, I'm all right.
Good, good. All right. So whenever you're ready, I'm going to start the timer.
So, where do I start from? The attention grabber?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yes. Okay.
All
Whenever
right.
you're ready.
So the new title is Unveil Your Heart on the Page. How many of you want to unveil your heart on the page? How many of you not only want to unveil your heart on the page and keep your authentic voice? That's amazing. I found a way, and so can you. Thank you all from the bottom of my heart for taking the time to be here today. Thank you, Robbie Motter and Carl Wilson, for inviting me to speak. Before I go into sharing how to unveil your heart on a page, would it be okay for me to share my story with you about how I embarked on my journey to help other women keep their authentic voice?
Yes, good job.
When I was about 7 years old, I loved to write letters to my grandmother who lived in St. Thomas in the Virgin Islands. At that time, I lived in Uruguay, and I had to use airmail paper that was translucent and light enough so that I wouldn't pay extra postage. I would write to her once a month, sharing all of our family stories. The letters were long, about 10 pages, so the airmail paper was a great way for me to write as much as I wanted to. Writing to my grandmother was a way for me to express myself. I remember saying to myself one day that I would write a book and do amazing things to help others and change lives. So naturally, when I went to college, I graduated with a degree in journalism. For many years, I worked for publishing houses nationwide, writing, editing for newsletters, magazines, and trade journals. Writing a book can take us to places in our lives where many memories resurface. Memories about fear, love, death, abuse, deceit, regret, suicide, loss, jealousy, selfishness, and the list goes on. During all of my years editing and writing, I have realized how special and sacred someone's personal story can be, and how many of them have touched my heart. So during the beginning of the pandemic, I was asked to edit a book, the All Women Rock book. I realized that sometimes we attach fear to the word editing. We're afraid of our voice getting lost in the editing, and replaced and muted by the editor's voice. So it was time to pivot into a new opportunity to help women from a heart place by using my editing expertise, by removing the fear out of the editing process. Sometimes as women, we get very analytical and our writing may not replicate who we are, what we're truly about. So today I helped women write from their heart. I help women write from their heart and remove the fear. I stay with them through the editing process. I don't disappear. Our stories are important and they need to be heard, as they can save a life and change the world. Your story can make a difference. Your story can change the world.
Beautiful.
Really
Good job.
Very touching.
Good job. That is more authentically you than the other one was. So good job. I know that was challenging for you. And, and, and it was very clear, right? Very clear. Couple of things.
One of the things you said, you made reference to unveil your heart on the page like 4 times in a row. And I thought maybe you want to just make it once or twice.
Thank you. We'll cover that.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's because she used it on as an attention grabber, and then she used it as the transition.
Okay.
Why? So yeah. So that's one of the things we'll work on a little bit. But good job. It's only 3 minutes, so we do have more time. I don't know if I missed it, but I loved how you started with 7 years old and writing to your grandmother. I could picture the paper. I could picture all of that. Did you mention that you went to, it was a natural for you to go to journalism school or to take journalism in college? I don't think I heard that. Did you say that?
Yes, I did.
Oh, okay.
I said,
maybe I was writing or something.
So naturally, when I went to college, I graduated with a degree in journalism.
Perfect. Okay. And then you didn't mention the jobs that you got.
For many years, I worked for publishing houses nationwide, writing, editing for newsletters, magazines, and trade journals, and traveling overseas.
Perfect. Okay, good. All right. Then as long as that's in there, then the only thing let's work on the attention grabbers, because like Kay said, because it was the title, it sounded like we said the same thing a lot.
Yeah, I need help with the attention grabber, and I need help with a welcome feeling.
Okay. So, and they go hand in hand. So thank you. All right. So they might not understand what that means when it's benefit, like how would you like to unveil? Yeah. It works for a title, but it may not for an attention grabber.
Okay.
So when we say unveil your heart on the page, good title, but we're in front of a group of authors.
Right.
A lot of them have written, and once an author writes one book, they want to write a second one, right? There's always at least 2 books in everybody, maybe 3 or 4, right? Right, Renee? Once you wrote it, you wanted to write the next one. You wanted to write the next one. 5. Okay, good girl. All right. So let's think about, I like the second one. You said something about authentic voice.
Okay, so this is what I have for the attention grabber. How many of you want to unveil your heart on the page? How many of you not only want to unveil your heart on the page and keep your authentic voice?
Okay, so we'll work with that, because I don't think the unveil the heart on a page, people know what that means. And every time we do attention grabbers, we want to give them what they want, so they'll raise their hand. So you could say something just a different way. So how many of you would like to write what's in your heart? I'm just saying this is an example. How many of you would like to write what's in your heart? How many of you not only want to write what's in your heart, you want to write it with your authentic voice?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So that way, then later when we say, before I share with you how you can unveil your heart on the page, then it'll make more sense.
Mhm.
Okay, can you repeat that again? How many of you
would like to, whatever it was, what did I say, everybody?
would like to
Right.
Write with your heart.
Write with your heart.
Heart.
Write with your heart. Okay.
with your heart?
Right.
Okay. And
And
then, so then we would say, how many of you not only would like to write with your heart, but keep your authentic voice?
Mhm.
And
Oh,
write
I
with
have
your
to remove the but. Okay,
and keep your authentic voice. Yes. But don't put the but in there. The
right.
and, an and.
How many of you
Not only want to
would
write with your heart,
not only
keep your authentic voice.
write
That'll work.
with your heart and also and keep your authentic
Don't put
voice.
also in there. We don't need it.
Oh, I took it out. And keep your
Good.
authentic
Voice.
Keep your authentic voice. That's what all women want. Find their voice, have a voice. Mm-hmm.
RB, are you
Related to the
there?
St. Thomas
RB,
part.
RB, you don't like also and but, so we don't use those words.
We don't
In-
need, well, I don't like but because that negates everything in front of it in the English language. And then also, it's just not needed. She doesn't need it.
Okay, so in general, when you do your writing, RB, your grabs or anything when you're writing your speeches, you do not use the word also or but. Is that because it's filler words?
Yes, not inside the attention grabber because you want that as powerful as possible.
I said no also, but is there another rule that you have in the attention grabber?
Just if you're using enrolling questions that the second one builds, so it's not only. So think of it that like this. Remember that old commercial when E.F. Hutton speaks?
Yeah.
Everyone listens?
Everyone listens.
Everyone listens. That's what you're trying to do. So not only, and you can pause, it's like that. It draws people in.
Got
right?
it. Okay.
And it lets them hear. Some people aren't paying attention right away. So by repeating the first one, now they've got it all.
Mhm. Mhm.
Okay,
Now,
so
if they missed something in the beginning.
so do you think that that's okay what I have, or should I add something else?
Why don't you say it again and let me hear it.
How many of you would like to write with your heart?
Good.
How many of you would not only like to write with your heart and keep your authentic voice?
No, you want to keep your authentic voice. So how many of you want to write with your heart? Make sure they're knowing what you're saying.
How many of you want
to write with your heart?
To write with your heart, okay.
Right. How many of you not only want to write with your heart, you want to keep your authentic voice? Again, that gets everybody to raise their hand. Every woman wants to write.
Not only, how many of you not only want to write with your heart,
comma, you want to keep your authentic voice.
You or and keep your authentic voice.
You want to keep your authentic voice.
How many of you not only want to write with your heart, it just doesn't flow.
Oh,
yes, it does.
How many of you not only want to write with your heart and keep your authentic voice?
No, comma, you want to keep your authentic voice. Okay, look at, how many of you want to write with your heart? How many of you not only want to write with your heart, you want to keep your authentic voice?
Oh, I see what you're saying now.
Yeah. Put
Okay.
some emphasis. Writing is much different than speaking. And I know
right. Now that you're saying it, I can.
Yeah. On paper, it probably looks kind of weird sometimes what we say, but I found that out when I tried to say my book. It just doesn't work. You know,
Okay.
speaking
And
is different than writing. I had to learn how to write.
The welcoming feeling, I just have, that's amazing. If I found a way, and so can you. I can't.
No, well, you don't have to say you found a way. You can just say, great, you're in the right place.
There's a way.
Today, we're going to talk about how
That's
to
amazing. Great. You're in the right place?
Yeah, because today I'm going to share with you how you can unveil your heart on the page.
Because
today, sorry, I have to add something.
Because today,
great, you're in the right place, because today for the next 30 minutes, I'm going to share with you how you can unveil your heart on the page. So that's it. Put the
okay, I like that. I'm going.
time in there.
Sure. I did it. We did it. We did it, guys. I can breathe now.
Okay, so now do it. Now do the attention grabber plus the welcome.
Okay, you should see my notepad right now.
Your thank you was fine.
Okay. So, great. No, that.
Start at the beginning.
Okay. So, how many of you, want to write with your heart? How many of you not only want to write with your heart,
you want to keep your authentic voice? You're doing fine.
How many of you want to write with your heart? You want to keep your authentic voice.
Yay!
And then great, because great. You're in the right place, because over the next 30 minutes, I'm going to share with you how to unveil your heart on the page.
Yay! Perfect.
Okay.
That was wonderful. Yeah. I'm so glad we went through this journey, because you're on the right road now.
Yes.
Yeah. For this audience, this speech, you're on the right road.
Yes.
And me too. And I wouldn't have known that your grandmother lived in St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. So did I.
Oh, really?
Oh, wow.
There. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Wow. See, there's all connections here. There's all these connections.
That's amazing.
Yeah, very cool. All right. So very good. Good job, everyone. Give yourselves a big pat on the back, and then give a high five. High five to the high five to this person over here.
Come on, Virginia, you got to give a high five.
That's right. Good, good. All right, so we're going to move to the next step then. For the next 20, 30 minutes before lunch. We'll have lunch right at 12:30 to 1:30, because we told Jason that. So I want him to be able to join us as well. So we are on page 19. We are on page 19. And this is what I want to show you. Sometimes I have all this equipment here. So I want to turn on my toy, my swan. Let's turn him on. And I'm going to share my screen and swan and share the screen. All right, so what do we want to talk about right now? And we're in the book. Let me put my microphone there. All right, this is really, really important, because now that we have our sandwich and we're talking about the meat right here, we just did the pain and suffering. Now we're talking about the meat. When we do our meat, these are the 3 ways that you promise people, or the 5 myths, or whatever it is you're promising people. That's the meat. But if we just put meat in a sandwich, it would be boring, right? We want to add some lettuce. We want to add some tomatoes. So what are the lettuce and tomatoes? Who could tell me what those might be?
Stories.
Yes.
Yeah. Life stories.
Yes. Quotes, success stories, examples, metaphors, like you've already been using. So we want to think about that and add those to the meet. Now, when we do our meet, there's a couple of ways that we could do it. Let me get another piece of paper. There's a couple of ways that we can do it. All right, and May brought this up a little while ago. We could do, like, let's say we said, what is yours, Kay? 5 ways to what now?
5 ways to, 5 reasons to visit or see Africa before it disappears.
Okay, perfect. So 5 reasons. So right there, that tells us that that's going to be her meat. Her meat is going to be reasons. Now, we can do the meat. I don't like that pen. We can do the meat. Ooh, maybe this pen. All right, we can do the meat. All right, we can do the meat linear, right, where we can do 1 reason, 2 reason, 3 reason, 4 reason, 5 reason, right? Makes sense? Any order that you want, right? Here's the reason, here's the reason, here's the reason, here's the reason. Now, if we do steps or some sort of system that has to be in an order form, like you do this first and this second, then we have to use numbers. You have to, because you're saying, here's the system, here's the formula, here's the steps. But if you're not doing that and you're doing like what Kay is doing, reasons, then we're not tied to any particular order or step, so we can use an acronym. We just have to find an acronym that has 5 letters, or sometimes we can give a bonus if we need to. So in other words, if we were doing an acronym for Virginia, we could do HEART, right? I mean, very easy, and that's 5. But for Africa, we could probably use Africa, right? Am I spelling it right?
Uh-huh.
Right, so that is 6. So if we need to, we can say 5 reasons, but I'm going to spell out Africa, and I'm going to give you a bonus.
Oh, I like that.
Because we don't want to say 6, because 6 is even. So we would eliminate it if we were going to say, we wouldn't say 6 in a number, in a title. It just isn't done. It's always odd numbers. Always odd. 3, 5, and 7.
7.
Only even number would be 10. 10. Otherwise, we don't use numbers in the title. That's just kind of a rule of thumb. I didn't make it up. That's just kind of out there. So let's say we're going to use Africa. All right. So
Harvey, I have a question. You said something about a bonus. How did you transition to that from numbers?
okay. So if I tell people, okay, so I'll do Kay. So Kay's going to debunk the, she did the problem, pain, and suffering. Then I would transition from the problem, pain, and suffering by saying, we're going to spell out the word Africa. Now, Africa has 6 letters, and I only promised you 5, so I'm going to give you a bonus.
Oh, okay. Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, and this works good if you need an extra letter. A lot of times you'll see that I'll put S at the bottom of mine. So lead might become leads, right? So if you have 4 and want to make it an odd number, you can usually add an S. We can't to Africa. So here's how, and again, it doesn't have to be Africa. It could be safari. Let's look at safari. S, spell it for me, Kay.
S-A-F-A-R-I.
Okay, so again, 6 letters, and a lot of the same ones. We've got A's, and we've got F's, and we've got I's. So either one would probably work. So now what I do is this. You can build an acronym 2 different ways. And this is my secret sauce that I'm giving you, ladies. Secret sauce. All right, so sometimes I will write out, let's just say, I want to just, okay, give me an idea for a presentation. Just give me an idea for one. Like for
Well, how about love?
How to what?
Love?
No, more like for my own thing, speaking.
Okay, for RV speaking?
Yeah.
Okay. How to build a speech.
Okay, so how to build a speech, right? Very good. So how to build, I put the title first, how to build a speech. Okay, so now I look at my title, I could use the word build, I could use the word speech, right? Boom. So I'm gonna say build because of it's smaller.
It's 5.
What?
It's 5 letters, RV. That's perfect, right? That's what you wanted, your perfect number, 5?
Right. Okay, an odd number. So I would build this one of two ways. I would either try to force something in each one, and I'll give you an example. So I might say, okay, D is database, right? Or I might say, let me see.
L is leverage.
Leverage, thank you. Leverage. I might be inspire. You might be ultimate. 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 Okay. B might be, now sometimes I have to go to my little old-fashioned dictionary. I sit there and I look at words that might be kind of exciting. Like we've got begin, that's boring. We've got come, we've got beard, we've got borrow, we got bizarre, right? So I just sit and look real quick and see what I can create. Now,
Bring.
could be brand, right? Now, none of these really are into going to build a speech, right? But it's just to give you an example.
Well, how about the word a bold, building a speech, a bold statement? How about that?
You could do that. Now, if you're
For bold.
if you're going to use 2 words, then all of it has to be 2 words. So we could say a bold beginning, right? Bold beginning, meaning attention grabber, right? Very good. We can say something like ultimate topic. We could say inspire
The audience.
Yeah, very good, Renee. And then the L, we could say, we could even say love audience or love
on the audience.
Yeah, but 2 words. So love audience, inspire audience, and what could the D be?
Daring dialogue.
Ooh, that's good. Daring
Yeah,
dialogue.
I like that. Daring dialogue.
Yes.
I like that.
I love that.
Dialogue. Okay, well, however you spell that. All right, now that's one way. So what I did is I took the word and tried to force a word. The other way you can do it is I can just write what I want and then find the acronym to fit. So let me say this. Watch this. So let me say, okay, to build a speech, you need an attention grabber, right? You need an attention grabber. You need your story. You need your clothes. You need some nuggets of information, some points, some learning, some teaching, right? Whatever I want to put there, teaching. You need principles. Now, I would write a lot more than I need. You need principles. You need a thank you. You need a thank you.
What's the first one?
Attention grabber.
Oh, attention grabber. Okay.
Yeah, so what I do is I brainstorm on what the content I want it to be, right? I need the content. Maybe I want a little pain in there. All right. Then I try to pick the acronym. Now I don't have a lot of vowels here. So maybe I want to say, again, inspire. So I can put a vowel in there somewhere. Or I can even say opening, right? So now I look at that and I see what word can I spell, right? So help me out. So I can spell, and I might change something. So let's say I have a T there, I have an O, I've got an A, I've got an S. Okay, so I have the makings of story, right? Without the R. Do you see that in the Y? But I have an O, I have a T, I have an S here. So now I just need to think of a Y and an R. So I go, okay, rapport. R is for rapport. I got to build rapport in there. All right. And Y is for you, right? Your story or you. So I can put you here. I can put rapport here. I can put opening here. I can put teach here. And I can put story, but I'm already spelling out story. So I might not want to put that as the S. So I can use system. Ta-da! Bam!
Wow.
That's how easy it is. So again, one way you take like this. One way you take an acronym that you want. It doesn't have to be part of the title. I just did because that's easy. And then you force it. Or you just brainstorm and come up with a logical acronym. Now, again, you don't have to use acronyms. I just love them. Now, here's the beauty about acronyms. If it's not a system, you don't have to start with the first letter and go down. If I want to, let's say I want to start with opening, because you have to have the opening as the first part of building a speech, right? The attention grabber. So let's say I want to start teaching the opening. All you have to do if you're going to go out of order is to make sure you're clear that your audience knows you're out of order. So I would say something like this, and we're going to spell out an acronym today, which is STORY, because story is very important to have in the foundation of your speech. So we're going to start with O, because the O stands for opening, which is the first thing that you want to do when you start to write a speech. Next, we're going to go to rapport, because you've got to build in your thank you and your welcome and even the story, because all three of those build rapport with your audience. The next one we're going to do talk about is teaching, because you've got to have some meat in your speech. If it doesn't have any meat, it's not going to hold up. If there's nothing you're going to teach people, then why should they come and see you speak or hear you speak? And of course, you have to have the system. So we're going to go to the S right now, which stands for system. If you build a speech using my system, you will have everything that you need to have in that presentation. And then, of course, the very last one is why, which is for you, but it's really not for you. Remember, this, it's not about you. The speech is about your audience, and it's about what you're giving to your audience. Right? So that's it. Bam! Is that cool or cool?
That's cool. That's very cool.
All right. So we're going to cover this, and then you're going to we're going to break for lunch, and then you're going to write out during lunch your either your acronym or 1, 2, 3, 4. If you can't think of an acronym, but again, Virginia, you could use the acronym of HEART. You could use the acronym of PAGE. You could use the acronym of BOOK. But book does 2 O's doesn't sound too exciting. So there's a lot of choices for you.
Does it have to be 5 letters, RV?
No, it depends on how long your talk is. All right, so that's why we're on this page right now. Let's cover this, and then just like I did, 5 is reason why I'm talking about 5 is a real good number for a 30-minute speech. So if we look at this page on page 19, if you have a 5-minute speech, you want to do at least 1 piece of meat, 1 nugget. All right. All right. if you have a 20-minute speech, 3 pieces. It could be 4. We're on page 19, Virginia.
Yeah, I'm, okay, so my speech was how long?
How long is your speech in September?
I don't know, I thought you timed it just now when
No, the one that you're going to do in September.
this is the one that I'm working on right now.
I know. How long do you have to speak in September?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, what we're doing is building a 30-minute speech. So if you remember what I said yesterday, think of the sandwich. If you're 30 minutes and you're spelling an acronym, and if you have less time, then you have to take off some of the letters and maybe rename the acronym. So that's why I like to use S, because if I say leads and I lose time, I can just wipe
Okay,
out.
so is the point of this for us to use as a guideline as we're talking?
No, it's for building your speech. What we're doing right now, you're going to build 3 to 5 minute pieces of meat, which I just showed you how to do right here. This is my talking points. These are my talking points. Think of it that way.
Right.
Go 1, 2, 3. See, Virginia, you're going to teach this audience now how to authentically put their heart on the page, right? So,
right.
So if it was me, this is what I would do. So I would spell out the word heart. How do I get people? How do I get people to put their heart in writing on the page?
Yeah.
How would I do that? All right. So let's see. I don't know what you're going to teach. So I'm just going to make this up as I go. But first, they've got to, what is it that you want to teach them? Okay, what do you want to teach them?
To go within,
okay.
To take time.
Time, we've got time. Time here. Okay, so
to use the right words.
Right words. I love it. And since I have 2 words, I might say here, take time. Take time. Okay, so they all can be consistent. How about this? A for authentic.
A for authentic, yes.
Authentic. Let's say authentic voice. Okay, what about the E? What could you use for the E? Energize, energy, elevate. Those are good words.
I have, okay, so I have educate, enlighten,
which one
motivate.
Which one do you like? Putting your heart on a page, does it make sense to have education or enlightenment? What do you want to talk about? Education or enlightenment?
Experience.
Experience would be good. Let's put experience.
Experience.
Let's put experience, because then you could talk about people putting their stories in their book. That
right.
would be very good. Okay.
And H. The word hot came to mind. I don't know what.
You could say hot topic, like what's going on in the world, hot topic or something. If you wanted to. Anybody else have a word for H? I know you're all working on yours. So go to my little book. And I'll say some words.
I would just use heart.
Yeah, I was thinking of heart also. Okay. Put your heart and soul into your pages or into your writing.
So heart and heart?
Heart and
Heart-
soul.
Heart and
they're
soul.
both the same
Heart and
spelling,
soul.
not heart, but H stands for heart and soul.
Heart and soul.
I
Yeah.
like that, heart and soul.
Let's put experience it. So we have two words. So heart and soul, experience it, authentic voice,
Right words.
take
Oh,
time.
and take time. Yeah, those are all 2 words.
Take time. They're all 2 words. All right, Virginia, you got that?
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. All right. So we're
So
good.
this acronym is what's going to help us remember what we're going to talk about when we give them the 5. What are the 5 reasons? The 5 reasons.
Well, you're not saying 5 reasons. The
Right.
That was for Africa, but now it's 6. All right. So the reason why I love acronyms is because they're not only easy to teach, it creates curiosity in your listeners when you say, we're going to spell out safari, and they go, ooh, what does that mean? What does the S mean? What does the F mean? So they're really a great tool. And I don't know one public speaking trainer out there doing this, teaching this. All right. So if we come back to here, you've got this in your book, so you know exactly, what to do. All right. Okay. So that's what we're going to do now. It's right at 12:30 almost.
Hey.
So let me stop my share here and then give you the rest of the assignment. So what you're going to do is finalize this. What? Okay, y'all good?
How much time do we have?
An hour. 1:30, we'll come back at 1:30.
So we're going to do this during our lunchtime.
We're going to break for lunch and you're going to finish it up but you saw how fast it is, right?
So we have to write a description for each one.
Just write the words like I did. You don't have to, you're going to develop all of what you're going to say on your own, right? You don't have to develop it all. Just develop one piece, because when we do the speech again, you're going to do one piece of meat. We're not going to do all of it today because you've got to still work on it and develop it. But I just want to hear one piece so I know that you can transition out of one step into the next.
Okay. And what is the transition word or sentence that we use before we get to introduce this part?
Well, you're finishing with your problem, pain, and suffering.
Uh-huh.
What's the last sentence of your problem, pain, and suffering? What is that? And the solution. What is that? What's your last sentence? Then I'll show you.
Your story can change the world.
Story can change the world. Speaking of stories and heart, we're going to use an acronym today called HEART. So on your paper, spell out HEART. Now the H.
Speaking of stories, we're going to spell out heart.
Yes. I'm just giving you an example.
Right.
Use your own words. But
Right.
you asked how you transition from one to the other. So the first thing that you want to make sure that's in your book is your heart and your soul. And then you talk about that. Give some examples. Give a story, a metaphor. Now, each piece of meat, think of this. Ladies, you have 15 minutes for the piece of meat. That doesn't mean it has to be divided absolutely equal, like 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 or something. You can spend 3 minutes on the first one, 2 minutes on the second one, 5 minutes on the third one if you wanted to. You just don't want to spend 10 minutes on the first one and try to get 4 of them done in the next 5, right?
Okay, so you just want us to do one right now?
Yes. I just want you to develop one. And it doesn't have to be the top one. If you're spelling out an acronym, if you're spelling out Africa, okay, and you want to go right to speaking about, the R or whatever, go ahead. Just make sure you're clear.
So we're in the objective thing right now, right?
You're not in any objections. We're in the meat.
No, it's just, it says the meat is in the middle. Okay. All right.
Okay, so everybody got the instructions?
1:30, you said 1:30?
30. Okay.
Get some lunch.
Oh, eat and do our homework, right? Eat. Okay, bye.
If you have trouble, just call me on my cell.
And thank you, ladies. I got a discount on my garbage disposal.
Good, because
he was so cute and so impressed. I gave him an autographed picture and a CD.
His parents will love them.
Oh, that is pretty cool.
He was very impressed with you ladies.
young was he?
Huh?
How young was he?
I guess in his 20s, but very spiritual.
Good. Yeah, he looked really young.
Well, quite spiritual, you know.
I didn't see him. Did he get in the camera?
Huh?
Did he come in view of the camera? Because I didn't see him.
Oh yeah.
We all got to meet him.
Yeah, he did.
Where was I?
I don't know.
I probably had my head down or something. I was working on my acronym.
Very nice looking young man.
Bring him back. I want to see him.
So, Arvi, a question, Arvi. So if I come up with a one word for a specific letter, can I add another word that doesn't begin with that letter? Like if I say religion, I want to add culture. So can I say religion and culture?
Yes, but then you'll want 2 words for all of them.
Then I want,
2 words for all of them, just so that it flows better. You don't have to. There's no rule book that
I don't have a C, so.
I like to do that, but yeah. So are you using Africa or Safari?
Well, I'm looking at 3 different words. I'm looking at, and I don't want Africa because I'm talking Tanzania, so I don't really want Africa.
Okay, all right.
And either Safari or Tanzania. So those are the.
How many words is Tanzania? Spell it.
Tanzania.
That's a little bit a lot for.
Yeah, right now I'm working on Safari, so I have things for Safari, but R was the word that I was wanting to.
Yeah, religion and culture. Yeah. Just do that for all of them.
I don't know if I could do it for all of them, but okay, I'll try. I'll see what I can do.
Okay, well, if not, just leave it then. Just do a slash.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, good.
Okay.
I look forward to hearing all of your acronyms when you come back.
Okay.
All right. So have a nice lunch.
You too.
At 1:30.
Yes.
Over chicken soup.
Yeah, it's 12:32 now, so I'll see you at 1:30.
1:30.
So everybody's out to lunch. Okay. Yeah, just do that.
All right, so welcome back after lunch. And I hope y'all had a great lunch. And what we're going to do now is we're going to talk about the meat. So just to catch Jason up a little bit, we talked about, and Jason's been with me so many years, he knows, but we talked about acronyms.
Heck yeah.
Talked about acronyms and how to use those and how you don't have to
Sweet.
use them in order, but you can use them as long as you're clear. I talked about how you create your acronym. You can either build an acronym and force things in it that you want to talk about, or just brainstorm and then try to pick a word, common letters. So, which you've learned in the past. And what we're going to do now. So, are you going to use an acronym, or are you going to just do 1, 2, 3? It's up to you, because we can still do 1, 2, 3, right?
I have an acronym. My number one signature acronym is TIME. And so I have things broken down, TIME, since I think time is of the essence for when it comes to financial education. So I've got a lot of steps broken down just out of those 4 things. So yes, thank you. I got that.
Perfect. Good. That's a good one, because, you know, money would work for you, of course, and plan. But I think time is different because it's unexpected. And it shows some urgency. So,
absolutely.
All right. Good job. Good job. All right, Virginia, where are you? Are you here? Are you here with us?
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Did you get something to eat and feeling pretty good now?
Yeah.
Good. All right. So what we're going to do now is we're just going to change it up a little bit, because we want to add some of these things to our speech, and that is body language. So we're on page 21. And
we're skipping to page 21.
21. All right. And again, I'm not going to read everything because you have it, but I want to talk about the importance of body language, because our words are one thing, but then when we speak, especially in the virtual world, I'm going to show you the difference between some things. So whether we're virtual or live, we need to have eye contact with people, right? Now, when we're in a Zoom room, we can look at each thing a little bit. People know when we're looking at them, right? It makes sense, but not really, because in a virtual room, everybody sees us if we look right at the camera. Now you can all think I'm looking at you. Is this true or true?
True.
If I'm Dr. and I'm looking at Virginia, you know I'm not. But that's the tendency in the virtual world, is to look at each pane, right? Which is fine in a meeting, but not if you're the speaker. If you're the speaker, you must look into the camera at all times and don't worry about people's reaction. That's the bummer. When we're live, we can be looking and we can see reactions. But because we have to look at the camera, we don't get to see the reaction, right? Which is a bummer. But again, this is for our audience. So we want to look directly into the camera. And why? Because eyes don't lie. When people won't look at you, right, in the eye, like speakers, what is that saying? What is it saying to you if a speaker won't look at you in the eye?
They're lying.
Right. They're lying. I mean, the biggest thing is that they're lying, or they're self-conscious, or they're not connecting, or they're embarrassed, but mostly that they're lying, that they're not truthful.
Okay, so let me interrupt you for a moment. I sometimes not always look at people's eyes when I'm talking to them, and that's not necessarily because I'm lying, but because I'm trying to think. And so if I look away, I get my thoughts together. I think I create my sentence in my mind, and then I look back at them.
Well, that's fine when you're speaking to somebody. I'm talking about when you're the speaker on stage. You're not going to be thinking about your sentence because you're going to have rehearsed it 15 hours. So it's going to be right there, even though in your case, speaking so many different languages, yeah, sometimes it takes a while to process and formulate the sentence. But because you're going to be rehearsing and practicing, you're not going to have that problem on stage or in the virtual stage.
Mhm.
That's why that practicing and rehearsal is so, so, so important. There's nothing to formulate. It'll be automatic. Okay, Virginia? Okay, good. All right, so eye contact, other benefits. It allows you to establish a bond, which is a connection, holds people's attention when you're looking at them, and conveys self-confidence and shows that you're listening, and of course, it's acknowledging people in your room. Now, we're going to practice this as good as we can in this environment, because this is earlier yesterday, I told you the 4 C's is how long you need to look at somebody. So we know in this environment for a while, we're going to look at the camera, but I want you to learn how to do it outside too, because this isn't going to be we're not going to be in here forever, right?
I hope not.
I hope not. So we need to practice the 4 C's. So the 4 C's is contact, connect, communicate, and continue. We're on the page 22. It's all written there for you.
Oh.
About 4 seconds is how long you want to look at each member. Each member. So you're all going to have an opportunity to do it. Now here, we're going to have to look at the squares and not the camera to practice this particular step. And I'll be watching. So you're going to just have 30 seconds, which usually in my classes it's 60 and it feels like forever. But this environment's a little different. Remember, everything's really intensified. So we're going to start with Renee. Okay, so Renee's got 30 seconds. She's going to do her best at looking at everybody's eyes. So it's probably a good idea if all of us, we can, either look at our own camera or look at her so she can connect with us.
Okay, Arvi, what would you like me to share?
Nothing. You're just looking. You're just looking.
Don't say anything?
Else. So no speaking.
Oh, okay.
Practicing just looking. No, very good question. I haven't set that up right. It's a very good question. I see your big microphone. I think your microphone's bigger than mine.
Well, that's a guy thing. I think that's what they do. That's a guy thing. Their thing is bigger than my thing. I think men think like that's why older men drive Corvettes, because you can tell they're insecure. You know what I mean by that? I'm not gonna go into that, but I definitely have theory about men's things. Their packages.
And especially if it's a red Corvette, right?
Yeah, as they usually have a problem. They usually have a hang up in insecurity, and
probably just old.
No, it's just they're insecure. So it's a whole culture, and I definitely have something to say about that. So it's a whole speech about men's packages and the cars they drive.
That's another speech for another.
It's a whole nother speech. That's a whole nother speech, but I'm definitely well educated in that, and just men's culture. I've done a lot of surveys with speaking to them in person, and talking to other women, not person to person, not intimately at all. No, not at all.
Okay. Oh God.
I don't know. That might be a good idea.
Yes.
I want to hear that speech when you do it. Just use my system, okay?
Okay. Oh, I'll use your sandwich system.
Yes, use my system. All right.
Okay. Actually, there is one that I was in the cover of the New York Times calling Peter the Penis and Virginia Vagina. And we talked about the sandwich, and it was on the cover of the New York Times, Jim and I, but I was interviewing a sex therapist, and we were on the cover. It says Dr. Renee Gordon and Jim Connolly, and we're talking about that because I was doing a radio show. This is many, many years ago. So it was just interesting. So
Florence,
all right.
To say something.
Renee, you're healing us. Laughter is food for the soul. So thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. I won't go any deeper than that. Say it very lightly. I'm treading on thin ice here, so I'm watching my words carefully. No buts and no also. That's RV's rules. And
no
use stage.
No
what was that other word? No bush. In the bush. In the bush. Unless it's a Brazilian bush, and that's a whole different thing. I think you all girls know what a Brazilian is.
That's what you get, Jason, when you surround yourself with women.
No, I just but this Brazilian bush, I never thought there was no such thing.
There's
Considering
a word. There's a
there's
culture, and that's why they even have waxing stores, salons, just for that.
Yes.
And they have eyebrow salons, and then one just for that, the bush, just for that. And I didn't know that, and so I can eight salons that I know of. They do waxing. Brazilian.
Ouch.
Yeah. Something you could tell Michael tonight at dinner, right?
Oh, goodness sakes. Okay.
Okay. Oh, are we recording? Okay.
Yes, we're recording.
Okay.
All right. So you're just going to look for 30
Oh,
seconds.
I want to tell you another thing. My doctorate also is in advanced human sexuality. I just want to share that with you. But I don't talk. I don't bring that to the stage. But I do know a lot about those things. Because, okay, again, a lot of people have certain hangups and things like that. Remember, I told you the 3 women I was working with, or I still am. 2 of them. One of them has gotten married because they're a virgin. 3 virgins over 50.
Right.
And yeah, so how I do the healing from inside. So it's all, I mean, we're all laughing and it's all kind of fun and everything tongue in cheek. But sometimes some people have been so hurt. So I help them through the healing process.
Well, that's good. I
In a
think
very positive way.
I think the 50-year-old virgin probably would need some sex advice. I mean,
Oh, yeah. Yeah. When that thing is closed, forget it. I mean, it was never open to begin with. No stores open, nothing, you know. So you got to have the grand opening. Anyways, that's a whole different thing.
Okay. Why don't you bring that speech? That might be a lot more. No. Okay.
I thought I'd bring the simpler one, the nicer one for single women.
Okay. All right. So great. All right. So now we're just going to do something boring, which is just look at each other. So go ahead around the room and just for 30 seconds and the best you can, practice looking into each person's eye. All right. And I will time you. All of you are going to do this.
We're all going to do it.
Okay. Go.
How long is this, Arvin?
30 seconds. Okay, 30 seconds. Very good. All right, let me put on a timer that'll make some noise.
I'll be right back.
Okay, chicken.
No.
Next.
No.
We're waiting. We're going to wait for you.
Yeah, my sleeve's coming up there. Okay, so 30 seconds. All right, I'll have Jason go next because he's experienced with this. All right, Jason, go. I think I put 30 minutes instead of 30 seconds. Hang on. Oh, I did. Okay, hold on. I gotta do some. I gotta.
I'm back.
Okay, Jason, go. All righty. Just got the music. I like it.
I like it too. What's the point of doing this? Because we're looking at everybody's eyes in the little boxes, right?
It's experience.
Okay.
So should we look at the camera?
Yeah.
Ones who are not looking. Okay.
And then we just go ahead.
Okay, so it's practice for really the real world because in this virtual world, you're just going to stay looking at the camera.
So we're looking at the camera right now?
Yeah.
That's so weird.
Here you go. I'll give you some music.
Okay, so Fran, if you don't want to look at the camera for them, then that's okay. When you're doing the exercise, you're not looking at the camera. You're looking at each square.
Okay. Do you want me to go now? Or is it
go
my turn? I'm looking at each square.
Okay, now see, you're going too fast. You want to do 4 seconds. That's the exercise.
4 seconds. Okay.
Contact, contact, connect, communicate, continue. So that's the exercise. Because what happens is people look at people too fast
Okay.
in the real world.
Okay. Ready? Okay.
Right? Done. Next.
Oh, am I done already?
Florence, go. Are you looking at every square? Good. Okay. Good. All right, Kay.
Looking at all the squares, right?
Yeah, everybody's eyes in the square. 3 to 4 seconds.
I need my glasses.
Yeah. Okay. Next, Virginia, go.
I'm looking at the squares, right?
Yep, for this exercise. All right. You're good. Okay, everybody's good. Everybody went. Awesome. All right. So let's, before we,
Didn't go, Florence.
what?
Yes, she did.
Florence
Yeah.
did.
Oh, no?
No.
I heard her name called, but that's all right. Okay, I guess she didn't hear
I
it.
called you, Florence. Okay, well then let's do it. I wonder why, remember when I said, look at the squares because you weren't moving your eyes. Okay, let's do that then. Let's go. You're up. Florence.
Right.
All right, good job, everyone. All right, so let's do this. Before we go to the next thing, let's all take a picture, right? Let's all look like, woo! So I put this on Facebook. Yay! Yay, yay. Very good. I wish I could do it without my camera showing. Okay, good.
Timer, you can do the timer.
What?
You could do the timer, but I guess you have to have your camera sitting on something.
Yeah, but I went like this. I went down, so that was good. Okay, good job, everyone. All right, so now we're at the next, and that is hand gestures. A lot of people worry about hand gestures. In the virtual world, we really don't have to worry too much about them, but in the live world, we do, right? So Virginia, if it happens that we're not going to be virtual in September, then these are really going to be important techniques for you to know about. So use your hands to highlight and to speak for you in your speech. So what am I talking about? What does this mean?
Telephone.
Right,
Telephone.
exactly. There's some universal messages. Now, what does this mean?
Drinking?
Yes.
What's it? Frozen margaritas.
Yeah.
Frozen margaritas.
Some sort of drink, right? Yeah. So use them like this. What does this mean?
Square.
Square, rectangle.
He's a square. What does this mean?
Loser.
Loser. Right? So
Or love. Or love. You can say love.
but not if it's here. That means
Yeah.
you,
Oh, okay.
right? Or this,
Heart.
I love you.
Or love. Yeah.
right? Right?
Love.
And then what if I say, you know, my son is
Tall.
He was
Tall.
short.
6 feet tall, or this might
Short.
be
4
little,
feet
right?
tall.
It's really small, young. So we can use it for height and shape and direction, right? Right?
Did you say erection or direction?
Direction, right?
Direction.
Direction,
Okay, I thought you said something else.
Where your mind is.
right? So
Okay.
what we don't want to do though is point our finger at our audience, because that feels like our parents doing it to us. So if we ever want to, say something to our audience, it's always more open hand. So if you're going to say, okay, Jason, you're next, or what is your question? It's always an open, it's never Jason. Even though you'll see speakers do it, it's really not appropriate.
What was this one?
Loser.
Oh,
Loser, right? Loser.
I thought it was love, but it is.
Not if it's on the forehead. That means
L is love is by the heart.
something here.
This is mean I love you, or what does that mean? What does that mean, Arna?
I don't know. Heart,
Yeah,
love.
I've seen people do that the last few years. That one.
Right.
That's love.
Yeah.
Heart, like a heart.
Mhm.
Yeah, like I love you, or my heart is to you, or something.
Yeah.
You can decide what it means and
But this one is a good one too. Remember you said that earlier when we're going to look at everyone in the squares, you went like this, not to say anything. That's a good one for the audience.
usually that means just shh,
I see.
right? All right. So the point is give your hands a job, and then you don't have to worry about them. Because otherwise, when we're speaking, right, and we're standing up, and what do we do with them? Just leave them by your side, and then give them jobs to do, so that you don't have to worry about them.
Well, doesn't one normally hold the microphone, or?
Most of the time, no.
Yeah.
Most of the time, now, in your situation, you may have a microphone.
Mhm.
But most of the time, when we speak to places, they're smaller groups, like under 50, and oftentimes there's no microphone.
Is there a lavalier sometimes, RV?
Sometimes, but
The lavalier that you have?
yeah, she's speaking at a big event. All right. So the big event will probably have a microphone. So Virginia, what you need to do is ask them, are they going to have a handheld mic for you or a lavalier? Because oftentimes, like let's say even on my stage, I have one headset. It's for me. I'm not going to take it on and off and out of my dress to give it to someone who's going to speak for 5 or 10 minutes. So they get a handheld. Now, I talk a lot with my hands, especially when I'm doing storytelling and doing my camel story. So I hate to have a microphone in my hand. So here's what you do. You make sure that you have one. I have one somewhere that you can practice with. Well, I usually have it right here, but something that you can use to practice, so that when you're practicing your speech, you're practicing holding on to something that's kind of similar as the weight of a microphone. Does that make sense? So
Yeah.
you need to do when you practice, unless they have a lavalier or something else for you. So that's why you need to find out. You always need to find out if it's a big production, and don't take it for granted. Right now, Florence, do you have a audio visual crew team that you've worked with? So then you could trust him, but what does she do? She goes and does a sound check. As speakers, we need to do the same thing before we speak, is go early and do a sound check if they've got the microphone. If you know there's no microphone, there's 25 people, you're in a Denny's restaurant, then obviously you still come early, but you don't have to worry about the microphone check. All right, because a lot of times, like I have to figure out how am I going to switch the microphone to tell my story. There you go. Awesome. Good job. Good job. Yeah. All right. So do that, Virginia. You know, find out what mic and then practice with that. If it's a lavalier or a headset, you don't have to worry about it. You've got all your hands to do everything you want to do.
So, what about your, somebody told me that you shouldn't walk on the stage, you just stay still.
It all depends. That's a good question. We're going to get to that in a second.
Okay.
Wait for a second. Now, here's one thing I want to say, ladies and gentlemen, just in general, and no matter what it is, be careful what people say to you, because it's like armpits. Everybody has two, and they usually stink, right? So unless that person is like a real great speaker or a speaking coach, don't listen to them, because it's just an opinion and it's an armpit. It's a stinky armpit. Right?
Yep.
Same with health, same with love, right? You can't take advice from someone who's, you know, been divorced 8 times, like what's her face? Liz Taylor. I mean, you're going to take love advice from Liz Taylor? No.
Armpit without deodorant, huh?
Yeah, you're going to take it from Dr. Renee, who's been there, done that, and still in it. You know, it's like, I know one of my clients is a relationship coach, right? That's what she wanted to be. She's a relationship coach, but she's not been in a relationship for years. She's
Oh,
still
really?
not in a relationship.
How do you do that?
I know. How do you do that? Well, she's not really getting a lot of business.
That's why when a lot of people ask me about my health regime, I tell them, you can't do what I do because everybody's body is different. And I might need vitamin C, you might need vitamin D.
Yeah, depending on your blood type, all that stuff. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So I'll get back to that, Virginia, but again, that person was just airing their armpit at you. Okay. So finishing up here, a lot of times, just think of it this way: stay away from body parts with your hands. So this is a body part, right? Crossing over your chest. If you put it here, down here, that's a body part. Put it back here, that's a body part. So stay away from body parts. Just cup them and put them near your waist if they need to be controlled a little bit. So the waist is a safe place, but also think of this: any place too long is just too long, right? So you don't want to keep them the entire speech just sitting there resting on your waist. That's a distraction. But in the meantime, when they don't have a job to do, if you're not comfortable putting them down by your side, just kind of hold them at your waist. All right, and you'll be practicing, you know, on your own, you'll be practicing that. All right. Now, the hands, though, are so powerful when you know how to use them. All seen this in church where the pastor goes like this, and what happens? Right?
Rise up.
Stand up, right? Right? So look at my hands, everyone.
So okay. So we're all supposed to get up.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Real strong, real
So,
powerful. Without the word, pastors have been doing this for years. So when you point to someone, you know, your hand gesture for them to either stand up and ask their question, real powerful. So think about that. All right, so we're going to do facial expressions too. Now, in this environment, the virtual environment, our facial expressions are even magnified, amplified, magnified. They're huge. So we have to make sure that we know what our face is doing at all times as a speaker. So we want to make sure that the face is congruent with our message. So like yesterday when yesterday with Jason's story, when I said, I think it was yesterday, unless it was this morning, you know, that the ending, you didn't seem too happy, right? You have the same facial expression, the same monotone voice, when really we need, you know, you should be flipping over, you know, with joy that, you know, you've got this newfound financial, you know, ability and training and freedom that you can teach others to have after, you know, but it was the same feeling as when we were in the story about the accident.
Right.
We need to come out of that. We need to come out of it in order for our clients or our audience to come out of it. They can't come out of it. We have to bring them out of it. So we can do that. We want to make sure that our face is congruent with what we're saying. So we're going to do some fun facial exercises right now. So I want everybody, you can take off your glasses. So I want everybody to look surprised. Right? Okay. Now everybody, let's look sad. Okay, happy. Yay! All right. So we just want to make sure that our face, if we're talking about something sad, we don't want a happy face on. But if we're happy, we don't want that sad face either. So we need to make sure that our face knows to get in style with the speech. All right. So now this is what Virginia was talking about. We're on page 25, and that is standing in the rooted position. Now the rooted position, all right, so everybody's going to need to stand right now as best as you can, right? To stand right now, I'm going to stand, pull my desk up a little bit. This desk is very heavy. Very heavy. All right, so now standing in the rooted position, that's where your feet are shoulder length apart. Shoulder length apart. Now, when you're standing in that position, you want to imagine that your feet are going deep into the ground, like all the way to China. When you're in that position, you're solid. You want to have your chest out a little bit, your head up high, and that is the rooted position at which you would speak. Now, according to what, I mean, the feedback that Virginia got is to stay in one place. It's only better to stay in one place if you have a habit of pacing, because nobody likes pacing. It is very distracting if I was to walk and talk back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. It might work when you're on the phone. It might work when you're talking to somebody in person, but on the stage, it's very distracting. So we only want to move with a purpose. So if we're in the rooted position, and then I say, okay, I see Jason, I want to get closer to Jason, and I think it, and then I move closer to Jason, that's with the purpose that I go directly back into the rooted position. Why rooted position? Okay, everybody put their feet close together, like right next to each other, right? Now, lean on one hip. What happens? You just reduced your height 2 inches. And you're looking like what? A coochie girl instead of like a speaker, right? You're woo, 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 woo. So you want to always, when you find yourself that way, step out and get into the rooted position. That will keep you strong, looking confident, feeling confident, right? And just like Kay's hands, see Kay's hands right at her waist? If they're not busy, that's a good place for them. It's a good place until you give them a job to do. Good, 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 Kay. There you go. Okay, so always think the rooted position, and if you find yourself leaning on one hip or waltzing, right? We've all seen people do some waltz. Then you want to stop, get in the rooted position, and stay there. It's better to stay in one place.
So you move sideways for another rooted position?
Sideways for what, Virginia?
When you feel that you're getting tired, you're saying to move into another rooted position, and I'm saying sideways.
I'm not sure where that came from, but I'm saying if you need to move with a purpose, right? I want to get closer to Jason, but when I move to Jason, I have to get back into the rooted position over here.
All right.
Always stay in the rooted position. It's a challenge, ladies and gentlemen. Believe me, it sounds easy, but when you're speaking, you're going to be thinking of other stuff, and just remember to minimize all distractions. That means you're walking too much, hand too much. You don't want a lot of distractions when you speak. All right, so that's
You have to hold the microphone. Is it okay with the other hand to hold the cord, or
hold them?
Is it cord?
No. You're holding a microphone in one hand, you're holding what in the other?
If the microphone has a cord, is it okay to hold the cord with the other hand?
You can, but I hope you don't, because you're going to need this hand for gesturing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, how much gesturing other than if you're referring to someone else going like this and then like this, I mean, how much gesturing does one actually do?
As much as you need necessary to share your story in your speech. See, the problem is, it's not that you need gesturing. The problem is most people's hand gestures are like this, right? They're distracting. They're Italian, and not that anything's against Italian, but they're Italian and they're just not under control. Or they're stiff and they're down here, and this doesn't look good either. So by giving them a job to do, you can relax and let them do the job, and then just put them at your waist when they're not doing their job. And eventually it'll be so natural that you won't even have to think about it.
Okay.
All right. Good. All right. We are on page 26 and 27, and then we're going to go on to the close. All right. So involving your audience, page 26 and 27. Now, when it's live and versus virtual, I'll do the live first and then I'll do the virtual. So when it's live, and this you could do too, if it's a meeting, smaller meetings, you can ask questions. That involves the audience. Just like when we do rolling question and involved our audience. So asking questions will involve your audience. Getting them to finish your sentences, right? So just like when I say got it, you say got it, I say good. Got it?
Got it.
Good. So whatever, you could still do that virtually and live. When I did the high fives, go to the edge of your screen. Here, Jason, give me a high five. On your, right there. Does it look, yeah. Are you touching me?
The other one.
There
we go.
No, the other way. The other wall.
The other one?
Yeah, right there.
Okay. Oh, that's your screen. That's your right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
See this. That's better. Thank you, Renee. All right, everybody go like this. High five your partner. High five your partner. Yay. So some of those things we could do virtually, and we can do them live.
That's right.
They're a lot more fun live. But you know what? We might not be able to touch anybody, even in our hands, for a while. So we might only be able to do it like this.
Wow, that's right.
All right. So of course you can have them do exercises. And of course, in the live world, I throw candy oftentimes. But let's talk about the virtual world and what we can do here. So we can do chats here. We can do quizzes. You can have a little quiz up on a PowerPoint and have people answer the quiz. You can have them do the reactions. Okay, everybody gives me a thumbs up, right? Or a thumb up reaction. So be creative and keep your audience engaged. Good. Even in the virtual world, because this world here, people have a lot less patience because they can only see this. It's like a one-dimensional world instead of three-dimensional where people are and they can look at the person and get their energy and feel their love a little bit more. So this world is a lot more challenging to keep attention. So speaking time is getting shorter, and we have to work harder as a speaker. All right, good. Any questions on any of those before we move forward?
Oh,
Yeah.
RV. Oh,
Yeah.
RV, on the reactions, is there any more things besides the thumbs up and the applaud? Is there, that's it? And then where, so I'm on a Mac computer. Where do I find, I have on my iPad emojis. Do they have that on a Mac computer or no?
There's nothing else but those two things. I don't know about the Mac because I don't have a Mac, but on Zoom, the reactions, that's all you get that go in the upper corner. Now, if you want people to use more, then you've got to click on participants. So everybody do that.
Yeah.
Hit the participants down below.
Yeah.
Hit your dark participant screen over on the left side. You can click on your name. And down below, you see yes, no, slower, faster, or more. More has a hands up. More has a coffee cup.
It does?
And a time. Yeah.
There's a clock, a coffee cup, a clapping, thumbs down, and thumbs up.
Correct. So go
Okay.
ahead and do one. The problem with
Oh, like raise your hand, like
Yeah.
raise the hand.
the problem with that is the host, if you're the host, you have to, how'd you get that in the corner?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
I just clicked it.
Yes.
Okay, see, you got yours in the corner. Let me see. Because I didn't see mine in the corner. I'm going to go more. Wait.
That's under reactions.
No, not reactions. Reactions is the, is,
Right.
we're,
That comes in the corner.
we're somewhere else. We're doing.
I'm
a
still
coffee
in
cup.
participants at the bottom.
See, I did the coffee cup and it didn't come in the right hand of the left hand of my screen.
Didn't?
But Kay's is up there.
Where's the
That
coffee?
is weird. Jason's come up.
I didn't see it on Kay, Jason.
Oh, my coffee cup and my clock are in gray, so they're
Yeah, they're grayed
not
out, so you
available.
can't do that.
I only have clapping, thumbs up and thumbs down.
Yeah, that's the color they are. That's not what I'm talking about. Now, Florence got hers up in her upper left-hand corner, but when I do mine, it doesn't go, and Jason's doesn't go either.
RV, if you're seeing it in Florence's and different people's, I don't see it on my screen.
Does it depend on what kind of computer we have?
Yeah.
Whether it's a Microsoft or an iMac or a Mac computer?
Yeah.
Is that what the
Jimmy
distinction is?
showed up. Fran, your your hand is up. Renee's is up and Kay's is up.
Yeah, I have a blue hand.
I'm
Oh,
on a Mac.
Blue hand I'm talking about.
You mean over here in the participant panel?
Yes.
Oh, okay, because it doesn't show on the window, it shows in the participant panel.
It's a participant, yeah, in the chat room. It's sort of in the chat room, kind of.
It shows on your window though to me.
Mm,
It shows me that your hand is up.
okay. Interesting.
And maybe that's why it doesn't show me because I'm the host. That's
Yeah,
probably it.
probably.
Okay. That's new because it didn't used to happen. You had to look over to the right-hand side always. So that's good. I'm glad they changed it. All right. So very good, little fun.
I have a question about page 25 at the bottom. It says, get into your hero pose.
Oh yeah, okay, let's do that. All right, so this exercise. All right, so let's say your audience, you see them yawning, you see, you've got to change the state. Okay, there was one time where this speaker got some people to cry, right, in the front row because of what she was talking about, and she ended her speech, and then I had to come up. I couldn't leave them there. I had to pick them up, right? So I came on the stage, I said, okay, everybody, let's get in your hero pose. So everybody right now, get in your hero pose. Right?
You want us to?
Yes.
Yeah, what is your hero pose? This is Superman.
Oh.
Right? This is Wonder Woman.
I can't see your arms.
Well, that's just the way.
Can you just step back a little bit?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you
That's
go.
Superman for me. That Jason's in his Superman pose. But you could do something like this, which is Wonder Woman or the Superman, right? Okay, so Kay, what is that? Who's that?
Wakanda.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay, so Florence, get in your pose. What are yours?
That's a movie.
Oh, you're like Rocky or something.
Oh, yeah.
Awesome. Look at those diesel arms you've got, girl. Wow.
Whoa.
Woo! Okay, so that's what it's meant. So it's just like a secret thing that you can pull out of your pocket when you need to change the state of the room. The state being maybe they're tired, maybe they're boring, maybe they're scared, maybe they're crying, maybe they're not happy is good. But any of the other things, if you want to just kind of switch and change the state, you've got to get them up to do something physical. There we go.
They're bored or crying.
Anytime you want to change the state to another state of being, right? This is a Tony Robbins thing, changing the state. If you want to change the state, you have to physically get them to do something different. Physically. All right. So thank you for bringing that up because I had went past it. Thank you. All right. So involve your audience. We covered that. Now we're going to get into the close. But one other thing I want to do before we get into the close, because we're going to go from the close directly to the speeches again. I want you to switch to page 35. And 35 is very important now because we need to hone our instrument. And our voice is our instrument as a speaker. So we need to hone it just like we would a guitar or clarinet or tune it like a piano. So we're going to learn some of these. We're going to learn all of these. And then you've got this. And again, this is something, Jason, that's new. You didn't have this, or Fran, you didn't have this. Renee, you didn't have this in the other classes. And these are, some of them are developed by me, and some of them are developed by a gal who's called the $1 billion voice expert. All right, so powerful posture exercises. Now this is really important for you to practice. Standing up straight, head back, pulling in your spine, shoulders back, chest out, just really standing up straight so that your back is perfectly straight. If you have to go against a wall to do that and get used to that, if you slump for any reason, then practice that. Shoulder and neck exercises. So this is one you can do right now. So you want to, like roll your shoulder, your shoulders, make sure your head can touch your shoulder, not touch your shoulder. That'd be like weird. But you want to make sure that your head can touch. You want to make sure that you can roll your shoulders and loosen up. You want to, you can sit in a chair and do this if you want. But you just want to make sure before you go on stage that you do a few of these just to kind of loosen yourself up, from the head and the waist and all of that. Got it?
Mm-hmm. Got it.
Okay, same with deep breathing before you go on stage. You want to do some deep breathing exercises. So here, the first one, it's just like take 3 deep breaths and then exhale, right? So you can go, right? The next one is 4 times, and this is one I got from Tony Robbins. So we'll do this one together. So we inhale 4 times, exhale 4 times through the mouth. And as we're doing it, we touch our index finger to the thumb, the middle finger to the thumb, the ring finger to the thumb, and the baby finger on our right hand. So let me show you how it goes. This is really powerful. It will change your state also. So, wait. Got it?
Mm-hmm, got it.
Ooh, you get a little dizzy. All right, let's do it together. Okay? Oops, wait, start over.
You're breathing twice every time?
What?
You're breathing twice every time?
4 times.
4 times.
Oh.
1, 2, 3, 4. Why I'm having trouble doing this because I'm seeing my hand. Where usually I'm down here, it's down here. I'm going. Got it? I'm only making the noise so you know I'm doing it.
Dizzying.
I know it can get, but it changes the state. It like clears everything up for you.
That's
All that
because you're not
oxygen.
used to breathing. That's why you get dizzy, because we do that when we sing also.
What do you do?
I said that you're getting dizzy because you're not used to having that oxygen like that. Once you get used to it, you won't get dizzy much.
Very good. Yes, most of us don't breathe deep enough.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so good job. So those are there for you to practice. You don't have to do them all. You pick some that work for you, right? So I'll kind of do the shoulder thing, then I'll do this breathing thing, and then, and then I'll show you a few more that I do. All right, so the next one's a yawn. So now we're gonna yawn. You wanna have your mouth open like 3 fingers worth, right? You're gonna push the air out and say, oh, right? So, and then you want to go higher to a lower sound, right? So it's kind of like, oh, right? It feels really good. It sounds really weird, but oh, it feels so good. So do it. Oh. Yeah, that feels good, doesn't it? Can't you do it?
Oh.
Yeah.
Feels good. All right, then diaphragm, facial exercises. So we already did that, but let's do it. But this time you'd hold it for 3 seconds. But what we didn't do, we did happy, sad. So we didn't do angry and crunch like a prune. So let's do those. So
Go ahead, come through. You want to come?
Angry face. Angry. Okay, crunch up like a prune. Good, very good. Dr. Renee, that didn't look like a prune.
A cute prune.
Okay, very good. All right, so strengthen the diaphragm because we should be speaking and breathing through the diaphragm. Most of us don't. Most of us speak right here and we breathe here, and I do that myself, right? But if we can breathe from the diaphragm, push it out, then what? It lasts longer? And Florence, you can tell us more about this.
Yeah, if you put your hands here, and when you breathe in, your hands go out. You see that difference?
Yeah.
So when you inhale, your hand should move out.
Got it.
Very few people breathe like that.
Very few. It takes
That's why you see opera singers are usually a large stop because their diaphragms and they're exercising
are so big, right? They make them bigger. So we're going to do that, and we're going to add sounds. So we're going to go 4 times each. We're going to go he, ha, 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 ho, 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 ho. And you're going to push it out every time you make that sound. Hoo, 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 hoo. Got it? So watch Florence's. Okay? So start with he. He, ho, ah, 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 ho, 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 hoo, 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 hoo. Right? Did you feel your stomach? Is it on your diaphragm? Did it move? You got to focus and consciously push it out. Right? So the next one is my favorite, and this is the one I do all the time, and that's Baby Bibo Boo. 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 Right?
Baby Bibo Boo.
Love that. We can't hear you, Jason.
Baby Bibo Boo.
Yeah. Good. All right, the next page, 36. These are tongue exercises to strengthen the tongue. Oftentimes our tongue will get tired before our speech is over, or especially if we're doing like a 2-day training. So we need to strengthen the tongue and get it to behave. So here's some exercises to do that. So again, open the mouth, 3 fingers wide, and then just move your tongue around. Right? Move it to the left, move it to the right 3 times, right? just really, practice that. Now we can try to try to touch your nose and then try to touch your chin 3 times. Not with your finger, with your tongue.
Simon says, okay. Okay.
The tongue exercises.
Okay.
Okay, try.
You know who can do this? Mick Jagger can do that.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so now, and again, we can move it to the upper right, upper left, move it in circles. How about blowing bubbles? That's fun. Right? Try to blow bubbles. These are all good facial exercises too. Young.
Yeah.
Right?
Get those jagging jaws up.
And this is probably one Virginia can do well, and that's rolling your R's. Let's see you roll your R. Virginia, you're muted. Right? It's good stuff.
Is that what Nicki Minaj does?
Yeah.
Doesn't she do that? The singer? She does that.
Spanish, you roll your R's.
And Minaj does that.
I said Spanish, you roll your R's.
Okay, so give us a roll.
Ferrocarril.
Do the roll just by itself.
Roll.
Not
Roll. Revolution.
Virginia, we can't hear you. Unmute yourself. Give us a roll.
Whoa.
That was good.
Blow the air out.
Oh, that was good. Fran, let's hear yours. Okay, you got to work on the volume on that. There you go. All right, Jason.
Revolution.
Come on.
Rrrr.
Good. Good. All right, Renee, didn't hear yours.
Come on.
What? Oh, so light.
Like a bird.
Delicate, like a butterfly. Oh,
Actually, that's what peacocks sound like.
oh, does it?
Yeah. Again, did I show you a picture of the white peacocks?
Do you have a white peacock?
You want me to show you picture? I'll send you pictures later.
Okay. All right. So practice those, whichever one you like. You don't have to do them all, but whatever one you like. Now, these are my favorite. These are tongue twisters exercises. So do it with me. We're at the top. Good blood, bad blood. Good blood, bad blood. Good blood, bad blood. Good blood, bad blood. Good blood, bad blood.
Good blood, bad blood.
Good blood, bad blood. Good
blood,
blood,
The
bad
word
blood.
bad blood.
Yeah, it's on the, yeah.
Bad
Blood,
blood.
bad blood.
Bad blood. Good blood, bad blood.
Right.
Blood.
All right, so now the next one, red leather, yellow leather, red leather, yellow leather, red leather,
Red leather, yellow leather. Red leather, yellow leather.
Red leather, yellow leather. Red leather, yellow leather.
Right.
Red leather,
Red leather, yellow leather.
red leather, yellow leather.
Red
These are
leather, yellow
good.
leather.
Right. Okay.
Good.
Unique New York, you need New York. Unique New York, you need New York. Unique New York, you need New York. Unique New York, you need New York.
Unique New York.
Or you need New York.
Okay. Shy Susan Schuster. Shy Susan Schuster. Shy
Shy
Susan
Susan
Schuster.
Schuster.
Shy Susan
Shy
Schuster.
Shy
Susan
Shy
Schuster.
Susan
Shy
Schuster.
Susan Schuster.
Okay. Lemon liniment. Lemon liniment. Lemon
Lemon limit. Lemon limit.
Lemon lemonade. Lemon lemonade.
Lemon liniment.
Lemon.
Lemon.
Lemonade.
Lemon liniment.
Lemon.
Gregory Peck. Gregory Peck. Gregory Peck.
Gregory Peck. Gregory Peck. Gregory Peck. Gregory Peck. Gregory Peck. Gregory Peck.
That's
Gregory
easy.
Peck. Gregory
Clark
Peck.
Gable. Clark
Clark
Gable.
Gable.
Clark Gable. Clark Gable.
Clark Gable. Clark Gable.
Clark Gable.
Gable. Clark
Clark
Gable.
Gable. Clark
Now the
Gable.
next one is really interesting. Because it's a bada and it's slow and then it gathers speed. So it's like bada 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 bada. right?
Dabba dabba.
Oh, that's
Good.
good, Jason.
And the next one is daba now. Daba.
Mm.
Daba, 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 daba.
I never thought I'd be doing this. I hear my opera cousin doing a lot of this, and I listen to her. I never thought I'd be doing it too.
A dabba do time. A dabba do time.
All right, and then the lips and jaw relaxers. So this is more like E, and these are good for facials too. Ah. Ooh. Ah. Oh. Oh.
What happened to Fuzzy Wuzzy was a bear?
Oh, I missed that one. That's my favorite. That came from my childhood.
Yeah.
Fuzzy Wuzzy was a bear. Fuzzy Wuzzy
Wuzzy.
Right?
I added one to the last one. I say Peter Piper the pickle pepper picker picked a peck of pickled peppers. If Peter Piper the pickle pepper picker picked a peck of pickled peppers, how many pecks of pickled peppers did Peter Piper the pickle pepper picker pick?
Whoa!
Wow,
That
that's awesome.
That was good. All right, so who wants to do Peter Piper? Kay, you want to try it?
Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. If Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers, how many pickled peppers did Peter Piper pick?
Good. Good. All right, anybody else?
No.
Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. If Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers, how many pickled peppers did Peter Piper pick?
All right.
That's a good one.
And the answer is?
Peter Piper pick.
Peppers.
Lots.
Pick.
A peck of pickled peppers. All right. So the other thing, the last one is speaker affirmations. And you're going to make up your own. But one of the ones I always use for me before I go on stage, I shared this yesterday, I just say, I'm the best. I'm the best. Because no matter how many times you speak, you're going to get that little devil voice that's going to sit on your shoulder and try to make you feel subconscious or fearful or whatever. And you have got to do what you've got to do, right? You've got to do what you've got to do. So you got to knock them off the shoulder, fill your mind with something positive, like I'm the best, or you could say, you know, I speak with clarity and command. My words are powerful. My voice is warm and persuasive. I'm powerful influence. People love to hear me speak. That kind of thing. All right?
Yeah.
Beautiful, Renee. These are yours. Your white, wow, your white, what do you call it?
Everything I like is white. White.
Okay.
Yeah.
Beautiful. All right. So think of what you want and just write one down right now. And then we're going to go over it. And then we're going to go to our close.
Think of what we want for what?
Your positive affirmation that you're going to say to yourself before you step on stage the next time. Whether it's a virtual stage or a live stage. What kind of affirmation do you want to give to yourself?
How many minutes do we have, RV?
When you speak?
No. What you want is our exercise right now? How many minutes do you want us to do this exercise?
You mean in total when we do the whole thing?
No, right now you're telling us to do
it now. How much time are you giving us to do this?
Oh, just a couple minutes. You should have one right away in your head. Yeah, thank you. Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, just take a couple minutes and write down a couple affirmations that you want to tell yourself before you speak, or borrow one of mine.
Honey, either up here or upstairs.
What, Virginia?
I was talking to my daughter.
Oh, okay. After yesterday's story, I wasn't sure who you were talking to.
No, today.
Hey, Jason, you're on page 38 in my book.
Sweet.
So read.
Let's keep that out.
There you are.
Yeah. Not too shabby.
Alrighty, so everybody has their affirmation. All right, Florence, what is your affirmation?
And I wrote this for anyone who wants it can have it. I'm confident because God is with me.
I like that.
Nice. All right, Kay.
Will inspire my audience.
Nice. Fran.
My talk moves people to action.
Nice.
Good.
Renee.
I am a powerful speaker and with clarity and focus, and I enroll the entire audience holding God's hand.
Nice. All right. Jason.
My life belongs to the whole community, and as long as I live, it is my privilege to do for it what I can.
Oh,
Okay.
nice.
Virginia, do you have one?
I'm still working on it.
Okay. Now,
Okay,
Renee, is that wine or water? What is that?
I'll be back.
It's alkaline water. I drink 1.5 gallons of water a day.
You need something?
9.5 pH water. Later tonight, because it's Saturday, it's date night in, we'll probably have something wine for dinner.
Date night in.
Date night, Saturday night, date night in.
That's
We're
nice.
shut in. So any night could be date night in. It's what you want it to be.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We're having a barbecue.
So it's date night in barbecue. See?
Mm-hmm.
You like that? Are you having people over or just yourself?
Oh, Michael's under risk.
Direct?
At risk.
Okay, so it's date night in with your hubby.
Right.
Okay, barbecue.
Barbecue with the hubby.
Date night in barbecue.
Right. Okay, so so Virginia, do you want to quick get yours and then we'll move on?
No, not now. No.
You have something?
Is that Virginia?
Yeah, Virginia. Do you have something?
Yeah, my words are impactful and I'm a superstar.
Hey, I like that. I like that. Perfect. Now that's what I want you to say to yourself in September before you step off. You won't have any of that fear. All right, so we're going to go back to page 28 and we are going to learn and talk about the close, and then we'll take a little break. Okay, you've all been working hard and I appreciate that. And we're having some fun too this afternoon, so that's great.
Yeah.
So on page 29, the next page is the close and the 5 steps to the close. Now, I hope you kind of figured out.
What page is this? 29? 29?
29.
Thank you.
Can you still hear me okay? Or do I have to get a bigger one?
No, you're fine. Size doesn't matter here.
Size doesn't matter. It's all in the technique.
Oh.
It's all in the technique. That's what I say.
Okay, so which page are we on now?
Are we talking about diamonds, right?
Yes.
Sorry. What did you
Yes,
say,
diamonds.
Virginia? Sorry, we were being silly.
Okay, so which page are we on now or are we taking a
We're
break?
on page 29.
Oh, we're going backwards? Okay.
29.
Oh, yeah, we went to the appendix for a little bit because I wanted to, just after lunch, I like to get some of that stuff, fun stuff, before we get in all the mind stuff again.
Yes.
So that was just like that was just a break from your mind.
Thank you.
Okay?
We all need
And we got into the physical stuff. So now we're ready to get back into the mind game again. All right, so I hope you figured out that in the beginning, in rapport, we have 5 steps, and we have 5 steps in, right? And remember, I'm talking about the sandwich.
Yes.
5 steps, 5 steps. Got it? All right.
Got it.
So we're going, now there's a whole bunch of more steps, and of course, you know, I put them all here and outline them because this is more detailed. But basically, there's just 5 steps to the close and 5 steps to report. So the first thing we're going to do after we finish our content is we have to let people know we're finished. But that doesn't mean we tell them what we told them, right? Like that old Dale Carnegie model or whatever that people learned years ago. Instead, and part of the reason for that, ladies and gentlemen, is because back then speeches were much longer than they are. They were much drier. They were more lectures. And so people would recap it because it was so long ago that they heard it, you know, but now we don't have to do that. But what I'm talking about in terms of summary is wrapping it up like a nice little bow. So usually what I say is that, ladies and gentlemen, are the 5 reasons that you need to go on an African safari or whatever your title is. We come back to the title. That, ladies, is how you unveil your heart on the page. So now they know we're done. Or you can paraphrase it if you need to. So it's simple as that. You'll be able to write it out in a minute. Let me give you the next step and you can write those 2 together. So B is what I call a Q&A, but we're not going to do a Q&A. Q&A is an old model. I hated Q&A. I believe I'm the one that changed this, but years ago. But we don't ask Q&A anymore. The only time you ask for Q&A is if you're in your own room. You're doing your own webinar. You're in control of the time. Then you can ask for Q&A, right? So Jason, your audience probably has a lot of questions. But when you're in a limited space, like you have 10, 15 minutes, you have no time for Q&A. No time. You want to fill that time with content and your energy, because that's how people fall in love with you and get to know you and want to buy you. When you start going to questions, now the energy flow goes to that audience member, and you don't know what they're going to say or what they're going to do. They could throw you a zinger, right? Something you don't know, or embarrass you. I've had people that have done that to me. They've embarrassed me. They've said, well, where is such and such? And I'm like thinking to myself, what does that have to do with my speech? It has nothing to do with my speech, right? They didn't get it. So eliminate it. Now, if you're in your own room, you can do all the Q&A that you want. But in a speech, we're just going to say, I know you have a lot of questions. Now, this is a script. So if I were you, Virginia, I would pay attention to the script.
Is it in your book?
So I know you have a lot of questions, and I want to answer them. So I'm going to be right here. Now, it works in virtual too. So I'm going to do live, and then I'll do the virtual. So I'm going to be standing right here, and wherever you're sitting to eat your lunch, your breakfast, or dinner, whatever it is, that's where you stand. If it's at a seminar, maybe you're going to be by the door or in the back of the room. The point being is you tell people where you're going to be, and then you be there. You don't go across the room now. You be wherever you said you're going to be. I'm going to be right here. I know you have a lot of questions, but I'm going to be standing right here. Please, at the end of the meeting, feel free to come and ask me anything you like. What you've just done is invited people to come and talk to you. As a speaker, you are a celebrity, just like Florence. And people are not going to want to bother you or bug you. So you need to give them permission. Now, those people that are brave enough to come and ask you a question, at the end, you're not going to answer their question. Instead, you're going to take a business card because you're going to set up that strategy session and you're going to meet one-on-one or phone or Zoom, and you're going to close them. You're going to ask them more questions and close them because they're interested. That's what I call a hot, sizzling lead. If they come up to you, it's a hot, sizzling lead. Most of the time in a small group of 25 people, you're going to get 5, anywhere from 3 to 5 if you've done a very persuasive presentation. The right audience, the better the audience in terms of niche, the more the results are going to be. So if Virginia speaks to an all women's group, she's going to have better results than if she spoke to a men and women group. Right? So, Kay, if you speak to a group of, you know, the right age that have some money to spend, that now want to travel because maybe their kids left the nest and they're, you know, they finished paying for college or whatever. Now they've got some disposable income to spend. You'll get better results than if you had some young 25-year-olds or 30-year-olds that are just getting started. Right? That don't have any. What?
That's another safari. That's a Make a Difference safari, which is a lot less expensive. So I have 2 kind of safaris, but
oh, okay. Well, then you have 2 kind of different audiences and talks.
Right.
Okay, perfect. Well, the talk that you're doing now could be adapted to the younger folk.
Yes. Yes.
Very
Now that I have
easily.
all, you
Very
mentioned
easily.
we had the 5 for the sandwich: the bread, the mayonnaise, the meat, lettuce, and tomatoes. Am I missing something in there for the meat?
Are you? We did the meat.
I know, but I thought you said there were 5
In the
things.
clothes.
Oh, in the clothes. Okay.
Clothes. Okay. We're in the clothes. There's 5 in rapport, 5 in the clothes.
Okay.
All right. So do you remember my sandwich?
Yes, that's what I was.
So we're right here now.
Yes.
Right.
Okay.
Right there. All right. So getting back to the Q&A. When you're in the virtual world, then you're not going to say, I'm going to be right here. But what you can do, and I've often done this, is I'm going to stay later in the meeting, right? If it's my meeting, I'm going to stay here. All of you can go. I'm going to stay here. Whoever wants to talk to me, just stay in the room. Now, what you do with those people is you don't have a big conversation. You're just getting contact information. All right, you 5 people in the chat, put down your phone, your email address, and I will schedule it. Or you can put your calendar link in there if you have one. But you want to get their information too in case they didn't click on the calendar link. So I do both. Put your name and address in there, name and email address, and then also I'm going to put my link in there. You can go and schedule the meeting right now. Works like a charm. Oh, this is another hand signal. You want to know how powerful your hand gestures are? You know, 83% of all communication is nonverbal. So let me demonstrate. Go ahead and put this on your chin. Put it on your chin. There we go. There we go. Woo! Jason's heard it a million times. He's seen it.
What does this mean?
Huh?
What does that mean, RV, on your chin?
Well, I said put it on your chin, demonstrating that.
Here?
Yeah, but don't miss the lesson. The lesson is
Right.
nonverbal is more powerful than verbal. Let me demonstrate. Put it on your chin. Everybody goes like this. They don't put it on the chin. Demonstrating the power of gestures.
Oh, okay, got it.
Nonverbal.
Right. Nonverbal, okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So we're saying to have them put their name and email address where?
In the chat box if you're in virtual. And then you're going to put your calendar link if you have one. Okay, so that's virtual. Now, we are going to stop. We're just going to do those 2 right now before I go into the invite and then take it on home. Because the invite's a little more detailed. So go back to your sheet. It shouldn't take you more than 5 minutes. I'll give you 7. On your sheet, you are on page 5. You're on page 5, right? We're right here, transition statement, and then the little script I gave you for Q&A. It's all you're doing right now. So
But what
take-
are we gonna put in there?
Me, it just went right over my head.
well, you already wrote it down, Virginia. The last two things I said. Just put them on this if you can.
The last two things you said.
Okay.
Page
The last-
14?
What?
Is that page 14, RB? The summary?
No, it's a
It's
worksheet.
5 here. And we're on, still on 29. All right, I will share it again. I'm on page 9. I'm wrapping it up. Whenever you have a transition statement, it is your title. So I'm saying this, that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you unveil your heart on the page. Boom. That, ladies and gentlemen, is is 5 reasons you need to go to Africa before it disappears. That, ladies and gentlemen, is how you find your everlasting love. That's it. That's all we're doing here. Then the next one is, I know you have a lot of questions and I want to answer them. I'm going to be standing right here at the end of my talk. Please come and see. Boom.
You're on page 9, right?
9 and 10.
Okay, got it. 9 and 10 of the first part. This part right here. Right?
What page is that?
9.
Okay. No, that's the invitation. That's the next step.
She said 29. But
Oh, 29. Thank you,
29?
Jason. Thank you,
yeah,
Jason.
we're on page 29 with End with a Bang. That's the section that's covering
Yeah.
your close. So I think that's what she's.
Yeah, you're right, Jason. It's 29 to 29 and 30.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
And you see step number 9, summarize the benefits.
Right.
Which is
It's
really
step number 9.
Done.
Okay, thank you. Step number 9, not page.
That's
okay.
right.
Thank you. I was confused.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what did I say?
Page 9. 9.
I said page 9? Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. Step
That's okay.
9. Sorry, that would be confusing. Okay, so let's take 5 minutes and write that, huh?
Page 29, step 9. That's
Correct.
what Jason said. Okay, got it.
Correct, 9 and 10.
Okay.
That's what you're writing out. Okay, I've got to go to the little girl's room, so I'll see you in just a minute.
Lawrence,
Yeah,
do you know any opera singers?
I have a cousin who's fabulous.
What's her name?
Her last name is Lyons, Carolyn Lyons. She's in New York.
Okay. Do you know Janae Bridges?
No, I don't.
She's an opera singer. She just made her debut at the Met, and in fact, she had lots of performances at the Met before COVID.
Probably knows my cousin then.
Huh?
Probably knows.
I'm sure she does. She seems to know everybody. You know, she's one of the few African Americans as well, so I'm sure she probably does.
Yeah.
What happened with the meat? We didn't go over that, did we?
We'll do it in a little bit. You're right, we didn't. We'll review it before you have to do it. But yours, we kind of already did together, and but we'll review it.
Okay, so you just wanted us to do 9 and 10 right now, right?
Yeah, right now we're just gonna do the close, and then we'll come back, we'll review everybody's meat, and then we're gonna put it all together, but I'm gonna give you some time to rehearse. All right, so don't worry, you're gonna get like about 45 minutes after we get all this done where you can just go off and rehearse. What I'm gonna do, what I learned from my Facebook Live, is I'm gonna put you all in separate rooms. Remember, Florence, what happened with the live?
Huh?
Facebook Live, because I didn't put you all in separate rooms. And so the minute somebody was talking, it was like messing other people up.
Right.
So we will break you into separate rooms so you can rehearse. And then I'll poke my head in each room.
Okay.
All you're doing is 9 and 10 right now, so you should be done.
Yes.
Okay?
Yeah.
All right, everybody done?
Yes.
Okay, let's try it out. We're gonna start with Kay, and then I'm gonna go to Virginia, because Virginia, you're not gonna be last anymore, girl. You're gonna be first after this. All right, so Kay.
Am I starting from the transition?
9 and 10, yes, yes.
Okay. Those, my friends, are the 5 reasons you need to go to Africa sooner rather than later, before it all disappears. I know you have questions. I know you have questions, ladies and gentlemen, and I really want to answer all of them. So please leave your email and your name in the chat box, and I will contact you, or in the alternative, leave your name and email and the address, and I will stick around for a little while to speak with you independently.
Perfect.
Okay.
Okay, perfect. Now you see how she did her transition. She kind of paraphrased her title, where she said sooner than later. That's not part of her title, but it makes it interesting. So that's what I mean by kind of paraphrasing. You take the concept of the title, but you don't have to be rigid and just say the title. So good job, Kay, good job. All right, look at what I found. So that's what they're doing now on events. They're sending this kind of stuff to people. So I made my own up for my $1 million, which will be the big $1 million sign. One side it'll say millions, right? And the other side it'll say that's cool. And you can hand them up. So this is another way that you can keep your audience engaged. All right, so good job. Let's go to Virginia.
Okay, and that, ladies and gentlemen, are the 5 ways how you unveil your heart on a page. If you have any questions after my talk, I'll be standing right over there to answer any questions.
Good. Very good. Okay, good. All right, let's go to Renee.
3 top secrets for women over 50 who want to attract their perfect love in a virtual world. After the webinar today, I'll be happy to be here to answer any questions and all deep dive questions that you may have, and we can have a one-on-one or whatever you choose, and we can continue our conversation there.
Okay, so we want to save the invitation, like the one-on-one, for the next step.
Okay.
This is just if you have any questions, I'm going to be here. But we'll do our call to action next.
Okay.
Okay, good. All right, Fran, you're up.
That, ladies and gentlemen, are the 3 secrets to create a business that feeds your body, soul, and spirit. I know you have a lot of questions and I want to answer them. I'll be standing right here after my talk. Please feel free to come up and ask any question you'd like. Or if it was virtual, I'd say, I'm going to be right here. Anybody who has any questions, stay here. And then in the chat, just put your name and email information. And I'll also put my calendar link in there so you can go there and schedule a time to talk.
Perfect. Yay. All right. Who else is ready? Jason, you ready? And then Florence?
Ladies and gentlemen, those are the 3 principles to create abundance in these challenging times. I know you have a lot of questions and I'm here to answer them. So after our conversation is complete, I'm going to stay a little while and answer any questions that you may have.
Good. Very good. Okay. Excellent. Florence.
Some of the things you'll experience in your second act will be less pain, peace, more happiness, joy, and you'll get to direct your own show. Create your own symphony. Now, I know this is a lot to digest in one sitting and you may have questions.
Good. Good.
Oh,
Keep going.
so I'm going to remain after the webinar and you can schedule a meeting with me. Please put your information on the chat box, and if you don't know how to do that, your caretakers will be there with you. Ask them to please help you. It was such fun being with you, and I look forward to talking with you all in person.
Okay, very good. So what I meant, why I said good is because you took that and made it your own by saying, I know this is probably a lot of information for all of you, and you probably have questions. So see, you can make it your own. I just gave you a simple script, and you can make it your own. And the bottom half of that will save Florence for the close.
Oh, okay.
All right. So now everybody's gone. Yes.
The bottom half is what they'll experience, and
say the bottom half after you said your caretakers will put it in the box. You said some other words.
Oh, then I said this was really fun.
Yeah, that goes later.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that'll go later. So you're already ahead of the game. All right, so now we're going to talk about the most important piece, and that is the invitation. Some people call it the call to action. I call it invitation because really what you're doing is inviting people to do business with you. You're inviting them to take the next step with you. Maybe the next step is a strategy, a call, whatever the next step is. As speakers, it's our duty to give people more, a way to get more. We don't just blow off a talk and then say, okay, bye, because when we do the talk, we've opened something. We've churned something in some of those people there. We've opened up a heart, maybe. We opened up their mind, expanded their mind. So we have to give them a way to keep it, to stay in the conversation, right? So let me show you. Let me demonstrate with my little toy. All right, so let me turn that on. All right, let me get some tape. So it's like this. We go higher. All right, perfect. Everyone can see that, right? So think of it, and what you do, think of this.
RV?
Oh, that's because I forgot to share. I apologize. I'm still figuring all this stuff out. All right, there we go.
There it is. Yay.
Yay. All right,
Step.
so think of it like this. This is what?
Stairs. Stairs.
Stairs. It is stairs, right?
Stairs.
And you, whatever you're doing, whether you're, it's like for me, like this is you, whatever it is you do, you're at the top. This is where your client is, right? Now, your client wants to be up there, whether it is, the seniors who want to have people, want to have pictures or want to have better health or whatever it is, whether it's being in a safari. Right now, a lot of us are down here and Kay is up here and Kay's saying, come on, I'll come with me on the safari. Now, what happens is this. Kay's been on that safari so long, so many times, she has really been transformed into not only falling in love with Tanzanita, but, bringing people, helping their economy, right? All kinds of wonderful things are coming, but what she's doing is transforming people that go there, people that see maybe their lifestyle, or people that see their marketplace and their goods and the animals. She might even be helping people to conserve animals, not only through her work, but they come back here and go, you know what, I need to start a not-for-profit and save the elephants. I mean, there's a lot being done. So what that is transformation. And transformation takes time. It's done over time. So Fran, with your coaching session, when you're coaching these women, it takes time. It's not going to be done here with one 30-minute talk.
Right.
So you need to get them in a program. Same with Renee. You need to get them in a program. They want to be up here with the love of their life. Oh, I was going to put a dress on that one, but that was too big, right? They want to be up here with the, get a little on, with the love of their life, right? But it takes time. Now you do it faster maybe than some, but they still need to come into a coaching program with you.
Yes.
Maybe it's a 3-month, maybe it's a 6-month, whatever it is, because they've got some issues themselves that they need to clear up. Now, maybe it's a 1-month for you, but the point being is that all of us have a program that people need to create the transformation that they want to have, because they want to be up here where you are. So all of you, right, and some of you are different places here, right? But all of you, because some of you have taken my training, all of you want to be here, right, with me as a speaker. That's why you're here. So as a speaker, you owe it to your people to give them a way to have that transformation. So never feel bad about offering a strategy session to book coaching or selling them something on the stage. If you don't offer something, you are doing a disservice, because you just opened up a hole or opened up awareness that cannot be filled by anybody else but you. Got it?
Got it.
Got it.
Got it.
So you got, get over the stigmatism of selling from the platform or offering or whatever. Because if you're not going to give them a way to get more, then don't speak. Don't speak at all. Because you would be doing a disservice if you did. Okay? Got it? Now,
Got it.
it could be something as easy as, if I've inspired you in any way, come and talk to me. Because then when they talk to you, you can get their information and call them later, because some stages don't let you sell. They don't let you sell. Some stages don't let you lead gen. Now, I'm going to shock you for a moment here. The game out there now is a pay to play, and Renee knows this, but Renee's been in corporate. So corporate is still paying for people. Corporate is still paying. But if you're not in corporate, it's a pay to play. And I'm telling you, it's expensive. So it all depends on how many people. So I just went to this seminar and I'm like thinking, well, there's a lot of different kind of sponsors. I have sponsors at my event, right? My sponsorship's like $1,500 or something. I asked them what theirs is. It's incredible. For a half an hour speaking spot, 7 o'clock in the morning, it was $12,500.
Ooh. Now, who is that, RV, that you just said? Who's paying $12,000?
Well, I don't know who. I mean, a lot of people are paying it.
No. Who pays? Do we have to? Do a lot of speakers have to pay that out of their pocket?
Oh yeah, it's all out of their pocket. All I'm saying is out there in the stage world that I'm in, not corporate. It's a pay to play thing.
Yeah.
The I'll pay you kind of thing, or you can speak for free and I'll give you a booth kind of thing, is disappearing. I'm not saying you have to pay that. I wouldn't pay that. But I'm saying that there's other events that are smaller. This is a 900-person event, right? There's other events that are smaller that I want you to think about sponsoring. It's a great way to get your name out there. It's a great way. Some of them are speaking spots. Some of them are just lead gen spots. But it's a way to get visibility in front of somebody other than your own tribe. So I was asking this person about the sponsorship. And there's different ones like, oh, you pay $5,000 and you're a pre-event sponsor and people go to your booth before the event, which is only like an hour, and they're paying $5,000. I couldn't believe it. But I was picking her brain because I just want to kind of see. So she says, well, you know what? She goes, I know another guy who's doing an event and you can be on his panel and it's $11,000 to speak on someone's panel, right? And it's a virtual event. Of course, I'm going to kindly say no, but you got to get your ear out there and kind of see what's going on. Not only for your own events, but you're going to see what you want to do. Sometimes sometimes you can make that money back tenfold. I've seen somebody told me that this girl that paid something like that, she got like $100,000. It depends on the audience. It depends on the event. It depends on what they allow you to do. The point being here is that you have to find out what you can do, right? Several years ago, I was asked to speak on a panel for $5,000. I turned that down. I said no, partly because I have my own events.
Mm-hmm.
But does it influence me where I'm going to raise my sponsor fee? You bet. Not $12,000. That's just highway robbery. And I don't get 900 people in a room. And I don't want 900 people in a room. It's not my sweet spot. I'd rather have less people and be closer with them and connect.
What is your sweet spot, RV? Is it like
about 100, 150?
100? Yeah, that's what I thought, 150.
Yeah.
Because I've been there where I've seen the money being made on stage, on your stage.
Yeah.
I've seen it. It's remarkable. But you set it up and you plant the seeds to have that on your stage on that one day. It didn't just happen by mistake.
No, it's all orchestrated.
It's very orchestrated, but it was so smooth and elegantly done.
Elegant. Thank you. That's what I want. Elegant.
It's very elegant and it's effortless, and RV is so calm and collective. And there's an event planner who's doing all the headaches for RV and who is worrying about everything. And RV is very smooth and just so cool as a cucumber. But the other person who's the event planner who she pays is worrying about everything else. And that's what she gets paid for.
Right. And that's what you want to do. I'm not going to have that in my virtual event, though.
No.
You know, she wants to be in my virtual event, but what do I need her for? Right? I can't think of what I might need her for.
Oh, to bring you lunch.
Yeah, but she's in Atlanta.
I know. I'm just joking. I'm just joking.
Yeah. So this world is going to be, for me, it's going to be less. I mean, that event I spend $30,000 on. That event.
Out of pocket before the event.
Yeah.
Yeah. Before it even starts.
Before it even starts.
Yeah.
Jason.
Is there a sweet spot threshold for the virtual room when it actually is there a certain number where the virtual room may get too big to connect?
That's a good question. I really think it depends on you because I've been to 3 of these virtual events. The first one had 187 people, and they're all doing just Zoom meetings. They're not doing webinars. They're not all of them are doing PowerPoint. I want to do a PowerPoint, but 187. But what happens is it's mini screens. So that one was just one room, the first one. The second and third one I went to, they were in production studios because they had to have multiple Zoom rooms. So one had 1,400 people. So they had like 9, 10 Zoom rooms. When you have that, you have to have a separate computer, somebody running it, right? And it's a whole big production. And they were in like a studio with a big camera. And they had screens like you could believe so they could see people. But no way could they see and connect with everyone. The second one was the same way, but they had 900. But my room that I was in only had like 130 people. I mean, they broke them all up. So I could only talk and chat with who was in my room.
Okay.
Crazy out there.
Because the main reason why I asked this question is knowing from what I observed in your $1 Million Speaker Summit, you have more people attending there. You have well over 300, I would say.
Not $1 million.
Not $1 million?
I only have about 80 to 100.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, I guess for the space, forgive me, because the space that you ran, it appears, the appearance seems to be bigger. Because I felt that, but I think where I'm getting at is it appears that, or at least where I thought it was that in a physical realm, there can be more people. You could elevate to 300.
Yeah.
And yet that's in a physical realm, but things would be a little bit different if you're in a virtual realm. Or is that consistent, or am I missing something there?
Yeah, things are different in the virtual world because you can't connect.
Right.
So it's harder to make sales in the virtual world because you don't always keep their attention. So that's why you need to do all kinds of fun things to keep people in the room with you. Because it's too easy, like Virginia just walked away. But when you're physically in a room, you don't leave, right? You're sitting there until the break time, and like somebody like me, I can see the whole room at the same time. I can see if someone's sleeping. I can see if someone's getting up to go to the bathroom. I can see if people are talking with each other. But in this virtual world, you can't. You really cannot. You can see a little bit, if people are, somebody came into the room, but you can't. It's just so different. So, having said that, this is the room we're going to be in for a while. So we all have to learn how to get it to serve us the best. All right. But I just wanted to kind of lay out there that there's this, pay to play thing out there, and it is getting ridiculous. Ridiculous. I mean, I'm disgusted with it because it just knocks out a lot of good speakers, Okay.
You discussed it with the money that it takes?
What about it?
You discuss it with the money it takes?
I'm disgusted with the people taking such advantage of like brand new speakers. They want to get out there, and so they're charging them a lot of money. However, in some cases, I understand that those people are making their money back, but a lot of people aren't. I know people that have paid big time and they didn't get their money back. It's a gamble, I guess is what I'm going to say.
Okay.
Gamble.
A risk, yeah, definitely a risk.
A risk.
Does it make a difference if you attach, you wrap around your speech with a product, let's say a book?
Wrap around your speech around a book?
Yeah, meaning use the event to sell the book?
Oh, that's what I'm saying. You don't get permission. So this 12,500 opportunity is a lead gen, not a sale. You can't sell. See, people don't want you selling from the platform because they want people to have money for their product, not yours. So it's just lead gen, which means you can gather their name and number. They can go contact you. Just lead generation.
I see.
Yeah. Okay, we could talk more about that some other time, but I don't know why that popped up in my head. I guess I'm still like flabbergasted at the amount. Okay, so we're going to do our invitation right now. Oh, I know, that's why I brought it, because you have to have permission to sell and or to lead gen or to gather cards beforehand. If you don't have permission, you have to use a different close. So we all decided early on which close you were going to choose. Do you remember yesterday? Some of you said the combo. It's in your purpose statement. It's in your purpose statement. So I'm going to go through the various ones. So the call to action is going to get them the business. So if you selected the business card raffle, then what you're going to do is you're going to bring a bag with you. Now, most smaller locations, you don't have to ask, like Chambers or something like that, because they don't care if you gather cards and give away. If it's a main stage, like my stages, you're not allowed, period. I took a lot of blood, sweat, and tears to get people in that room, and I'm surely not going to let you go and build your list when it took me years to build it. Does that make sense? Yeah, so that's what you have to be thinking about. So you have to ask permission. But in a chamber and networking groups, they don't care. So you take out, you have a bag and you have a business card, right? Now I have a script for you, so this makes it really easy. And the script is on page, the script is on page 53, collecting business cards. That's the script. How many of you like free stuff by show of hands? Great. What I'd like to do now is, and you have a product. You want a product without strings attached. In other words, giving them a discount coupon is not it. But giving them a book, giving them a CD. So if you're doing your book, right, you want to hold up the book. So Dr. Renee has several books. So you hold up the book.
Yep, I have the book and my and a gift basket. How about a gift basket? Is that
No,
good?
you don't need it. You don't need it.
No, no, okay.
You're not going to collect any more cards with a book and or a gift basket. I used to do that too. I used to give away 2 things, and one day it dawned on me, I'm not getting twice the many cards. Okay, so here's what you do. When you have a book, you want to describe the book, take your time, the title. Now, if you want people, even though you can't sell, I sold a lot of books before out of the back of my car. I'm in 5 anthologies before my book came out, so I've been an author for many years. But what you want to do, if you want people to come and buy your book afterwards, you read something in it. So let me read. Okay, so you talk about the book. Okay. So how many of you like free stuff by show of hands? Great, because what I'm going to give away is a copy of my book, a signed copy, Speak Up, Get Clients. This book took me 9 years to write. However, if I published it 2 or 3 years ago, it wouldn't have had this one chapter in. And it's a chapter I want to share with you right now. It's called The Biggest Lie. Attend one speech class and get paid thousands of dollars to speak. Lie, lie, lie. You will be lucky to even speak for free anywhere. No program chair wants a speaker with no experience or reputation to make them look bad. The stories you hear about speakers who get paid a lot of money are speaking mostly, a lot of money speaking, mostly involve athletes, celebrities, high former government officials, or people with dramatic physical defects, meaning Nick, right? These people are extremely rare. You, on the other hand, no matter what business you're in, are one among many thousands of people attempting to get on one of these few high-paying stages. Cool?
Yeah.
Renee, that's how you get people to want your book. Read a little bit of it.
Okay.
Don't
Yeah,
just
I'll
put
do
it away.
that. I'm gonna do that. I have a 1 hour on Monday at 5 o'clock, and I'm gonna pull out the book and I'll read something and to do with the theme. I don't know what the theme is yet. But
Yeah, and just kind of mark it. That's why these are marked. I have them marked for different reasons.
I'll do that.
So that'll help. Then what you do is then again, following the script, you have to tell people, take out a business card. You have to show them a business card, take it out. And then what you do is this, very careful. I would like to put you in my database. Where you're going to receive free video tips on speaking. If you want to be in the raffle but don't want to be in my database, simply fold the card in half. You have to be very slow, very calm, very direct. Otherwise, they'll think you just told them to fold the card. Then you say, because you have to get permission, then you say, all right, everybody hold up the business cards. Hold them up high. Great. I want you to pass them at your table to the person with the longest hair. Do it now. Okay, I need a volunteer. May I have a volunteer? You get a volunteer. Hi, what is your name? Great. Would you help me? Give them the bag. Go and collect the cards. Hold them up so Mary can go and collect them. That way it's faster because you just have one person taking 5 cards and putting in here. And she doesn't have to go to everybody around every table. Or something like that. But you have to practice this. There's a lot of moving parts. Now, if you're in the virtual world, you're going to do it basically the same. How many like the free book? How do you like to read the free book? Great. If you want to be in the raffle, the first person that puts their name in the chat box wins, right? They're all going to do it right then and there. Excellent, right? Or you can say, everybody put your name in the chat box, or you can send them to a link, and then you can tell them you'll pick later. You'll send it to them. There's a variety of ways that you can do that in the virtual world. Or you can say, I'll send you a PDF of the book. Everyone gets a copy. All you have to do, and if you have a link, you can send them. If you don't, then just say, everybody put their name in the chat box and the email address and phone number, and I'll send you all a copy PDF. Lots of ways you can do that. Now, if you don't have a book, don't worry about it. You could do it with an article. You could do it with a checklist. Everybody can. Now, I sent you all a checklist. Did you guys check your email? I sent you the checklist I promised you.
Yeah. Got it.
This morning.
Good.
Yeah, I got it.
So it could be something like that, like the checklist when you go to Tanzania, right? A financial checklist. Do you have these things in order? Right? All kinds of things. In the live world, you can use Starbucks cards and some other physical things also if you don't have a book or a product, so don't worry about it. The key is you're trying to get 100% of the cards. So that's the raffle close. Now, the next close, now we're going to go back to page 9 because that's why I listed them. Let me see. Yeah, we're going to go to back to page 9.
So after you ask everybody to put if they don't want to be in your database, you ask them to fold a card and to put it in the bag if they still want to get the book.
Yes, so they can win, but you won't put them in your database.
Right. And then you ask for a volunteer with the longest hair from one of the tables to collect the cards. Mm-hmm. And then she reads out the winner. She picks out the winner from the bag, right?
Yes. She'll pick the winner because you don't want to be biased. You don't want to have the rest of the people mad at you.
Right.
So you'll pick the winner and she'll have her read the name because it just gets audience involvement, and you might need to wear glasses, but I don't wear glasses when I speak, so I'm not going to be able to see the card. So just have the volunteer do it. Okay.
Virtually, you said if they all put the names at the same time, then what do you do?
What, in the virtual world?
Yeah, if they all put their names in the chat at the same time, then.
Well, you pick either the first one or the last one, or you just pick them random. Okay, Fran wins.
That's it.
Right.
Okay.
The key is you want to get 100% of the names. However you need to do that. Putting in a link, telling them to put their information in the chat box. You're not going to have 100% anyway, and people, even with cards, don't put 100% in there, but the majority. So you got to be creative.
You save the chat box to get back to the other people later.
Yeah, well, see, you can save the chats. So that's what you would do, say, as long as you can save the chat. Some rooms, you can't.
So you just save the chat one time, right? Or
at the end. Or you can save it multiple times.
Okay.
If you all save the chat right now, that's all it's going to be. Then when we do more chats, then that's a whole nother chat you need to save.
You got to do it at the end or multiple times.
Yeah. Another thing you can do too is texting. If you have a texting service, you can tell people to sign up for the texting service.
Okay.
Right? So that's another way to do it. Okay. Some people, but it's not an email list. I'd rather kind of have my email list.
Right.
Okay. let's go to the second one real quick. We're going to go through these and then I'm going to set you, we're going to go on a break and you're going to kind of develop your invitation. All right, so second one is the free strategy session. Now there's a script for that on page 54. Again, you would use it and modify it to fit you and fit your needs, right? Okay.
See that?
Again, if you were doing a combo, right? If you were doing a combo, if you're on the live stage, you could have one business card. You don't have to do a separate strategy form, which I have a form in there on the next page on 55. But instead of a form, you could say, when you say take out a business card, there's only one person that's going to win this book, but you're all winners. So I want to give each and every one of you a strategy session worth $200. All you have to do is put an S in the corner of the card, and someone from my office will give you a call and we'll schedule it. Sound good? So that's how you do that combo. You only can really do one action. One action. Now, the other combo is Q&A or inspiration. So remember, Q&A is right before the invitation. So you would go, if you have any questions, please come and see me. I'm going to be standing right here. Now, I have a question for you. How many of you like free stuff? Right? And you go right into that close. That's the combination on number 4.
A combination number 4.
Number 4, combo of above. I just demonstrated. Or if I've inspired you, please come and talk to me after the meeting. But I want to say you've inspired me so much that I want to give you something free. How many of you like free stuff? And then you go into that. Okay, we're all good? Now, all of you picked your clothes.
Arby, I'm sorry, I was on mute. I don't know where this combo 4 is. What page is that on?
Number 9. We did it yesterday. That's when you picked one.
Oh, see, that was the exercise I missed.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's right. You did. So all you have to do there.
Number 9 of the worksheet or the manual?
The manual.
Okay.
The manual. I don't think the worksheet has 9 pages, does it?
No.
Okay. So number 9. So everybody picked one of those 5, actually 6 closes. Everybody picked one of them.
And where are the action closes? Where's the scripts for the action closes?
53 and 54.
I see, okay.
Okay, 53 and 54.
I don't see the combination one.
Well, no, that's not there.
Okay.
No, that you're just going to, remember the script, the combination is Q&A or inspiration with one of the other ones above. So, how many of you have, you already have that script. How many of you have questions? I know you have questions and I want to answer them. Come and see me, I'm going to be right here. Now I have a question for you. How many of you like free stuff? And I go into the raffle close. Or if you're doing a strategy session, how many of you, I have a question for you. How many of you would like a strategy session with me? So you just link it.
Thank you.
Another form you can use, let me get this up. For a strategy session is this. Okay, it is a card. It's 11, 8.5 by 11 paper. So there's 2 of them stuck together. I have it on thick paper. I tell them to take the card and fill out the box. You can have a free strategy session, come to a free event, or book me as a speaker, right? And then fold the card in half.
Options there.
Excuse me. Fold the card in half. You keep this side, and turn this side in. So it's another way to do a strategy session. What was your question, Virginia?
Okay, you said you're giving them a card with 3 options. You're giving them a card. You said, now I have a question for you. How many of you would like a discovery session? If you would like, I'm just,
No, you're on the right track. Don't lose it.
So
You've
the
got to
card
use your own
itself-
words, Virginia. You have to use your own words. So
The card itself has 3 options, right?
the what?
The card itself has 3 options.
No.
Oh, I thought you said you have 3 boxes there.
Oh, for my card, yes. That's mine. Yours might be different.
Okay.
So on mine, I have strategy session, free event, which is my 1 day, and book me as a speaker. Right? So this is what I use instead of the form that's in your, I used to use the form, but then one day I had to go to the chamber. I went to my chamber to speak, which is like 90 people. And I had 10 minutes and I had to pay to play. But lucky for me, it was only $150 to speak for 10 minutes. They call it sponsor speaker, right? So I get breakfast for free from that, but I didn't have time to do a business card collection, or I would have. So I had to think, what can I do? So what I did, 10 minutes is not very long. So what I did is put these cards on everybody's table ahead of time because I was allowed to. Then on stage for my call to action, I told everybody, you have one of these cards. If you would like to explore how public speaking can grow your business, then just check the first box. And then if you'd like to go to a free event, and if you'd like to book me as a speaker, make sure you put in your name, your email address, and the best phone number to reach you. Now take the card, fold it in half, and all you have to do is on the way out, there's a basket, just drop it in the basket, which is right by the door. And my friend Tammy is right there. Tammy wave, right? So they know exactly where they need to go. And I was sitting in such a place, I was right almost in between me and the basket at the end of the meeting. I wasn't on the other side of the room. You have to be strategic. So then I could grab this out of people's hands if I wanted to.
The free event, what is that?
It's just a free event of mine.
Okay.
Right? You could have free webinar. It doesn't matter. What matters is not what's on my card. What matters is it's a card that works.
Getting ideas.
Yeah, yeah. Mine's my free Speak Up Get Client. But it could be a free webinar. It could be a free gift. It could be anything you want it to be. A free seminar, free, if you're in real estate, whatever. Free earrings from Tanzania. I don't know.
Yeah, it's just.
But strategy session is what's important on that card.
Okay.
That and book me as a speaker. Those are the 2 that you all should have on there. You don't even have to have a third one. Right? If I was to print them again, I'd probably take off the free event myself because it's like it is a paid event now. It's not a free event.
And you tell them the same thing as you do with a business card if you don't want them to be on your database to fold it?
No, because I'm not collecting everybody's cards. And because I'm doing a strategy session, I have to book them and they end up on my list anyway.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So no, you don't have to ask permission. So good questions, Virginia. Okay. So we're going to take a few minutes. We're going to take a little bit of break. Anybody need a break?
Yes.
Break? Ooh, you've all been working so hard, been so attentive. So we're going to take, let's see. Okay, so it's about, what did I say? About 10 till 4. So you're going to take 10 minutes of a break for yourself, and then you're going to take 10 minutes to work and write your close, right? So you're going to take the scripts, you're going to, kind of tweak them to fit your presentation and your words and your audience. Write it out if you need to, and then we're going to come back and just do the close. So we've done everything else. We're just going to do that close when we come back. And then we're going to do the next 2 steps, and then we're going to break for about 45 minutes and put it all together and come back and deliver. Got it?
Okay. Yeah, to be sure I got it is just that we're working on step 11's invitation, and that's it.
Correct.
Okay, got it.
On step 11?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Step 11. Let me go back there. Yes, step 11, that's all. Because I
Okay.
gave you a bunch of options and I know each one of you are doing something a little bit different.
That's right.
We're not going to sell. This is not about selling. None of us are going to be selling. That's for another day, another time, because that's a whole big process.
That's
Right?
cool.
I'd rather you just collect business cards and do strategy sessions. Lead gen. That'll get you the clients you need. All the
Yeah.
clients you could possibly dream of. Okay?
Yeah, I'm with it.
All right, you're ready. I'll see you at 10 after.
Okay.
Okay.
What you see.
Okay, so when it's a solid red, that means it's recording.
I guess so on
Okay.
your end.
No.
Okay, the Yeti is the same thing, RB. The Yeti, you can shut it on and off. When it's blinking, it's on pause. When it's red, a consistent red thing on your microphone, on your Yeti, that means it's on.
I thought when it was blinking, it was recording because it was blinking the whole time we were talking.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, is it recording now?
It's recording now.
Okay.
I hope I got the last close stuff.
Yeah, you did, because I've seen the recording symbol on the whole time. So yeah, we're good.
Okay, perfect. All right, yeah. Okay, so I got my
Okay.
microphone back. All right, so now we're just going to go around the room and we're just doing the imitation. All right, just that one little piece so that you at least did it once, and then we're going to, put it all together. All right? And then we're going to come back and look at the meat for a minute too, because we didn't do that after lunch. So thank you, Virginia, for reminding me. All right, so the little close. So Virginia, are you ready? Do you want to go first this time?
I guess. Okay, so okay. If I inspired you and touch your heart in any way, feel free to see me later. If you would like a strategy session, please grab your business card and write an S on your card. And I would like a volunteer with long hair from one of the tables up here in the front to collect all the cards. Please come on the stage once you've collected all the cards and pick a winner.
Okay, but you didn't tell us what you were giving away.
I didn't?
No.
Oh.
A winner of
A
what?
strategy session, if you would like a free.
Okay, so the strategy session though is not the gift that you want to give, because you don't want to limit a strategy session to one. You want to give everybody a strategy session.
Okay.
So this is for everybody. So if you're giving a free coaching, or even Jason, if you were going to do, if it wasn't financial and you wanted to do a free, if you're in your own neighborhood and you wanted to give a free workout,
Right.
you want everybody.
That's right.
Because half of them aren't going to show anyway, right?
Mm-hmm.
Unless you get them in the studio, you probably close them.
No doubt.
Because the serious people that want to work out will show up.
They'll show up. Absolutely.
Did I tell you? I don't think I told you that I'm seeing a new trainer.
No.
Yeah, because you're getting ready for doing a marathon again. So I think you mentioned that you are seeing another trainer.
A half a marathon.
Half a marathon, excuse me.
Which one are you going to do?
I'm going to do the wine one in Napa Valley with Jackie.
Wow. Good for you.
I'm thinking about it. But before that, I've had my new trainer about 9 months, and he's a sports guy.
When is the marathon, the half marathon, RV?
November.
November in Napa Valley?
Yeah. Do you want to do it? And then they have wine at the end.
Maybe.
That was very convincing, Renee.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe you'll just be waiting for me.
Well, I can hike 18 miles. I can do that right now. I can do 18 miles.
Good. That's better.
Yeah.
I can't do that.
Hiking. Not running. Hiking. Yeah, I can do uphill. So.
Okay, well, even the running's a run-walk. You run for a minute, walk for a minute.
Oh, okay.
I'll meet you at the end with pasta and wine.
Ooh, pasta. Like that.
Okay, let's
With
see. I'm
bolognese.
sorry, I digress. Virginia, okay, so let's try that again. And what are you going to give away?
I don't know what to give them away.
Okay, then don't give away anything. Just give everybody a strategy session. Okay, let's
Give everybody a strategy session?
yeah, because don't you want business?
Yeah.
How many people do you think are going to be there at that event? You have to think of that, because if there's 80 people, you may not want all that. So that's, you know, but you'll probably get about 18, you know, out of that.
Give a free gift to everybody if you're giving a gift away?
No, a strategy session.
No, I know, but if you're giving a gift, if you were giving a gift away, would you give it to everybody?
No, one person.
One person.
Okay, so you're saying if it's a strategy session, that I should give it away to everybody.
Everybody
Okay,
that
so
wants.
then I need to attach with that a free gift, so one person wins something. What I have no idea what to.
You're not going to do a giveaway and collect cards. You're just going to do a strategy session.
Okay. So
Okay.
no giveaway cards.
You're not going to collect cards. You're just going to give away strategy session. So what you can say is this. You don't even need to build cards. You can say, how many of you like free stuff? Great. I'm giving away a free strategy session. You're all winners. I want to give it to all of you that want it. All you have to do is take out a business card and put an S in the corner.
Okay. I
And
thought
you're
it
only
said,
the ones that want the strategy session are the cards that you're going to collect.
I thought I said that if you would like a free strategy session, please grab your business card and write an S on your card. Okay, and that's it.
Yeah, but you always want to add the value for everyone. Whatever you give away, whether it's a strategy or a book, you want to say it's valued at, right, $300.
Free strategy session valued at, let's say, 300.
Okay. And then you could tell them a little bit about what you're going to cover. Like maybe you're going to talk about their book idea. Maybe you're going to talk about where they are in their book journey. So give them a few little tidbits of what you're going to talk about. So what I say is we're going to talk about how you can use public speaking in your business to grow your business. That's all. That's all we're going to talk about.
Will you be answering
So
questions?
I could just say we're going to talk about your book idea and where you are on your book and
how you can complete it.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Very good, Virginia. Okay, so let's do that one more time. That piece.
Okay. Should I start with, I know you'll,
no, just the close.
Okay, so how many of you would like a free strategy session? If you do, please grab your business card and write an S on your card. And
you're doing good. Keep going. Perfect.
We're going to talk about your book idea, where you are in your book, if you already started writing your book, and that's it.
Okay. Well, now you have to say, how are you going to collect the cards? Send the cards up here.
Okay. So if you would like, I'm going to offer everybody in this room a free strategy session. Please grab your business card and write an S on your card. This free strategy session is going to include, we're going to talk about your book, where you are in your book if you've already started. And I would like a volunteer with long hair from one of the tables up here on the front to collect all the cards. That's it.
Okay. Now you don't need to say one of the you pick a volunteer with long hair. That's only if they're tables of 8 and a volunteer is trying to pick them. So you pick the volunteer. What's your name? Mary? Okay, Mary. Now, everybody hold up your cards and give the cards to the person with the longest hair at your table, and Mary will come and pick them up.
Okay.
It just makes it go faster. Otherwise, Mary's going one by one by one, you know, and it just takes longer.
Okay, so you're saying Mary, for everybody to go to Mary and give them their,
Not go to Mary, no. Hold up, pass it your card to the person at the table with the longest hair. And then hold them up so Mary, which is your volunteer, can go and pick them up.
okay, okay.
So then she's not picking them up one by one, she's picking up in groups of 8.
Okay, got it, okay.
Got it? Okay, good. Very good, Virginia. Excellent. All right. Renee, who did you have in your lap? Joy, Bliss,
Oh,
Harmony?
This is Harmony.
Harmony.
Oh,
See?
Oh, too cute. How do you keep them all separate? Like they look so much alike.
Oh, they look alike, but there definitely are 3 different personalities. And they're all 3 very different. And they're all good girls. There's 3 of these.
And they get along?
Everyone gets along. The big one gets along. Nobody fights. The birds get along with the big dog. The big dog gets along with the little ones. They all eat together. Nobody growls.
Nice.
And I got that from the very beginning, because if there was ever an emergency or something, we all have to crowd in the car, or some sort of catastrophe. I do that on purpose. So by all my birds, I all have carrying cages for emergencies and things like that. So I have a lot of things in place for emergencies.
Good, because we may need it.
Yeah, you never know.
Right.
All
Okay,
right.
great.
So
You're next.
I will read my thing. So how many of you like free stuff? Okay. I am offering today a written book, my book that I wrote just a little while ago, and I'm offering you a free book, autographed. It's a hardcover book, and the first 5 people to put their name into the chat room, I will send you a free autographed book. So please do that, and also if you would like a discovery session, I will help you with that as well. Put your name in the chat room.
Okay, so you can do a combo, but that's not the combo.
Okay.
Those are 2 separate acts. So we can only do a combo if it's 1 act. So when I said put an S in the corner of the card, that's very different than give me your business cards and then fill out this form for a strategy session. So if you can figure out how to do it at once. Now, if you limit it to 5 for your book, then you're only going to get 5 names and you're not going to be able to build your database.
Right, but this is since we're doing it, everything is virtual right now. Should I do because I don't have anything planned for something physical, like a physical networking event, and everything is virtual.
But what if you did this? What if you sent them all a PDF?
I have PDF. I could do that.
Of your book, or a PDF of a checklist for your man or something, or checklist for your woman, or checklist ideas,
or Dr. Renee's love notes, which is like a newsletter.
I like that.
Yeah.
Who wants Dr. Renee's love notes? Yeah, I do. That's perfect.
Okay. And how often should I send these? It's a newsletter, but it's just something, maybe a couple of paragraphs, something like that. How many times a month should I get? So I'm going to ask Jason, how many times, if you were to get something in the mail, an email, how many times a month would you like to receive something about hints and tips about dating? Are you married, Jason?
No.
Okay. So hints and tips on dating, man's point of view, a woman's point of view. How many times would you like that a month?
Every week?
Or twice a month?
I'd be comfortable with once a week.
Once a week? Okay.
Me too.
That's good. My video tips come out once a week.
Oh, it does come once a week?
Yeah.
Okay.
For a year, and then they stop.
Okay. I want to get that again because I haven't gotten that in a long time. Florence, how about yourself?
Okay, yeah, I'll put it back on the list.
Once a week?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think once a week is good.
Would you, if you're single, would you like it geared towards being single, or should I combine the couples relationship stuff and single people together? Do you understand that? Single people. So it should be single people to talk about being single, and dating, online dating and things like that. And then the couples,
But how will you know? How will you know? You won't know.
well, I have a list now of couples and singles.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Then separate it if you know you have. But if
Yes.
if you don't know because you're getting them in the chat box, how do you know?
Yeah.
Then,
Well, I asked. Yeah. And then
you
that's why I
might
have
to combine them.
Yeah, that's why I have that CRM for Keep. I'm using that. You know that we're part of that, right, RV, because of you? Yeah. That's a great thing. And then I do a podcast 3 days a week, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday for 15 minutes. So in the morning.
Good for you. Okay, so go back and do your clothes again and do it a little differently. You don't want just 5 people. So think of something else. Give away your love notes and then tell us how to get them.
Okay. So how many of you like free stuff? How many of you would like to get a free PDF of my book, Finding Your Love at Last, 5 Simple Steps to Getting Your Love in 90 Days? Okay. This is for single people. The people who are married, just put it in the chat room and just put S for single or M for married. And I'll send you the married book in a PDF. So that's for couples and that's people who are already in a committed relationships.
Okay, but you have to tell us to put in our email in the chat.
Okay.
Otherwise, look, I mean, we could just put S in the chat, but
Or
you're
I
not
could
going
put,
to
okay.
get anything.
So I can say, okay, please put
I
your
just
name,
put yes.
phone number, and email address in the chat room. And after your name, just put your name, a dot, and S for single, or a dot after your name for M for Mary, after your first and last name.
Perfect. And then you'll send the right version.
Right.
Perfect. What about the love notes? I thought you were going to send the love notes.
That's a love. I'll send the love notes too.
Okay. All right. And also, I'll send you love notes too. Okay, perfect.
Okay, so you
Once
like
a
that
week.
once a week? It's not too hovering over everybody?
I
It's a
don't
good
want
thing?
once a week.
Once a week? Okay.
No.
The reason why, no, you don't like that, Kay? No. What do you like?
Once a month.
Once a month.
I
The reason why
have travel magazines every single day. I do not want anything else once a week.
It's just a 2-minute read, short. I'm going to be writing for the New Yorker and also.
That's not to say I won't read it if I get it.
Okay. I'm also going to be writing RV for Vanity Fair. So this is a big deal. So I'm so excited. I'm so excited about, now that's in general about relationships.
Good. Wonderful.
Yeah. So this
See,
adds
you're a
more
celebrity.
credibility. Yeah, adds more credibility. So it's a good piece.
Good.
Thank you, Florence, for the applause.
I'm gonna follow you anyway, Renee.
Okay.
What was that? Okay.
Follow you anyway.
Okay. Well, I'm following you to Tanzania with RV and probably Florence.
Okay, we got a lot to do, so let's keep going. So Jason, you're next.
Life isn't about waiting for the storm to pass. It's about learning to dance in the rain. What I would like to do is spend a few minutes and expand on the 3 principles to create abundance. I invite you to talk to me on how you can learn more on building a financial foundation. Use the calendar link that I have provided for you in the chat box and schedule your free financial strategy session, a 30 minutes valued at $150.
Beautiful.
And together, we can set the sail the right way, feel the wind, and enjoy the journey into the sunset toward life after college graduation.
Woo!
Excellent. So
It's poetry. It's poetry. I love it.
did you start reading from the thank you, or did you start reading from the invitation?
It was the invitation.
I just read from the invitation, just read only step 11.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay, he just puts his own spin on it.
Yeah, no, I got that. Yeah.
Okay, Kay, you're next.
I'm confused. Can you do number 1 and number 2 together, or does it have to be 2 and 3? I know I said 2 and 3, but can I do number 1 and number 2?
Yes, you can.
Okay. All right. So that determines out what I read. Okay. Okay. So where I am. So thank you everyone for your kind attention. I know I shared a lot of information with you today, and I hope I broaden your horizons a bit when it comes to Africa. And now I have a free gift for 2 lucky persons. And my volunteer, Mary, here is going to collect cards from the table, collect your business cards, and let's see who the two lucky winners are. In addition to that, how many like free things? Woo! Woo! So I'd like to offer everyone a 30-minute discovery session. And in that session, you will be able to ask me or share with me anything that you might be concerned about or you might have questions about if you were to take this journey with us. So pass your business card and write an S. I think that's what I'm saying. Write an S on your card. This is a value of $150, and we would love to answer your questions at that discovery session.
Good.
Okay.
Exactly. Now, did you put the value on there?
I did.
How much was it?
$150.
Okay, good. Love it.
And I would be giving away 2 of these.
Oh,
So
wow.
This is a lens cloth that has my pictures on them.
Oh. Wow. Okay, is it for the glasses?
Yes.
Awesome. I use those all the time.
Yes.
Nice.
Good, 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 good. Okay, good. You've got it. All right, Florence.
How many of you like free stuff?
I do.
Is that all?
I do.
Okay, great. Okay, I'm going to have a raffle of my book, five book copies of my book, and I'm going to read just a little bit of it for you. I love my work, and I continue studying so I can give my best. Of course, I can't do what I did when I was 20, but I still have a lot of energy because I take care of my health. I believe it's my obligation as a performer, and I love the pleasure it brings other people. I have every intention of continuing until God says it's time to stop or till I feel I'm no longer able to give it my best. Now, ironically, it isn't about age. Tony Bennett is a fantastic example. I saw him perform at 90 years old, and he was sensational. He takes care of his voice and is the ultimate professional. There's much more in the book that I think you'll find interesting, and I'm going to have a raffle. Its value, also though, I'm including a Starbucks card, so you can get comfortable and read and drink your Starbucks. This is valued at $50, and there are going to be 3 copies autographed. Okay, everyone take out your business card, like this. Now, I would like to add you to my database where you'll receive my monthly newsletter. However, if you want to be in the raffle but don't want to be on my list, simply fold the card in half like this. Make sure that it stays. And you'll be in the raffle. And when I get to my office, I'll make sure you don't go on the database. Sound good?
Good.
Sound good?
Hey.
Yes.
All right, come on now, talk to me. May I have a volunteer from the office to collect the cards? What's your name? Oh,
Mary.
Thank you, Mary. Okay, now pass your card to the person at your table with the longest hair, and Mary will collect them. Okay, Mary, thank you. Now, would you please pick a winner? Actually, we'll have this gentleman over here. You pick one, and you pick one also, okay? Thank you. Let's give Mary a hand. Thank you, and my other volunteers.
Very good.
Very good.
Good. Yeah, so I love it because you used the script and you made it your own. That's exactly what you needed to do. And by using the script, you make sure that nothing is left out. Like she asked permission, did a great job explaining it. Perfect. Beautiful. Now, the only little tiny thing, not for you, but that'll happen if you're doing it live that I found is when Mary comes up with the bag, she's going to try to give the bag to you. You're going to tell her to pick the card. And then afterwards, the weirdest phenomenon, but once she picks the card and she says, Jason, and Jason Christopher, and then she wants to give it to Jason. It's the weirdest thing. So what you have to do is you have to be quick. You take the card out of her hand, put it in your bag, and you give her the gift. Put the gift in her hand to give to Jason.
Okay.
Yeah,
And also, I would have, maybe, what if I would have Jason then pick a card, and then that person pick a card, so I would have 3 different.
It would take too long.
Okay,
Yeah, you don't have a lot of time.
okay,
I would personally, I wouldn't give away 3 or 4. I would only give away 1
okay.
because that makes it more exciting, you know? So a Starbucks card and your book, I mean, wow, I love how you combine that. You can sit down and read, drink a little coffee. I love that. It's creative. I love it. All right, so everybody went. Very good. We're going to do the last 2 steps. Then we're going to go back, review the meat a little bit, and then you're going to be off to practice. The last 2 steps are just real short, real quick. So let's go back to.
What page? What page, RV, please?
I am getting there myself.
Okay.
31.
Okay, 31.
31. We're on 12 and 13. 31. So 31. So the step 13 is it's show your appreciation. It's the appreciation step. Now, why do I say appreciation? Because if you say thank you here, or I want to thank you in any way, they're going to start clapping, and you have one more step, and it's a powerful one. We want to end our presentation just like we started it. We started it with power, we grabbed their attention, and we're going to end it the same way. So instead of saying thank you for your time and your attention today, we're going to say, I appreciate you.
Okay, I thought it said something about be sure and say thank you at this point when we were looking at the closing, but that's the only, okay.
Appreciation.
Okay.
It's a form of.
Thank your audience for being there.
Yeah, we're thanking them for being there, but we're not saying the word thank you.
But it says do say the word thank you.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't.
Do
It
not.
says-
Oh, do not
It says
use.
never end your speech with a thank you.
The speech with thank you.
I was looking at the close.
Oh, okay. No, you're looking at the handout. All right.
Is that number 12?
Yeah, I was looking on page 29 where it says thank your audience for being there. In the close, do say the word thank you.
On 29 on the page.
Page 29. That's the only reason I threw it in there. I had it.
Thank your audience for being there. Oh, it's supposed to say not. Do not.
Oh, okay.
My mistake. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Do not.
Okay. Then I take my thank you back.
Good catch, though. That's been like that for years. So good catch. Okay. All right. So, and even here, it's on the form. It just says audience appreciation.
Okay.
So what we want to do is we want to appreciate and love on them. It's our last opportunity to do so, but we just don't say the word thank you because they'll start clapping.
Got it.
They're trained. Our audiences are trained by bad speakers. So we say, you know, we appreciate your time, your energy today. You know, just appreciate you being present. Whatever, this is the heart thing. This is whatever you feel in the moment.
Okay.
All right. And then the last step is your powerful, ending, memorable statement. And we haven't done that yet. So we're going to have to create one for you. This
What
is
page
the
is that?
number 13.
13.
Memorable statement. We're still on page 31.
How many minutes do you want us to work on this, RV? The memorable statement?
Yes.
How
So
many
I'm gonna
minutes?
give you some examples. 5 minutes is all you'll need. So I'm going to give you some examples. So a lot of times I like to start it with remember because that's almost like that E.F. Hutton thing again. Remember, pause, and people are leaning in. So that's why an example, remember, health is a choice that you make every day. That power statement. My personal one is remember, if you can't say it, you can't sell it.
Sell it. Mhm.
Right? So Jason, what is yours?
I have no bill in your mailbox is bigger than the vision of your own future. Something to that effect.
Yeah,
Or,
but for this speech, it'll be different.
Oh, I'm actually going to create a different one. I'm digging into some material and finding something a little more creative.
Yeah. For this
Are
one,
you looking for a slogan?
it's a closing statement. It's your last thing that you want to say to your audience. It's like a lesson in there.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, it could be, you know, for you, Virginia, it could be, again, remember, your voice matters. Or remember, your voice on the page. What did you say? You said something like, you know, or like even in the film we saw, your message can change the
Your
world.
story can change not only, your story can change someone's life, save a life.
We just shorten it, but remember, your story can change someone's life. The shorter, the more powerful. Otherwise, it kind of becomes a run-on sentence. All right, so spend about 5 minutes on that.
Should it be one sentence or can it be two?
Better to be one, but let's hear it. What is the second one?
Okay.
Do you have it?
Yes.
What is it?
Well, the one is a little more of it. Okay. Remember, let your light shine physically, mentally, and spiritually before your coffin is closed.
Oh, God.
That's awful. That's awesome. I mean, not awful.
Yes.
That's good.
Really?
Yeah.
Take the break. Take a risk.
Yeah.
That's a surprise.
I'm trying to find a nicer way of saying it.
I don't think there is.
I love it. Otherwise, you could say before it's too late.
Or before your eyes are closed permanently? No.
Well, before it's too
No.
late.
I like that.
I like the coffin because
I do too. I do too.
It's good. All
Yeah.
right, so you got the idea. So good. Just takes 5 minutes and write it down. Write it out.
Okay.
Or you could say before you're looking at the daisies from.
Don't worry about Florence's. Just worry about your own.
I'm trying to think of something nicer.
Yeah, just worry about your own right now.
I had to giggle at myself.
It's a good giggle. Why not give him a giggle?
And that's exactly what I meant.
Then say it. Okay, you should be just about done. 5 minutes are up. All right, we all should have it. Just a sentence. Okay, we're going to go around the room. I want to hear them all, even the coffin one. Okay. Kay, you look like you're ready and raring to go.
I don't know. Okay. Remember, your visit brings value to the local Tanzanian community, the economy, and helps preserve the wildlife. Why not step out of your comfort zone and into this new African experience? One trip really can change everything.
Okay, a little long. It's okay for you to say that somewhere, but as the ending statement, it's just got to be short and powerful. So, like, remember, what did you say? The very last line. Remember, one visit.
One trip can change everything.
That's it. Remember,
okay.
One trip to Tanzania can change everything.
It changed my life, could change yours.
That's right. Or you could say that. You don't want to make it about you, but
yeah.
You can say one trip can change your life.
Okay.
And the lives of others or something like that. I can't wait. I was telling my husband at lunchtime. I said, you remember how I've always told you I always want to go on a lion country safari? I just call it lion country, but you know. Yeah. Okay, very good, Kay. Very good. Okay. All right, Florence, you look ready, and then Renee, you look ready.
I'm going to do something different. Now remember, let your special light shine physically, mentally, and spiritually now and all through your second act.
That's better. Not as funny, but yeah, I like it. I do like it.
Old folks don't want to hear about coffins.
Yeah, wraps everything up. It's very nice. Okay, good. All right, Renee.
Okay, here we go. All right. So remember, in the end, we only regret the chances we didn't take, the relationships we were afraid to have, and the decisions that we waited too long to make.
Okay, good. It's a little long, but you know, we can leave it.
What it is sometimes RV, some people say, oh, you know, I don't need a relationship, or I'll wait till something happens, or they wait and they wait. Now the COVID thing happens, and I've gotten so many calls saying, oh my gosh, Dr. Renee, I wish I had known you. I would have wanted to talk to this person. Now they've just passed away, or they're this or they're that, and I can't talk to them now.
Or they're all by themselves.
Or they're all by themselves, and they want to connect with a special person that they really wanted to, and it's too late. It's not too late, but there's a reason why God has us on this earth to be here, and it's not necessarily to be alone forever and ever. It's to
Amen. The Bible says man should not be alone, and I think he meant women also.
Yeah, women also. So Zoom can just go so far with hugs, virtual hugs. But we really need someone. So
I agree.
So that's why I came up with that for that. Okay. Is it too long though? Should I shorten it or edit it?
Say it one more time. I think you might want to shorten it.
Okay. So remember, In the end, we only regret the chances we didn't take, the relationships we were afraid to have, and the decisions we waited too long to make.
Okay, just leave it. I kind of like it in the magic of 3.
Yeah, it's 3. There's comma, comma, and comma.
Okay, I just don't want Kay to go, well, wait a minute.
No.
Hers flowed a little bit better. They were collective thoughts. So, okay. Jason, you're over there writing away. You're muted. You're muted. Yeah. Now, let me see if I can unmute. No, I can't. See, if you mute yourself, I can't unmute. If I
got it.
If I mute all of you, then I can unmute you. Okay, go ahead.
All right, I'm gonna need to work on this a little bit more, but what I have here is this. May you rejoice in life, creating abundance in a way that allows you to do all the things you want to do. A life that burns as brightly as possible before handing it off to future generations.
Too long.
That's okay. I got it too,
Yeah,
Jason.
that's what it was.
Too long. Pick one of them.
Yeah.
Pick one.
Okay, so may you rejoice in life, creating abundance in a way that burns as brightly as possible before handing it off to future generations.
That's good. That's good. Okay.
All right.
Beautiful. All
Okay.
right, Virginia. Virginia, you're up.
Yeah, we appreciate your time and being present here today. Now, we appreciate your time and being present here today, especially those of you who drove from far away. Remember, now is the time for you to take the responsibility to share your story and to make a difference in someone's life and the world.
Okay. Say that, just say the remember part again.
Remember, now is the time for you to take the responsibility.
Okay, let's take out responsibility.
Yeah, I don't like that either. I don't know what else to put.
Just don't put that. Now is the time.
Now is the time.
Share and
Remember, now is the time for you to share your story and to make a difference in someone's life and the world.
Yes, that's it. Yeah. Yeah, responsibility sounded, it sounded like, we want to leave them on a positive high.
Right.
All right, excellent. Good job, everyone. Okay, so before we go, we're going to go around the room and we're going to talk about the meat part, what you decided you were going to do. If you were going to do an acronym, what is the acronym? I don't need to know what each thing is, but but you can't. I want to know what each thing is.
You want to know what? You want to know what?
What each word, I don't want the explanation, I just want the words for the acronym.
Okay, where's my?
All right.
What did you want us to do, RB? You want us to do our acronym now?
Yes, I don't want you to teach the whole thing. Just if your acronym is HEART, the H stands for this.
Oh, okay.
This, yeah. Give me
Okay.
an idea of the direction you're headed in.
Okay.
All right, so Kay's ready. Let's go with Kay.
Okay, so I'm going to use the acronym SAFARI.
Good.
And the first one, the S is for Safari because there's a specific meaning for Safari other than what we think it is.
Okay.
And then I'm going to use the A for animals.
Oh, I like that.
The F for flag because the colors mean something to the country.
Okay.
The A for authentic. The R for religion. I would say religion and culture, but I'll say religion because culture would be explained within that.
Yeah.
And I for inspiration.
Got it. Very good.
I might end up with another S if I have something, but safaris, but right now it's Safari.
Right. Okay, that's great. Good. And in 30 minutes, that's about for 30 minutes.
Yes.
So
okay.
if it was shorter, you can't really cut out some of the words of Safari. So you'd have to just cut out some of the story.
Some of the information.
The information, yeah.
Yes,
All
okay.
right, very good. I love it. All right, Florence, you're next.
Well, I had two. The first one was grace. And the second one was, because it's in my title, the second one was music.
That's either one or good. Which one are you going to use?
Well, I didn't do grace, but for music, M is for mend your, and they're all sayings. M is for mend your relationships, which is the mental part. U is use it or lose it, which is the physical.
I love it.
S is sow good seeds or good thoughts.
I love it.
I is for inspire others.
Okay.
And C is count your blessings. And I guess the three of those would be the spiritual, since my talk is mental, physical, and spiritual.
I like that. Count your blessings. That's perfect. Beautiful. Good job. All right, Renee.
Okay, well, I chose the word love, like hello. What else would I choose?
Is it L-O-V-E or
Love?
Okay, perfect.
And I'll go through this kind of quickly. So L is for loving yourself and knowing yourself, and knowing your values and beliefs. The O is for opportunity to improve your communication and asking probing questions. The V is for Valentine's Day, to make every day a special day, one way or the other. And the E is to make your life everlasting love story to create.
Everlasting story.
An everlasting love story that you create.
Love story. Okay, good. Very
Yeah,
good.
E is for an everlasting love story that you create.
Nice. Okay.
Then there's things that go underneath each one. Is that correct?
Sure.
But we don't mention that now because it's already, okay, so that's our speech. Is that the meat?
Yeah. And you're
Okay.
going to be developing that over the next several weeks.
Oh, the acronym is the meat?
Yes.
Okay.
And then under each word, like the word love, L-O-V-E, the word L for love and knowing yourself, then all this other stuff goes in there, correct? All the other stuff.
Yes.
And then I say O for opportunity, and then all the other stuff goes in there.
Yes.
And that is like the hamburger and the pastrami or whatever, right?
It's the meat, the lettuce, is you're going to add maybe a story in there about a client story, maybe,
Yep.
you know, they almost missed their opportunity or something. You'll have something for Valentine's Day, you know, like maybe examples of how somebody would make Valentine's Day every day.
Every day.
And you
So
have
every day.
chocolate and get flowers, but
Yeah.
you want to treat it like it's a special day. And
Yeah.
hi,
And
honey,
it
I
doesn't
love you, or
just
whatever.
exactly. And just because it's Valentine's, chocolate and flowers don't not always during the year. It's better than a specific day like Valentine's Day. But the other thing is just a little post-it note to say I love you and I appreciate you on their window or their mirror in their bathroom, or stick it on their purse or stick it on his briefcase. Something simple. And so I don't go into a lot of extravagance, but what everybody can use to let someone know they appreciate you. Oh, RV, remember we were talking about this on my call, and I told you I appreciate the garbage men, remember? And I gave him a gift, and it was a live call, and I said, oh my God, I forgot to put the gifts on the top of the trash can. And I gave, you know, like the beautiful Mylar paper with socks and all kinds of stuff for each trash guy. The black trash can, the recycling guy, and the guy who picks up the green stuff. Remember, we were on a call.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's showing love, but appreciation, and it's showing appreciation to everyone, showing that you appreciate everyone, no matter what walks of life that they are in.
Very
For
good.
everyone.
Most people don't even think to
The
do
trash
it.
man, oh, they love coming over to our place because we give them socks and candy and popcorn things, and for Christmas and Thanksgiving.
Good. Good. I think. Very, okay.
So I'm complete.
Okay, good. Michael took Zeus to the vet, so they just got back, so that's good.
Oh, good.
All righty, let's go to Virginia.
Okay, so my acronym is HEART, and so H for heart and soul, E for experience it, A for authentic voice, and R for right words. And then the T for take time. And to take time, I also added to take time to transport yourself.
Okay, very good. All right, Jason.
My acronym is TIME. The T I haven't quite figured out yet. I started with take control of your future through a vision, but I may modify that. The E stands for educate your expectations, mastering the 3 principles, creating abundance. The M stands for make more money in creating assets. And the 4th I stands for I am an investment, not an expense.
Ooh. Okay, so I love them. However, what is the title of your speech?
How to create 3 principles to create abundance in these challenging times.
3 principles to create abundance. So that's what your meat needs to be.
Oh,
These
so
are-
instead of an acronym, it should be a three
No,
points.
no. I'm just saying you have an acronym of time.
Right.
Now, when you do your acronym,
I
now
got
maybe-
4 letters for 3 points.
Correct.
So I need I either need a 3-letter acronym or
or
a
just
4th principle.
or 1, 2, 3, or add another principle. Yeah, you got it.
Okay, just knowing, make sure we're on the same page, Coach.
Yeah, we're on the same page.
Okay.
Jason, are you dating
Barb,
anybody?
you might have to say 4 principles now if you want to keep time.
Arby, can I
Okay.
ask you a question?
Yeah.
If I use the S, would you say if I use it for Safari or if I use it for Serengeti? If I added an S, I was going to use it for Serengeti. But if I don't add the S, you think I should use the S for Serengeti or for Safari?
What's Serengeti?
Oh, you don't know Serengeti. Serengeti is the biggest place in Africa where they have animals.
Well, most of your people that haven't been there
would not know. So maybe not.
I wouldn't. And
Okay.
You've got enough letters right
Okay.
there.
All right.
Okay, just getting back to Jason.
All right.
So what are you gonna do? What's your decision?
I think I may lean towards adding another principle.
Yeah. Okay, good. Now, so are these principles though, or guidelines or rules of money, taking time, invest in yourself, you're not an expense? Are these the teachings you wanted to teach? Something else?
Yeah, they are. I have, yeah, this is the angle which there's a company speech that I'm looking to, that I was taking the information off of that and integrating it into here. There's the general principles would be about compounding interest, about tax advantages. I think that's what the T will go for, is tax advantages, learning about that. But I have to, looking at what their principles are, I've got to kind of make them mesh into my acronym somehow.
Why not I for interest?
Yes, I do. I could see that. And in some way, maybe I can use a close. I like the I am an investment, not an expense, but I may have to yield for that as far as interest is concerned and stay in alignment. I mean, I've got to have some flow. And I think the interest, I've played with that before. I just somehow resonated so much with the I am an investment because, people have just not seen themselves in a way of being an investment.
Yeah, that's nice. I like that.
And I really wanted to find a way to get a focus on that. So that's some of the time that I will take. I'll keep that under advisement, though. I think it's great because it aligns with exactly what I'm aiming for. So I got tax, interest, and then it's kind of what was the third one? I had that. I'm losing the track. It's about the understanding between fixed, variable, and investing, but that's a whole different issue. That's different. I'll work that out.
I think you are creative enough that you could keep what you wanted and put all that interest in compound within it. Because
Yeah.
if you start saying C is for compound or whatever, it's like,
Right.
I'm checking out,
Right.
But
Yeah.
if you say C is for creative money making, then I'm
Yeah.
listening, and you could say compound, whatever. right?
Exactly.
So most people do the other. So doing something creative, I think, would be better and more in line with who you are anyway.
Appreciate that.
Okay, Beautiful. Good job, everyone. Everyone went, right? Not everybody. Okay, good
Now,
job.
which number is meat? I didn't see it here.
The meat is not a number in my book, in the
Oh.
system. It is, however, on this one. It has everything.
Oh, I was looking at the
Okay?
others.
So if you look at the pink is one piece of bread, right? 1 through 5. Then we have 1 through 5 down here. So the problem, pain, and suffering and all that in the meat is right in here. That's the yellow.
Okay, it says meat. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
My computer did not print it out in color.
Oh, it didn't? Oh, okay. All right. So what we're going to do now I need to ask you a question. It is about a quarter after 5 right now.
Yeah.
About 45 minutes, it's going to take us up to 6 o'clock, right? And then it's going to take us another at least hour to do all the, speeches, even though they're going to be small, which is going to take us to 7. So would you like to have a shorter time right now to practice?
Yeah.
You want to go to 7?
Oh,
I'm kind of toasted a little bit, RV.
Yeah, me too.
You what?
We're kind of drained, some of us.
yeah. I don't think I'm
Okay.
gonna go through.
So what are you saying? Do you want to, all of you, save the final speech till you have your coaching session with me? Is that what you're saying? What do
That
you
would be good.
Yeah.
That's not a bad idea.
That's a good idea.
I have my table here it has different papers with notes and things. I just like need to gather my thoughts and put everything together so I can actually.
That's why we were going to take 45 minutes, but I'm asking you if you could take a shorter time now, like maybe 15
I think it's too much.
I agree. I like
Have the coaching. I like the idea of talking, while we're being coached.
Yeah.
When we do our 1 hour session with you.
I like that.
Okay, so you want to use that?
I'm the only one that's with you, Arby. I'm just. I mean, I had a good vibe. So, I mean, I'm right now, I'm in agreement with the ladies, even though right now there's a lot of momentum here. We've got some great content. I'm really confident about trying to put the work now while I'm, into it. And I would have, whether you wanted to shorten the time and go to 6 would have been great,
Okay.
but everyone else seems to be exhausted. So,
Well, one thing we can do is reconvene and then and take a break and reconvene, and Jason can do his speech, and then the rest of us we can do our
He needs an audience. All right. So here's what we'll do. We will go right into the presentations. You'll do it without the rehearsal because you've got everything here already because you've done it all here. And then Jason will start, so he'll show you how easy it is. And then those of you that want, of course,
Right.
the personal coaching, we will do that. That way we will get done by 6 o'clock.
Right.
Sound good? And then you
Good.
can have both worlds. I
Right.
agree with Jason about missing the momentum and just the love of each other, because after you do
Right.
your speech, you're going to see how much each other has grown, and this is when you can love on each other. So I
Yeah.
don't want any of you to miss all that. That's the
Yeah,
best
I
part.
didn't want him to miss his momentum either.
Right.
It's the best part.
well, it's just
Okay.
not my momentum. It's everybody's. It's
Everybody.
really taking into account what you've built and being able to take the time to really string it together. Now, I know that some of you didn't have the benefit with going back to some of the content we've had on the recording, which is, which is great. But right now with the momentum that, we built over these last couple of days, there's a lot of some good content that everyone has written down to really taking the time to string it together.
Yeah.
That's where I'm coming from. It's not just, about me, it's what I've received from, everyone's energy and the coaching today
Right.
and using that to our advantage.
Good. So
Yeah,
we're going
which
to
is great.
start. We're
Yeah.
going to do that. Yes, Renee.
RB, I'll go after Jason, okay?
Okay, you got it. And then
So
again,
we'll-
you've all got an hour. If you want to work on the speech afterwards, great. If you want to work on something else, great. So I'm here for you.
Is that,
And I
are
want
we
us to-
working on the meat of the, oh,
Okay, let me show you what's
yeah,
gonna happen. You are gonna start at the beginning. So you're on this sheet. You've written
Yes.
everything down already.
yes.
You're gonna do step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, step 5 through your story. Step 6, step 7, and step 8, you're only going to do one piece of meat. So you're not the whole thing. So it's gonna be like this.
One piece of meat, what meat?
Oh, okay. I thought we were gonna do the whole thing. That's why I said, but
No, because that would take too long. with
that's what I
the
thought.
meat.
So, okay, so one piece of meat, then
Yeah,
Right.
I
and
could do
because I know like you
You're
have,
calling the acronym the meat? I'm sorry.
yes,
yes, okay,
this is the meat.
yes.
Okay? So, like, if we're spelling out safari, then all you're gonna do, Kay, is say, the S is for safari. And that's it. We don't need the backbone of it because you have to develop it yet. This is gonna be developed in
Right,
the next
okay,
couple of weeks.
That's why I thought we were going aside to develop it, so I didn't, okay,
No.
No.
got it.
No, we just don't have time. I wanna see that you know the system and that you can easily go from one step to the other. So you'll go, the S is for safari.
Right.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, that's blah, 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 right?
Okay.
That's why you have to go before it disappears.
Okay, so you just want us to put everything together.
Yeah, just
the
string
whole
just string the skeleton together.
All right.
Skeleton together, because you're gonna need some time to develop everything that you're gonna say in the meat.
Right,
The structure is done, but you wanna flourish the meat, right? And that's gonna take some time.
yes,
Even in my 4-day, we do it this way.
okay.
The
So
reason why,
we're going to use the sheet that you sent us last night or this morning?
no, that has nothing to do with this. That was an extra bonus of the checklist. You already have this, you've been writing on it.
Okay, so we'll just reprint one. Okay.
Well, don't rewrite it, just, you wrote it already. Just read what you've got.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, don't take time, ladies and gentlemen, rewriting. Because here's the thing, if you sit there and rewrite while people are talking, you're not present for them.
Yeah.
We gotta support each other and be present. You've done the work step by step. You've got it already. We've got it.
Got it.
Okay, all right. So let's give it a go. It's not gonna be perfect, Virginia, and we don't care that it's perfect.
Okay.
This is a work in progress. Okay, so let's start. Jason will show you exactly what we're gonna do. So let's listen and watch Jason, and you might miss, miss the whole exercise. Okay, go. And I will time it. That way we'll get done right close to 6, a little after.
I think I've got it together. Okay. College tuition is rising at an average of 79% per year. Sad but true, and this is not going to stop. And for the next 30 minutes, I'm going to share 3 principles to create abundance in these challenging times. I want to thank you for taking the time that you set aside to join us this afternoon. And I'd also like to thank Arvie Robinson for hosting this event and extending me the invitation to join all of you this evening. Before I share the 3 principles to create abundance in these challenging times, first I'd like to share my story on how I started teaching people how to live free with no worries about bills or college education. Would that be okay with you?
Yes.
Do you really know how much your existence really matters? I learned at a very early age that life holds no promises as to what will come your way. On July 10th, 1993, I was excited, leaving Los Angeles to attend a summer film school in Arcata, California. Attempting to make a 10-hour drive on less than 4 hours sleep, I had fallen asleep behind the wheel, and 2 days later, I woke up to find myself in a hospital with an overwhelming lack of understanding as to what had happened to me and how did I get here. I learned my car flipped over 3 times. I had broken my left leg in 2 places. And I saw my mother staring atop of me with a look on her face as though she received a midnight phone call. Despite all the surgical efforts, the surgeons informed me that I was down to only 2 options: lose my leg or lose my life. Now, some of you here today might be thinking, well, that's easy. Choose life, of course. Yet the decision for me wasn't that simple. The first choice I made was to lose my life than to lose my leg, for I couldn't see how life continues for me not having both legs. And I was very adamant in my decision until a private conversation I had with my mother changed everything. Through a mother's love for God, it was made clear to me that the same love that hugged and cuddled me as a child is the same love that cares and wanted what was best for me now. I had no idea I was that significant, nor considered the emotional consequences my decision would have on others. And a week after my accident, I chose life and became dismembered with confidence. The dream of returning to my mother's arms was soon met by financial nightmares in the wake of my amputation. I returned back to college and to work just 9 weeks after my accident, with my life in complete financial gridlock. I had no assets, low savings, and no financial plan. Whatever contributions my parents were making toward my medical expenses were now allocated toward their divorce proceedings. Nearly $100,000 worth of debt in the form of physical and occupational therapy and payments for services not covered by my insurance became the financial prosthesis I'd walk with for the next 7 years. I was a long way from those days of childhood pranks and scraped knees. I was literally on my own and in desperate need of new solutions and a plan. Fortunately, by June 2000, my academic persistence paid off. Between using my employment income and several scholarships, I self-financed my education and graduated summa cum laude. Yet despite experiencing one of the greatest days of my life, I had become my own financial liability. I received my bachelor's degree in one hand and 2 days later filed medical bankruptcy with the other. Now, I don't ever want this to happen to you, to remotely happen to you. Not being able to save as a result of becoming enslaved to debt, or having decisions toward long-term wealth being affected by consequences rather than by a simple, achievable plan governed by your own values. Today, rather than becoming a liability, I am my biggest investment. Now that I understand how money works under 3 important principles, I can produce a life experience whereby money is an instrument of transformation, where not only can I transfer my spiritual and personal needs in the way of assets, which will become a legacy that will stand the test of time. Financial preparation is actually very simple. Though the problem is that far too many of us are conditioned by family and society to be too busy about taking care of ourselves that building a solid financial foundation now becomes elusive. Rather than receive advice from people in the financial industry on why and how to save our money, the average person saving for retirement is either doing little or nothing, while a system paid for by advertisers is working round the clock to get a grasp on your money. Now, my vision or my solution toward financial security and freedom is simple. I want you to stop walking on rocks with bare feet to make money and move you into your own financial Learjet that is going to fly you away effortlessly, or fly you away to financial independence effortlessly with your own pilot. All you have to do is get on the plane and buckle up. Okay, so one of the 3 principles is under the acronym of time is that I am, or rather is the word E, the letter E, educate your expectations, mastering let me use M, one of the three principles, or one of the principles to master to creating abundance under time, under the acronym of time, M is making more money by creating assets. Okay, and we close that. Okay, and then
that, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, and that, ladies and gentlemen, are the three principles, or rather the four principles, to create abundance in these challenging times. Right. I know that you have a lot of questions, and I'm here to answer them. I'm going to stay here, I'm going to stay after our conversation is complete to answer any questions that you may have. Life isn't about waiting for the storm to pass. It is about learning to dance in the rain.
Oh.
What I would like to do is spend a few minutes and expand on these four principles to create abundance. I invite you to talk to me on how you can learn more on building a financial foundation. Use the calendar link that I have provided for you in the chat box and schedule your free financial strategy session, a 30-minute session valued at $150. And together, we can set the sail the right way, feel the wind, and enjoy the journey into the sunset toward a life after college graduation. I appreciate your time being with me today. And having said that, may you rejoice in life, creating abundance in a way that burns as brightly as possible before handing it off to future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Beautiful.
Bravo.
Beautiful. Good job. All right. So yeah, we don't say thank you at the end.
Right.
That's a habit. I know it's a habit,
Yeah.
right? Thank you. But it weakens what we just said. I mean, just leave them with that thought for future generations to come. And then, once your mouth stops moving, they'll know and they'll clap. Or you can give it a little bow or go back to you, like to the president or something. If you think you need to let people know you're done. But most of the time we can just stop our mouth and we just kind of do it a little fun, a little body gesture, like back up or nod or something. They know we're done. All right. So
Your descriptive words were great.
Yeah, they were really great.
Yeah. Okay, so let me give some feedback first, and then I want all of you, we're going to go round robin, I want all of you to give Jason love. Okay, so the only little rough part was, you still were saying 3 instead of 4.
3 instead of 4.
And the only rough part was transitioning from the problem, pain, and suffering into the meat. Okay? Yes. That was a little rough, so you want to kind of work on that. Maybe think about that a little bit. And we'll come back to you. Yeah. But we don't want it to be jerky, like a jerky car. So it's like you end it and then you say, we're going to use, time is of the essence right now. So we're going to use an acronym of time. Yeah. So that's how you can kind of transition a little bit easier into that. So we'll come back. It's just one little sentence. All right, so let's go around. So Florence, and then Renee, and then Kay, and then Virginia. Go ahead and give your love and appreciation to Jason.
I just thought it was wonderful. Wish I was younger. No, but it's absolutely great. He didn't get that.
I got it.
I got it.
You got it, friend.
No, seriously, it just warms my heart, and I don't mean to be racial, but it warms my heart to see a young Black man who is just speaks so eloquently and compassionately and cares about others. God bless you.
Wow.
And I wish I had met someone like you to talk to my son, because these are things that young people don't know. I try to impart it, but I don't have that kind of knowledge. So it's a great thing what you're doing. It really is.
Yeah, and I want to share, Jason, that if there's a way for you to inspire other young men like you, doesn't have to be Black, or Mexican or white. It doesn't matter. Everyone matters. Everyone matters. And if you were to speak to more people just like yourself or younger, and to have that love that you feel, that connection, it doesn't matter who's the president or who's in politics, but if we can all feel that love, this would be a much better place. And people like yourself who are so articulate, you're on top of mind, you're thinking of others, you're community oriented, you come from the heart, you're inspirational, you're motivational. I really feel it. It's like, whatever you're selling, I want to buy it. You know, you're doing trusts or, you know, financial plans or whatever it is, a rule of 72, I'll buy it, whatever it is. The point that I'm making is that you make it so friendly to talk to. So if I had a tax question, I can talk to you without feeling intimidated, because you talk on my level, which is not real. I'm not a finance person, and I can understand you, and you make it simple. You're approachable and high credibility. I am complete. Thank you so much.
And send your mother love. I'm sure she's very proud of you.
You must be your father and mother must be very proud of you.
Appreciate that, ladies.
Yeah,
Thank you.
absolutely. If you were my boy, I'd be proud of you.
Well, we're all proud of you, Jason. You do such a great job, and your heart is so big and so loving. I just love you. I just love you.
Yeah, he's gonna marry some great girl. Whoever he marries is gonna be so lucky.
It's time. But
Yeah.
what I love too is I love, like, Florence is 100% there when you were saying things and the word pictures. I hear her kind of grunting.
Yeah.
Grunting, and she was just captivated. And
You
why
touched my heart.
captivated, right? And why she made the comment like she wished she was younger is because you made her fall in love with you, with your words. And that's what we all need to do as a speaker, or strive to do. You're already there doing it. So good job. Do you get it?
Thanks, Coach. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Coach. I got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's
Your Padawan is receiving you big time.
Yes, good.
Thank you.
Excellent.
And a lot of us, Jason, will sit here, complaining, this and that, and here you are, you've lost a leg, and you're just moving beyond that. It's awesome.
Thank you. Wow.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, definitely a victor.
Virginia, did you have something you want to say to Jason?
No, I'm very impressed with his heartfelt writing skills. Yeah, he's very descriptive, and he's an inspiration. Yes,
Yeah,
you did a very nice job.
Thank you, Virginia.
And I hope that when the time is right, that she'll be able to help others following along in your footsteps.
Okay.
With this structure we have, it's an absolute, no question.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I-
Thank you, Arvi.
Do you have
Appreciate
a
it.
nonprofit or something? I didn't get that in the beginning.
I'm sorry?
Do you have a nonprofit or do you have a business?
Yes. Yes. I'm actually with Transamerica and and World Financial Group on this financial end. But I also run a personal training business.
Yeah, he came in late, so he didn't introduce himself to all of us in the beginning.
Oh yeah, was I supposed to deliver my introduction?
Well, when we first started, we introduced everybody, and then when you popped in, we were just kind of on a roll. So
Got it.
that's why
Got it.
they didn't know what you did. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But his heart is for college.
Yeah.
College.
The student loan campaign. Yeah, the campaign against student loan debt is my heart right now.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Very
All
good.
right.
Good job. Good
All
job.
right.
So one more time, let's give Jason a good hand. All right. Nice. Good job. All right. And then Renee, you said you wanted to go next.
Sure, I'll go next. Okay. The title of my speech is The Top 3 Secrets for Women Over 50 Who Want to Attract Their Perfect Love in a Virtual World. How many of you want to find that love at last or find that love again?
Mm-hmm.
How many of you not only want to find love again, you want to find everlasting love?
Amen.
Good job.
It's possible. I found it, and you can too. For the next 30 minutes, I'll share with you the top 3 secrets in the virtual world of online dating. I want to thank you for your time and energy it took for you to get here. And I would also love to thank R.B. Robinson for inviting me on her wonderful stage today. I appreciate you, R.B. Thank you. Before I share the top 3 secrets to finding your true everlasting love, do you mind, or would it be okay if I share a quick story of a little bit where I came from and my background?
Yeah.
Great, thank you. When I was a little girl, my father said to me at 5 years old, "A man is not a plan," and repeated that throughout my whole life, in my adolescent years and in my teen years. And as a young girl, between the ages of 5 and 8 years old, he gave me 3 books: How to Win Friends and Influence People, Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill, and Siddhartha by Hermann Hesse, which is about Buddhism, about right action and correct exchange, and about karma. I didn't understand why he did that, but I read these books for many years, the same 3 books, and it helped groom me to to the woman who I am today. In the times, from the time I was a teenager to the time up until 20 years ago, I created businesses, business plans, marketing plans, and started businesses, made X amount of dollars, sold the businesses. So I always created businesses to create an exit plan to sell the business. There's a number of 5 different businesses. My last business that I was in real estate that didn't really resonate with me, but I made a lot of money and I met a lot of people. I traveled all over. I had a home in Australia, and I'm still based in Los Angeles. But in that journey of being a businesswoman, I met, I had many suitors. And in this time, I was engaged to nine wonderful men. On paper, it was 9 wonderful men. But it just so happened that when it came time to the date that we're supposed to get married, for one reason or another, I declined and said, this is not going to work. So I would always return the ring or any of the beautiful presents or cards that they gave me. I'd always return it, because my father said, it's not good to take anything from a man that you're not going to marry. So I said, oh, okay. So I didn't really understand that. All I understood at the time when my father was sharing all this with me was my Barbie dolls. So I'm saying this now because as in my adult life, my father had passed away when I was 16. So I remember all these lessons that he taught me. So as a businesswoman, I had acquired all his values and beliefs in business acumen, as well as connecting with people and relationships and business people. That's why I play golf, because you get to know somebody when they're on the golf course. So when the 9th person who I declined to get married to, 2 weeks before we were supposed to get married, at a beautiful hotel in Bel Air, and it was 250 people already invited. Flowers were there, beautiful dress. He gave me a beautiful car. I gave it all back to him, and I called up everyone to say that it's not going to work out, because there was a few red flags. And I don't want to go into the red flags, but I knew that if he was like this now, and he didn't really like my little dog, what more when we were having children or having people over? He was already trying to be controlling. I didn't want that, and that was not one of my top values. One of my top values is not only God and love, but my other top value is freedom and liberty, and I didn't feel that from him. So I said, I cannot live, and that's when I came up with the slogan, I'd rather be single and happy than married and miserable, because my intention was never to get divorced. So in that time, I did a lot of work on myself, a lot of coaching, a lot of deep thinking, a lot of writing. And my friends put me online, and I said, well, I really don't need to go online because I meet so many people and it's not hard for me to find a boyfriend. They said, no, you need to do this and you need to focus on that. So I said, okay, I'll give it a try. I wrote a letter to God the night I was put online. The first night, it was over 300 people online. The point that I'm making is that in the short time that I was online, 2,874 guys emailed me within 6 months. I didn't go out with all of them. I wrote them a little note saying this is not going to work out, but I did have coffee with 87 people, 87 men. And I did my process of elimination down to 26, and then 22, and then down to 8. And then I started dating them. And then I found my love at last. And his name is Jim. And I call him to this day, after 20 years, my husband from heaven. He's my best friend, my lover, my business associate. We work together all the time. We had different businesses together, and he supports me as I support him. You can have this too. And you can have this, but in having this, it's the secret is one of them is loving yourself. So I have this question to ask you. What if you knew that you could find love again in your next chapter and have that support of women just like you, like sisters, who truly understand you and what you're going through as well? Would you dare to live your best life? If that's a yes, and if that's an easy yes, then I have something special that I would like to share with you. If you are using the general approach of throwing cooked spaghetti to the, if you're using the general approach of throwing cooked spaghetti to the ceiling and that gives you results. Without this system, it's the same as a dating blindfolded. You never know who you're going to attract and what's going to work or what's not going to work out again. It's time to take that blindfold out and start using the easiest, fastest way to create your love by design. Today, I'm going to share with you the 3 secrets. Now, the 3 secrets, it's not just 3, but I'm going to give you a 1 bonus. The acronym is LOVE, L-O-V-E. That's 4 secrets. So the L stands for love, and it's love and loving yourself. The O is for opportunity.
Just
and
one of them. Just one.
Yeah. Don't go through the L-O-V-E?
No.
Okay. So it's L-O-V-E next.
Right.
Okay. And that, beautiful ladies, is the 3 secrets plus the bonus tip that I like to share with you, and I hope you enjoy that. I really appreciate you listening and for your time that you've given me today, and I would love to share with you more stuff. Does anybody here like free stuff to get? Okay. I would love to give that to you, and in doing so, since this is a webinar, would you please put your name and your phone number and your email onto the chat room? And on the side, I believe that everyone here on the webinar is single. I will also give you a PDF, and I will also give you an invitation to my podcast, which is Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at 7:40, as well as my love notes, Dr. Renee's love notes, and an invitation to a special one-on-one coaching discovery session. So please put your name in the chat room and your information, your email, your phone number, and your first and last name. I'd like to share with you a little something before I leave. In the end, we only regret the chances we didn't take, the relationships we were afraid to have, and the decisions we waited too long to make.
All right. Good job. All right, so a couple of things.
Thank you.
Yeah, a couple of things. One thing I love about listening to you, Renee, is every time you tell your story, you share something new. Like that we didn't know about you. Like you had a house in Australia? Really?
Yeah, I was working with Donald Trump in Sydney, Australia. And I always had a home base, my home in Beverly Hills, always. But he rented a home for me, and it was working at his casino in Sydney Harbor. He wanted me to help him with the flow plan at the casino. And we worked one-on-one together, but we worked as a mastermind. There was always at least 20 or 30 people in the room. He wasn't like he was when he was like campaigning. He wasn't like that kind of a cuckoo head, but he did love people who were beautiful people, but he also valued loyalty, and he valued intelligence, and he valued people with high values and who have moral fiber. Now, I know there's this other stuff that he does, and I don't know where that came from left field, but he was a dream to work with in a sense that definitely not warm and fuzzy, very much bottom line. But I learned so much in that short time. I was with him for 2.5 years in Australia. In Sydney, we worked in Sydney, and I lived in Palm Beach. I had a home there, and I said, it's a little too far, and I said, can I move a little closer? And he said, I'll put you into Double Bay, which is right in the heart of the hub of Sydney, Australia. So it was a really nice place. And he had a car for me, and he didn't have to drive. So that was kind of a cool thing.
Wow. You had a charmed life, girl.
Yeah, no, there's a lot. There's a lot. You know, my closet is filled with tons of clothes, and if I, heaven forbid, if I were to die tomorrow, I have the life of nine people, 9 lives.
Right. Awesome. Okay. So I really didn't get. Okay. So in your story, let's do story for a minute. So so sometimes we can streamline it too much, and I really missed some of the fun things that you had in it yesterday. Was it yesterday?
Yesterday.
You know, where, you know, or earlier today, whenever you were talking about no sex and this and all those guys.
Yep.
So some of that you can put in, because you're so, and I mean this with all the love in my heart, but you're so cute when you're doing some of that stuff, right? You know,
Okay.
it's adorable. You know, it makes us smile, right?
Okay.
Right, Jason, isn't it adorable?
Yeah.
To watch it, or the animation, you know, like,
Yeah.
oh, I didn't even have sex, you know. So let's not, you know, take too much of that out. I love that. And then when you talked about the online dating, that's a good time to say, put in a 1 day, because then we know you pivot. So 1 day, you know, so you were working, you didn't see anybody, and finally your friend said, you know, you got to get back out there, or you got to start dating. And there's this online thing. So it's a good time for a 1 day. 1 day, a friend of mine came to me and said, you got to get out there, girl, and you got to start this online dating. So you thought I'd give it a try. And then boom, it blew up, because you had 2,000 some odd possibilities, right?
Yep.
But then when you talk about, you got it 87, and then you got it down, and then you got it down to 1. You want to say it kind of was mushed together. So you want to say, then it came down to the 1, and not Jim, but when you were talking about being engaged 9 times.
Yep.
Then it mushed into, you all of a sudden mushed it into, you know, I gave back his car. It was 2 weeks before the wedding. Let's take some time with that. So a lot of times we go real fast. We go boom, 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 boom 9 times, and then we stop the film a little bit and go a little bit slower in slow-mo. So I was engaged 9 times, and we don't have to talk all of 9 times, but then you could say 9 times. And the last time I was engaged, there were some red flags, and I don't have to say what they were, but one, you know, but you kind of did, because you said, but one of them was about my dog, and, you know, so we can know you're a dog lover, and that was it. And there was just too many red flags. If he was going to treat me this way, blah, blah, blah. What you said was perfect. Mm-hmm. But let's just slow it down and say the last guy, I canceled the wedding 2 weeks before. Mm-hmm. We were going, it was at the Bel Air Country Club, whatever it was. It was blah, blah, blah. We had 200 invitations out. But the red flag 2 weeks before, he said something about my dog, and I knew that was it.
Yeah.
If he was going to be that controlling, what would happen when we had kids?
Yeah, I knew.
Right?
That was it. Did you like when I added the values? Because there's values, you know, how I have God, but love is there too. But then finance is there. Freedom and liberty is all there. And I live my life moving forward with my values. Does that make sense, Arvi? That's why I'm here. It's that Kanai, I said to you before yesterday, constant never ending improvement. That's another value of my always improving, but not with just anybody who's a speaking coach, not anybody. It's Arvi Robinson. And that's the key, is because I've been around a lot too. And I've seen what other speaking coaches do, which is not even a third or an eighth of what you do, and the heart and soul that you give to all of us. That's why I choose to spend this time, 2 days, to be here. So that's following my values. Does that make sense? Because there's a distinction between values and beliefs.
Values were fine. Just out of curiosity, before I continue, what did that boyfriend say? Who spent?
I call him the $63 million man.
60.
He was what was he? Was he 63? I think he was 63. He was the guy who was the CEO of Fruit of the Loom. Have you heard of Fruit of the Loom?
The underwear.
Yeah, underwear guy, and then the one of the 8 was also George Lucas. You know who George Lucas is?
The film guy?
Star Wars.
Yeah, yeah, Star Wars. He had 5 children who were adopted, and they were all bratty. And they were mean to my dog,
And
and they
he
would
went
throw
on,
stuff.
he went online?
No, no, this is I never went online before. For me to meet a boyfriend was just by happenstance before I went online. Okay, there's a 9 engagements before I got engaged, before I went online. 9 engagements through friends of friends and people and friends and connections. That's the 9 here. Then after the 9th, the 10th one, I met online.
Okay. So getting back to the guy, what did he say to you when you said, I'm breaking it off?
Oh, I told him the next day, I'm breaking it off. He said, why? He said, do you want something? Do you want another car? I just bought you the brand new car. It's a year old. And I said, no, I don't need anything. I don't need anything. Because he was always trying to give me stuff to buy stuff. And I didn't want, I mean, I have my own stuff.
He was
I
trying
don't
to
need
buy
any more
your
stuff.
love. But he
Trying to
didn't
buy my
get
love.
He didn't get angry at you?
Oh, he was angry. We spent, there was a like $20,000 down payment just for the Bel Air Hotel. And you can't get that money back. And all the invitations, and they're all hand delivered invitations. Hand delivered by the delivery service. It isn't through the mail. And they're a box. The invitations were in a beautiful box. I designed it, of course. It was really gorgeous. But they're hand delivered. They were each invitation was 2.5 pounds.
How many people?
250.
You called all of them?
Oh, all of them were hand delivered. That's
Oh.
the food. My menu was so delicious. I was in charge of the menu. Oh my gosh! And the floral arrangements were like 5.5 feet tall. I mean, everything was canceled.
Oh, wow. Did
And
did you have a different dress for each wedding?
Each one, yeah. This last one was a Bob Mackie dress.
Oh.
It was a gorgeous. So I returned all that's returned. You know, I just returned it. So like I said, RV, I'd rather be single and happy than married and miserable in like a bird in a gilded cage.
Yeah.
And I've seen my friends get married to the wrong person and they're miserable, or they're taking pills, or they're getting drunk, or getting high, or blah, blah, blah. And they all talk about taking tranquilizers after lunch. You go to lunch with your girlfriends and they're popping pills in the bathroom, or I can't handle this. I got to take a tub bath and take a pill or whatever. It's like, it goes against my grain. And obviously they're not my friends.
I guess. Okay.
Yeah.
So good. All right. So then the only last thing is, okay, I missed out on the problem, pain, and suffering. It got lost or something. Where was the problem, pain, and suffering?
Okay.
Jason, did you miss that?
Yeah, I agree. I missed that as well.
So I didn't mention the pain and suffering earlier, or I was it yesterday. Do you ever go to, are you alone, or do you find yourself you just lost your parents, they've died, or you were taking care of them, or do you notice that you go to dinner parties by yourself and you're looking for that +1? Do you remember me saying that yesterday?
I do, but is that the real problem, or is the real problem people
being lonely? Well, now I want to talk about the COVID, because people are by themselves. They don't have their love.
They by themselves. They settle for the wrong guy. They're miserable.
Settling, that's another one. You settle for the wrong guy. You live in this beautiful place. Basically what that is, RV, I hate to say this, but it's prostitution. Think about it. You have all these beautiful women, everything's very shallow, and they have all these gifts, and they're miserable. They're taking pills, and it's prostitution. And I just don't believe in that. And
Okay,
I'm not.
Let's not get too far off. We got a lot of.
Oh, sorry.
But problem, pain, and suffering. So why don't you tell me what the problem, pain, and suffering is right now?
Yeah.
So after your story, and maybe you can make it a little clearer by saying the problem is that women are alone, or that some of you are alone, or you settle, or whatever, or you settle for the wrong guy, you get married, and then you're miserable. Then just what you just told us, you pop pills.
Lonely.
You
lonely and sad. How about lonely and sad?
Well, lonely and sad, but what's the real problem? The pain. They're taking pain pills.
Okay.
We got to paint an ugly picture so that they hire you. That's
okay.
Persuasion. You make it so awful that they want to get out of that and want to hire you so that they can have that happiness. because you're the solution.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't go into that. All I said is throwing cooked spaghetti to the ceiling and seeing what sticks. And then
That
seeing
doesn't make
being
any sense.
that didn't, yeah, okay.
No, that,
I'm
that
gonna
was not
I'm gonna
right.
tweak that.
Okay,
Yep.
so tweak that. So the problem is, and then you tell us the problem. You've seen it. You're the expert.
Yep.
People settle for the wrong person. They jump into relationships. They end up being alone. As opposed to, do you find yourself going to dinner alone? That's not really the problem.
That's not painful enough.
No.
Okay.
Okay. A lot of
Thank
people like
you.
to go to restaurants alone. All right. The other thing is, the last thing is you put the appreciate before the invitation. It goes invitation, appreciation, and memorable statement. You went from invitation to memorable statement.
Okay. Is a invitation after memorable statement?
No. Invitation is all your book and stuff. And be careful, because you did really 3 offers. Love notes, the book, and then a strategy. That's too many.
Okay.
All you
Okay,
have
got
to do
it.
is offer one thing to get their emails, and then you can offer the strategy later or whatever.
Okay.
So get my love notes. And if you want a copy of my book and love notes, put your email here. I'll send you the book and put you on my list. That's it. Don't talk about the strategy session.
Okay, got it.
Too much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we'll come back to you too. All right, for that cleanup. All right, who wants to go next?
I think Florence was next, right?
Florence. All right, Florence.
Well, I didn't say I want to, but I will.
Okay, we're going to go to about 6:30. Is that okay? Oh, before we do, give love to Renee. Love to
Oh, thank you.
Love.
Okay, tell her what you thought.
I thought your talk was great, Renee, and I never, I always question online dating because friends would tell me, oh, you should do this, you should do that. I said, no, but now you've made me think about it. I'm not sure it's something I want to do, but you've made me think more positive about online dating.
Okay, can I mention something real quick, RB, real fast for Florence? Okay, so Florence, really quickly, I worked with a guy and he was married for 20 years, and then we cleaned up his life a lot. And 3 months later, he said, I'm ready to go online. And he said, well, can I find somebody online? I said, it doesn't matter. You're putting the vibration and frequency out there to God and to the universe.
But was he married? You said he was married.
He was married and he got divorced, but he was waiting for his son to turn 18.
Oh.
And then he saw me and he was crying. He was upset. His shirt was pulled up. Just very, very sad man. And it was a man. It was a grown man and just so sad. And so I said, it's going to take a couple of years because you were married for 26 years. You got to take all the stuff like an Etch-a-Sketch and make it erase. But you need me to help you. Like the Etch-a-Sketch. So I said, I'll take a couple of years, but I'm here to hold your hand and we'll have you start going to church and on and on. I didn't want to go through the details. And he said, well, does it have to be online? I said, it doesn't have to be online. You can meet somebody at the bank, the grocery store, or the parking lot, whatever. So the day we put him online, I said to him, you just never know where you're going to do it. So just put it out there and forget it. That afternoon, he met somebody in the CVS parking lot. And he said, Dr. Renee, I think I met the love of my life. I said, that's nice, but just take it as it is. Just have coffee. Do not have lunch. Just have coffee, get to know her. And he jumped for coffee. The next day he called her again. And then it went on and on for 3 or 4 weeks. And then he called me. He said, I'm in love. I said, no, you're not. You're infatuated. He said, I'm going to ask her hand in marriage. I said, you're like 44 years old. He said, I'm still going to do that. And I said, okay. So bottom line, within 6 months later, they got married. They named their first daughter after me. She was 34. He was 44. And it happened very quickly. And it turned around. They're still married, and they're just happy. They're just thrilled and overjoyed. They've referred me to maybe 11 people. So this is across the country. So that was just the one thing. So Florence, it doesn't have to be online, but I'll help you with that. But there are people all over, and so what you're putting out there, it's like a magnet. You know how everybody goes to RV, and whoever goes to RV, they're all solid people. They're not flaky. We all show up on time because RV is like that. She's a woman of Christ, and it's the people who she attracts. You know, it's like moths to light.
I
Does that
understand.
make sense? So whatever we tweak the thing, whatever you're going through, I can help you, you know, clean up your Etch a Sketch.
Oh, Renee,
Is that a good way of saying our?
Okay, give some love.
when I get through with my journey to Africa, then I might settle down and start thinking about maybe something else, and that's when I'll come to see you.
You might need a plane on the way to Africa.
Yeah,
I don't
or
want.
meet him in Africa.
Oh no,
You
I've
might
got
meet him
there's
in
too
Africa.
many in Africa that want me. I'm not. No, not interested in that.
Yeah.
So when I get ready to settle down and not do the traveling that I'm doing, then that's when I will think about it.
Okay.
But I think you have some very good. I mean, a lot of things you said I could repeat because I've had some of the same experiences. But I think it's very enlightening, especially for people who are single. I'm single, but I've had my share, and right now, Africa is my thing.
Okay.
All right, Jason.
Thank you.
I'm going to echo some of our RV's sentiments. That's the first thing. The one thing in particular that really just stands out for me is your transition from the story to the problems, pain, and suffering. I find that is going to, that's what really clinches it for me. And there's something I find that was missing. I thought that as I'm caught up in all of the experience of you being with, a CEO, you're with George Lucas, who knows any other famous men you were with, but all that, I was curious about. I mean, you had 9 engagements. You had one time started out with 2,000 plus men, and there willed it down to 26 and somehow. So it's kind of like you live this life with a bachelorette in some instances. I mean, it's kind of very animated. But what drives it for me was, what did you find out about love for you that somehow as an audience, as someone like for me, that when it comes to the problem, pain, and suffering, why love or creating love is so difficult. And that's what I find that was, I didn't think, I found that she didn't quite get to that yet because I thought it was there. But I thought, from all of what you picked up, there's really this juicy, some profound nuggets must have stood out that can be reflected in the pain and suffering that now say, okay, wow, of course, she experienced all this with these men and found that these really prominent things stick out. That's what I find would make me want to learn more about, okay, your points on love.
Got it.
That, and that's, and so that distinction between the personal story and the pain and suffering, the problem, pain, and suffering, if those can get connected in some way,
Okay.
I would really be captivated.
Okay, so you're saying, Jason, that I should link it, a better link together. Is that correct?
There's something,
Okay.
it's really in that problem, pain, and suffering, which I see you didn't spend too much time on that. There was not enough in there.
There was not enough suffering due to the problem of either being single, wasn't clearly defined, and it wasn't painful enough.
Yeah, what were the problems of that you find between men and women that make love so hard? From all of what you experienced, something must have stood out. Some things.
Yeah, there was lots. There was lots of things.
Okay,
But
so
I left
think
out the
about
gold
those
nuggets.
problems.
Yeah, RV, I did leave out those gold nuggets, and I will find them under a rock and put them in my speech.
Okay, perfect.
The rest of it was great. Thanks, Renee.
Okay,
Thank you,
perfect.
Jason. Appreciate it.
Okay, Virginia, did you have something you wanted to say to Renee?
You're muted.
She's muted.
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 I was just wondering why she left them out, if they were too painful to even talk about, or.
No. Yeah, I'm not gonna. One of the ones I was engaged to was a guy who was a mafia hitman for the Gambino family. I know this is like a whole nother thing, but I was under a witness protection. I didn't want to put that in, but I put that in my speeches before, and it's really captivating. There was a time I didn't want to talk about it because I thought I would get hurt, but it was really captivating what it is. And then I talk about values and beliefs. If you don't have the values and beliefs in order, that's when I kind of threw the spaghetti up in the air and see what falls. Women do this all the time. They are in bad relationships. They got to find another one. They repeat the same behavior over and over. So I said, what did I do to attract this wrong person?
Well,
So
see, all that is the problem. They
Yeah, so I
attract
have
the
to go
wrong
read it.
person. They keep doing it over and over again.
Right.
You know, that's
Yeah.
part of what was missing.
Yeah, so I have to not take that story, but there's other stories that I can share, but
No. We don't even
time.
need that. We don't need a story. All we need is the problem is
Yes, the problem is
women don't, have values enough, and they pick the wrong guy, and then they
over and over.
They over and over again,
Over and
and blah blah
over.
blah, and then
Yeah.
they suffer, and then they have to take pills to get through the day, or they
Yeah.
become alcoholics, and then
Yes.
no man wants them.
No man wants them.
Nobody wants
If he's
them.
worth anything, no man would want that.
Right. But it doesn't have to be that way. They can really learn how to attract a loving relationship. And I can help them to do that. And
There you
that's
go.
simple. So we don't need a story about, the mafia guy in there.
No.
Yeah.
But it's a good one. I mean, because Jason said the word juicy, is like, oh, that's a good one.
But I think one thing that you probably don't realize, because I've had similar experiences as you, one reason that these men were attracted to you because you were a virgin, because you're not, because I've dated a couple of people whose names are very big and you would know, and that's one thing they liked about me, and I did not sleep with them. And I think that just made me more attracted to them because I don't know if it was the, what do you call it?
Challenge?
Challenge.
It's a challenge.
The challenge.
Yeah, it's a challenge.
It's like they're on the hunt.
Right.
Oh, they're on the hunt. And that's what men are. They want the hunt, and they want that notch on their belt.
Not Jason.
And they want that. They just
Not
want
Jason.
Not Jason. Cover your ears. But in general, that's what men, many, especially powerful men, which I'm sure Florence has been with many, and powerful, not sleeping with, but dated, a cup of coffee or lunch. And that's what they wanted because they control everything. They're very controlling. And then you're like chattel. You know what I mean by chattel? You're my possession. You're my property.
Well,
Therefore,
they want a trophy.
Trophy, yeah. It's a trophy.
Trophy.
Trophy, chattel, yeah.
Okay,
Exactly.
very good.
Yeah,
Well, we better
good.
go on. We could have this discussion for a long
this-
time, but all right. So love it, Renee.
Yeah.
Keep it up, but do add that problem. Now, so everybody sees how when you don't do the formula, that the results aren't as good or it's not as effective in terms of a persuasive presentation. So the formula has been tried and true. I've been working on it for years. So stay true to the formula and it'll be true to you, and you'll get the clients and the referrals and the work and the business that you more than you could possibly handle. All right, so let's go. Who wants to go next? Florence, do you want to go next?
Okay.
Florence, Kay, and Virginia.
Okay, I'll give it a try. I don't remember having a day of pain until I turned 75. That's right. Believe it or not, it is true. In the next 30 minutes, I'm going to share with you how you can have your best dimension physically, mentally, and spiritually in your second act. I'd like to thank you first for the time and energy you took to be here. I also want to thank Miss Alice Smith for inviting me to speak to you. But before I share with you how you can make your second act your best dimension, I'm going to just take you on a brief journey from my first act to grace in my second act. It was around March 2015, and I just finished an engagement with the fifth dimension and woke up and was ready to bounce out of the bed, and my body wouldn't bounce. I slid out of bed and my joints ached, and I couldn't figure this out because I've never had any pain. I mean, I was a health nut in the group. I ate well, I exercised a lot. But this day, the pain just hit me. Well, to make a long story short, I had several years of joint pain, just body aching, not feeling well. See, a lot of people don't know what it feels like to feel good because they've never expected their bodies to feel well. But I just didn't feel well. I ended up having a hip replacement, but that didn't stop me. I went on stage with that new hip. I had a cane and I had it jeweled, and it was really kind of fun. But then my other hip got jealous, so I ended up having 2 hip replacements. I realized during this time that it really affected me mentally because as I said before, I'd never been sick, and it slowed me down. Am I getting old? You know, I don't mind aging as everyone has to, but I didn't want to get old.
Right.
I wanted to grow old gracefully, and that was not happening. Mentally, I even started at times feeling old. So I went to I went to therapy, and I prayed a lot. So over the next years, this therapy and prayer and changing of my diet, changing my habits really helped, and I started to feel good. But during that time, I also visited nursing homes, and especially during Christmas, I would go and visit, and I'd look and I'd see men and women lying in bed and just doing just that, lying in bed.
Mhm.
A few of them would have letters from family on the wall or pictures, but most of them had nothing but just lying there and helplessly. And when I looked at them, I realized that could be me. Instead of continuing to perform, singing and doing choreography at 78, I didn't want to be lying there in the bed. The curtain had come up from my second act, and I wanted to continue taking my bows. I learned during this time that seniors are often left alone, either at home or in nursing homes, either by choice or by family members. They begin to believe that this is their fate in life, and they end up dying, having never reached their God-given destiny. Or they become healed, maybe physically, but not mentally and spiritually. It's like a song that's incomplete. Maybe the lyrics haven't been written or the melody hasn't been written. It's up to those of us who care to teach and encourage these senior citizens how they can live the second act of their life with a standing ovation, maybe even experiencing an encore. Oh dear. I put the ways that you can increase your life into an acronym: MEND. Music, MUSIC. Don't laugh. That too.
Mind, your subconscious mind.
That too. Music, MUSIC. See, count your blessings. If you have a problem with your joints, there's nothing wrong with your mouth, because you're sure enough complaining about it. So instead of doing that, get on the phone and encourage somebody else. Use that mouth and then work on those joints. I'm sorry, I've got things everywhere.
Number 11. That, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't know. Oh. That, ladies and gentlemen, is one of the best things you can do to continue living your life. You've been such a fun audience. I truly appreciate you sharing your precious time and participating with me. I'd like to offer you a raffle. I've written a book called Grace in Your Second Act, and I'm going to raffle this off with a Starbucks card. But I'm going to give you a little taste of the book. I love my work, and I continue studying so I can give my best. Of course, I can't do what I did when I was 20, but I still have a lot of energy because I take care of my health. I believe that that's my obligation as a performer, and I love the pleasure it brings to other people. I have every intention of continuing till God says it's time to stop, or until I feel I'm no longer able to give my best. Ironically, it isn't merely about age. Tony Bennett is a fantastic example. I saw him perform at 90 years old, and he was sensational. He takes care of his voice and is the ultimate professional. Oh, dear. I'm sorry, I lost the page. Well, I'm going to raffle this book, and can I have a volunteer come and oh, I'm sorry.
What book? How many of you like free stuff?
Oh, right. And see, I couldn't find the page. How many of you like free stuff? Guess what? Okay. Well, I'm going to raffle this book with a gift card from Starbucks.
Is it your book?
Yes, it is. It's a book I've written about grace in your second act. So take out your card, your business cards, and if you don't want to be on my database, fold the card in half, and you'll just be a part of the raffle. Susan, would you collect these cards, please? Thank you. Now pass the cards over to the person at your table with the blondest hair. All right. Oh, we have a winner, George Smith of Beverly Hills. Thank you very much. You've been a fun audience, and I truly appreciate your sharing your precious time and participating with me. But now remember, let your special light shine physically, mentally, and spiritually, now and all through your second act.
That'll work.
Oh, yeah. I was confused because I had my notes in two different places. I'm
Right.
sorry.
That's why we put them all on here as we go. Otherwise, you run into the same problem everybody does. Normally, we would have a little extra time to put that on, but you know, we're moving forward. So good job, good job. When you do the, since you're going to start at the bottom of music, right? I know you have Men on the Brain now after Dr. Renee's talk, but just like I've got Africa on the brain, you just want to be a little clear and say, we're going to start, because you were very clear with music, but you want to be very clear on we're going to start at the bottom and work our way up. So we're going to start with the C. Just be real clear so you don't lose anybody. Jason, are you eating ice cream? What are you eating?
It's called a fun. It's a fun
cane?
dip. It's like a pixie stick with a fun dip stick in it. So it's got it's like sipping on powdered Kool-Aid.
Oh, that's cute.
Okay, fitness coach.
Yeah, I thought it was sugar cane or something.
Sugar? Yeah,
I'm cheating. I'm sorry. I'm looking at all this sugar on screen, and I just dip with a fun dip. So.
Ah,
so cute.
Good. Okay, but that was the only note that I have, Florence. Otherwise, it's smooth and cool and, you know, perfect. And for all of you, when you're doing this, when you're practicing your speech at home, you really want to take time with that close and get your bag out and, I mean, really practice with the props, just like you would if you're in theater or anything else. And just here it is, have that imaginary person, and really walk through, because there's some time that happens. Okay, so when you're gathering the cards, I usually don't say anything except quickly, right? You don't want them to miss anything. So you got to kind of get them to hurry it up a little bit. Everybody got their card in the bag? Great.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Quickly, and just kind of small talk it through. But it's going to be a minute to two. When you're in larger groups, and this is in the manual, let me look for it really quick while you guys give love, because I want to show this one chart to you. So give love to Florence.
Great job, Florence.
Job.
I admire what you're doing. It's certainly got to be rewarding for you, in addition to your singing career and all of the things that you do, to be able to now share that with, seniors and help them through whatever they're going through. So I really think it's great. And you've actually pointed out a lot of things. My dad was in a home for about a year, and I know, how you're describing. Some rooms are just nothing. My aunt was there. I mean, some rooms you just walk in and it's a wonder how they cannot be depressed, or why they are depressed, So I thought it was a great thing the way you described that. Very good.
Thank you. And another thing I've noticed with seniors that come to the show, all they look at is how I look, my appearance. And I tell them that has nothing to do with the inside.
Yes.
Am I healthy?
Yes. So
Yeah,
thanks for pointing that out. Yeah.
I loved it, and it's so touching, and you really feel it the way, Florence, you describe it. I'm there kind of like weeping for these elderly people, and I can feel it as if I'm there and I could see it. The way you describe it is so vivid.
The room smell, sad.
Yeah, it is. But you're going to be making a difference in their lives, and maybe even uplifting them, inspiring them to do something, maybe to walk around or to go to the little gym and pick up some weights or something. You will change and extend lives. You will. Okay, who else? Jason, you want to go?
Yeah, no question, especially if you rock that red bandana the red beret while you doing your presentation. I mean, that's absolutely killing it.
You're a rock star.
Totally. But I just 2 points I wanted to make. I love the title, Your Best Dimension in Your Second Act. I just absolutely love that. And then I like the fact that how your speech gives this implication about how age should not be a constraint towards having vitality. And then there was love the references that you gave too with respect to your career, saying things like a song that is incomplete, really kind of assimilating what you're trying to share, the topic you're sharing to specifically what you've done in life, which is create music, and what that music, the benefit of what that music brings. So to say things like a song that is incomplete, and then to create the acronym music, it's very befitting. It's really a speech that has tremendous structure right now in it, very good pieces in it, and I can only see better things coming from it.
Thank you, Jason.
Beautiful.
And thank you for your spirit today.
Usually when I speak, I sing because people expect that of me. So I usually choose a song to fit the particular situation that I'm in.
And are you going to put a song in the meet?
I hadn't thought about it.
Because you could, and here's the song. For the you can use Up, Up, and Away.
I like to think of, thank you very much, but I like to think a song that would be more connected to what I'm talking about, like for the I, The Impossible Dream.
Okay.
The songs that speak of mental, physical, or spiritual healing.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, I feel you.
Beautiful.
Like that.
All right, Kay, Virginia, anybody else want to share real quick before we have 2 more to go?
No, I already shared with,
Okay, good. Virginia, are you good?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So quickly, before we go to the next two, I want you to look at page 33 in your manual. 33 in your manual. This is because sometimes this close may change based on the number, based on how long your speech is. So business card raffle, number of people, 50 or less, or it's going to take too bloody long to collect all the business cards. So 20 minutes or more, you need to speak. Otherwise, like I said, when I had my 10 minutes, I couldn't do this. Free strategy session, 30 people or less, 20 minutes or more. Q&A script is unlimited. So if you have, 100 people, you can say, if I've inspired you in any way, or if you have any questions in any way, come and see me. That's unlimited number of people, but we typically use it when we only have a small amount of time, like 5 minutes, 7 minutes, 6 minutes. Combo of any of the above, 50 or less, 20 minutes or more. Sell a product or service, we can do unlimited. There could be 500 people in the room, but we minimum need 30 minutes. The more time you have, the bigger the price tag can be. So for 30 minutes, you could sell a book for 15 bucks. You could sell a small coaching program, not coaching, a small workshop or something for 97 bucks. But you cannot sell, unless you're T. Harv Eker or some of these big guys out there, you cannot sell a $2,000 product, a coaching program like for 90 days or any of that in 30 minutes. You just can't. I can't. It takes, because the people don't know you. They don't fall, they need time to fall in love with you. So we make it small. And then they learn, they come and they meet us, and then they buy the next program, and then the next program. All right. Then raising funds from the stage, the same kind of thing. It's unlimited, but you absolutely need 30 minutes or more. So check on this page. If something happens to your speaking time and you no longer have 30 minutes, but maybe you only have 10 minutes, then you will need to change the close. Okay. All right. I just wanted to point that out. All right. Can we take like a quick 5-minute potty break?
Yes.
Yeah.
Good. All
That'll
right.
work.
5 minutes. No more though, because we got 2 more people to go.
Okay. I'm with it.
All right. All righty. All righty, ready. So we're gonna.
This is the cane I use when I have my.
Oh, that's beautiful. Look at that.
Love it. Of course, I'm a bling person. Love it. Love it.
Yeah.
Huh?
That's nice.
The audience loved it.
I bet. All righty. I don't know where everybody is, but Kay, are you ready?
I'm as ready as I can be.
Okay, let's go.
Okay. So, in Africa, one elephant is killed every 15 minutes. That's about 100 elephants killed each day just for their ivory. I know it's hard to believe, but it's true. For the next 30 minutes, I'm going to share the wonders of Africa, its wildlife, and its diverse culture, and how your visit helps conservation efforts and the reasons you should visit Africa before it all disappears. I wanted to take a moment to thank everyone for taking the time out of your busy day to share your time and energy with me. Special thanks and appreciation to Michelle Bergquist and Patty Vargas of Connected Women of Influence for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to share with you today. Before I share with you the mystique of Africa, would it be okay if I shared my story with you, my journey, and what led me to becoming the expert I am today, owning and operating a safari company in Tanzania, Africa? Thank you. Back in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, I worked in corporate America as HR director. During that time, I also worked part-time in the travel industry. My mom passed away in 2002. Then in 2003, due to an automobile accident, I was hit by a drunk driver. I was unable to walk, unable to work for almost a year. When I went back to work, my youngest brother died in 2004 very suddenly. Within 6 months, my second younger brother would be gone as well.
Oh dear.
My life was in shambles and I didn't know what to do. Depressed and unable to work, I was led or referred to psychiatrists and psychologists to help me because I really needed a way to move forward. I needed to have a reason to live because I really was simply living to die. I thought those sessions would help me, but as it turned out, it was just a good way for me to cry without crying in front of people. One morning I woke up and I told myself it might be a good idea to change my environment, to take a trip somewhere, to rethink my life. As a travel agent, I searched for available trips and decided that I'd take a trip to Tanzania. It really wasn't because it was Africa, but more because it was so far away and it would really operate within a month. And I knew if it was longer than that, I would change my mind. That trip helped change my life and caused me to do a lot of soul searching. I discovered with all that soul searching, the thoughts and the emotions that went into that trip, what I was feeling at the time, I really found myself in Africa. I discovered more of who I was and what I wanted to do. I still wasn't sure how to do it, but the trip itself and how the people in Tanzania made me feel was a start. I returned home, made the decision to retire. Once retired, I took 2 years and traveled throughout Africa on my own to Africa's finest safari destinations, 13 different African nations, to see what the differences were in those countries. On that return, I approached my boss at the travel agency and asked him if he would give me a raise if I were to promote and sell Africa. He had lots of restrictions for me and I decided that wasn't what I wanted. That wasn't what I was comfortable with, so I quit. I quit and I consulted with a girlfriend who already owned a travel agency, and we decided to partner together. She'd never been to Africa and wanted to go because she wanted to offer her clients something different who had always been on cruises. So after hearing me talk about Africa so much, I organized a trip for us and we both went, and she fell in love with Africa the same way I did. So on our return, we set up a presentation for her clients and some of mine. As I went outside to greet my arriving guests and she went inside to greet them, Within moments, she collapsed on the floor. Everyone started yelling. I didn't know what had happened, so I ran inside and she was laying on the floor. So I jumped over her and quickly called 911. She died that day on the floor of my house. Her death was the culmination of all the previous year of depression and distress for me. I needed to once again determine the direction of my life. I felt somehow that there was meaning in all of this, a sign maybe that I was on the right track, that maybe these adversities I went through would no longer be a setback for me. I knew I needed to take control of my life and put it back on track. So I researched how to begin my own agency. And in between that time, I took a couple of test groups to South Africa and Tanzania, worked with other companies for a couple of years until I was ready to open my doors. Soon, I bought a vehicle and partnered with a local Tanzanian. When I was ready to own the experience and the company that would provide this uniquely personalized custom experience that I wanted to do, Destined to Travel opened its doors. That was 15 years ago, and today I've traveled on multiple trips on my own, led more than 75 groups to various parts of Africa to see and to feel what I felt so many years ago. I discovered a passion that I never knew, a passion that I could and was anxious to share with others. And today I'm here with you to share that passion. When you say Africa, for so many, it conjures up negative images such as wars, shootings, criminal activities, animals everywhere ready to attack, danger around every corner. Many believe that Africa as a continent is just a dangerous place to be. So people already have preconceived notions about what Africa is or is not. This shows up in statements like, oh no, I'd never go to Africa. That's just not for me. It's just not safe. But they have no idea about Africa, yet they make those statements without even knowing anything. The truth be known, most people don't even know where Tanzania is. The fact is that Tanzania is the safest country in the region, certainly in the 15 years that I've been traveling. From your arrival to departure, both myself and my drivers are with you, watching over the group everywhere we go. Today, I'm here to debunk some of those myths and notions and show you the beauty, the mystique, the magic that exists in this amazing country, so you too can make an informed decision about your next adventure. Let's explore the reasons why you should go to Africa before it all disappears. I'm going to go over an easy way for you to remember. We'll do it in the form of an acronym, and that acronym is SAFARI. So we'll start with S, and S is for safety and security.
Good.
And then we go down the list. That, my friends, is what I wanted to share with you today. I've provided you with at least 5 reasons why you need to go to Africa sooner rather than later, before it all disappears. I know I shared a lot of information with you today, and I hope I've broadened your horizons a bit when it comes to Africa. Oops. Oh, okay. Now I have a free giveaway for 2 lucky people. And today we're going to give away our lens cloths, our glass cleaners with photos from Africa, all wildlife photos from Africa, pictures that I have taken on safari. And you get to pick your choice of which one you want. So we have 2 lucky winners and we have several lens cloths to pick, okay? So are we ready? My volunteer is going to collect business cards and collect them from each table. And then we will see who the lucky winners are. I didn't do all the bad stuff, but that's what we'll do. Then I have a question for you. Do you like free things?
Yeah.
All right. That's great, because I'd like to offer you a 30-minute discovery session. And in that session, you'll be able to ask me or share with me any concerns you have, any questions you might have if you were to take this journey. So I'd love to respond to your questions, and I look forward to having that session with you. So I've really enjoyed my time with you, and I love to share with you, and I appreciate you allowing me to share my passion with you. Remember, one trip can truly change your life and the lives of others.
Very good. Very good. I just love the whole story. Now, before this weekend, Kay, have you had any formal speaker training?
Not formal, no. I've spoken a lot, but I have not had any formal speaker training.
Because you really, you're a great storyteller, you're a great wordsmith, just like Jason is, and putting it all together. So it really sounds like you've had a lot of, even previous training. So good
Maybe
job.
in my HR career, but I used to talk, but not now. So thank you. That's a very, very huge compliment coming from you.
Yeah, very good. And I like how you use the word safety and security instead of
I
safari.
took it out. Yeah, as I was thinking about it, I thought, okay, I got to include that because that's the first question everybody asks.
It's safe. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Now, but at the close, I think we need to practice the
Yeah,
close a little bit more,
Yeah.
right? A little rough. But hey, Jim, there's the love of her life. There's her heaven husband or whatever. Husband from heaven. Now, before stay here for a minute, Jim, because I want to finish up with Kay. But I would love you to share the story that you shared with me about meeting the first date you had with Renee. Okay, remember that story?
Okay.
Okay,
I do.
it's just adorable story, and you say it so well. Let me finish up here. Okay, so you had two closes, right? Two separate.
Yes.
So when we do a combo, we do them as one step. So if you're going to do a strategy session along with a giveaway, then it kind of needs to be one movement. So now, but I want to add something to the giveaway. Okay, that giveaway is not a good giveaway.
Okay.
Why? Because it's just a little sample thing, right? So we want to buff it up a little bit. So what can you add to your little eyeglass thing that would make it increase the value?
Oh, I have lots of luggage tags, small luggage tags.
Okay.
If they have Kay, when I went to Africa, I bought these pictures.
I have tons of things, but
The frame costs more than the pictures.
yeah, I know. Yeah, the banana print. Yeah, I have lots of those, but I don't have lots of those to give away. But I have lots of luggage tags that I make and give to my guests. So I can do that.
Then do that. Something just a little more value, and don't worry about.
I usually give these away for free to everybody that comes to a seminar, but I just thought, okay, well, I'll throw that in there.
And that's fine. That's what you want to do because it's better than a business card. They're going to keep it more than a business card. But we could do that later. So here's what we'll do. Here's what we'll do. You'll have something else that's a giveaway. That's what do they call it? Not gender related, just you can't do jewelry and unisex. Okay. And then so when you collect the business cards for whatever it is you're giving away, let's just say, whatever unisex thing you're giving away, and you want to describe it and you want to say the value, don't forget the value. Yeah. And that's why this wouldn't work because the value is, it's valuable to us, but it probably didn't cost very much.
Yeah, they do.
Right? So when it's a combo, it's like this. You're going to position what you're going to give away. You tell everybody to take out the business card. And I know you didn't do that part, and that's okay. A lot of moving parts. But then you say, but you're all winners. So I want to give you all a strategy session valued at $200. So we can talk about what questions you might have or plan your trip to Africa. Okay. Just put an S or a D for discovery in the corner of the card. That way it's all one move. They just take action once.
Okay.
Okay? Then after you collect the cards, you pick the winner for whatever the gift is. Then after that, you can say again, but I said you're all winners, so I'm going to give you all one of these. And you just pass them out.
Okay. Okay.
And you describe it like you did. You did a good job describing it, right? And the picture I took and blah, blah, blah. But we know it has your, hopefully, contact information on it. Right?
Okay.
Okay, so that'll be smoother there.
Okay.
Yeah, and again, whatever value of the discovery session and whatever the gift value is that you're going to end up giving. And maybe it's a luggage tag plus or a homemade luggage tag or whatever. Something that makes it very unique that people just can't buy. Okay. But great job. Good job. Excellent. All right. All right. So let's give Kay some love.
Okay, I thought Kay was very descriptive. I love the acronym that you did, that safety, because that was one of my concerns, and the way you accentuated that safety. I love that, and that I would love to. It's more like I want to learn more. Like don't stop. I want to hear more of what you have to share. That's what my impression was of your talk. I didn't want you to stop.
Okay,
So
good. Thank you.
fine. Yeah, you're welcome.
Excellent. All right, Jason.
I honestly loved it. I've loved it since the first draft. Before I left for my session, everything has really come together. The story is very heartfelt, and I'm a little remiss that the acronym SAFARI is no longer there, but I can respect the safety. A great change.
No, the
though.
acronym didn't change. It's Safari, but
And then the S is for safety.
yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
fantastic.
Before she had the S for Safari too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I agree with RV. Lastly, I definitely agree with RV on the gift, but at least you've got some great ideas to buffer it. I think those lens cases are beautiful, and yet to know that you've got other things to buffer it really is going to add value and really lock in this presentation, make it really solid. So congratulations, it's great work.
Thank you.
Excellent work.
Thank you.
Good. Florence?
I think it was very brave of you to go out on your own like that. I mean, how many people are going to leave a job and go out and start their own company? That was great.
Sometimes I think it was a stupid decision.
I think so.
But I'm glad I did it. I'm glad I did it.
We're glad you did it too. When we're all together in Tanzania. All right, Virginia, what would you like to say?
I enjoyed her story, and it sort of transports you to Tanzania. Really, I like the descriptions, the descriptive words she used. It was very well written.
Thank you.
But and not only are you giving people pleasure in going to Africa, but you're encouraging people who've gone through so much mental, anguish that they can be. I can't think of words. They can be reborn and refresh and go forward and be victorious over all of those things. Most people would just sit back. Oh,
I live in a corner like I did for 3 years. Yeah.
That's okay, but you came out of it. A lot of people never come out, or they turn to drugs or other things. You made that positive. You made a miracle out of your mess.
Yes.
That's right. A miracle.
May I share one last thing about this before we move to Virginia, because I know time is short. I just really applaud your ambition, Kay, right now for giving us a different perception. What we didn't know about Tanzania and about Africa in general. And I'm curious as to wondering about your presentation being in like some slides, how big this could really give up, but just giving us this vision right now of what Africa is rather than what we think it is absolutely going to be, it's going to launch a great groundswell of dialogue and let us open us up to what we've been missing out on. I'm looking forward to the experience myself. So thank you.
Well, thank you. I do have slides, and I will be showing wildlife pictures and some other things, to go along with the SAFARI, so yeah, it's very visual.
Beautiful.
Good.
Thank you.
Very good. All right. Thank you. All right. So before we go to Virginia, let's hear the story, Jim's side of the story of their first date.
The first date.
Well, first of all, like all of RV's events, once again, she under-promises and over-delivers, just like usual. All of you on there, I've just heard bits and pieces of it. Everybody has a great story to tell. Jason, I finally see the face of the great voice. It sounded a lot like me. And, everybody has a great story to give, and we're so blessed to have RV in our lives to help bring it out. And we couldn't sleep last night because Renee was so excited, and she's been speaking, but she always takes it to another level after one of these things. So thank you so much. I wanted to say that first.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Now, the rest of the story. Now you're going to hear the real story. Actually, Renee and I, we met online, and she told Tori. And here's the thing: is we talked for almost 2 months, and we did not have the benefits of Zoom, and we just connected on the phone, and our first conversation was 3.5, 4 hours long. So it continued that way. Every day we talked. Every day we talked a minimum 2.5 hours. And little did I know I was being interviewed the whole time, but that's another story. When we finally met, I decided I'd fly down. I lived in Silicon Valley. She lived in Beverly Hills. And I decided, well, I was going to fly down and meet with some clients and at the same time meet with Renee. And of course, she played the hard to get. She goes, well, if I'm in town, I'm in town. If not, we'll go another time. And I'm going, okay. I called to connect with her when I got in town, and she picks up the phone and says, can't talk, call later. Boom. And she hangs up.
On a Friday.
That was on a Saturday. And I'm thinking, okay, maybe this person who isn't who she is, and I'm basically calling her out on her scam, because maybe she took some beautiful pictures and from someone else. And right. I'm saying, well, I just have to accept whatever is given to me is given to me. I said, she's a wonderful person, and we'll go from there. The next day, we connect. She was like the usual, just bubbly Renee. And she apologized because she used to have problems with headaches and migraines and things like that. And I didn't know that's what was happening. So we almost didn't meet. So she said, where are we going to meet? And I said, well, we have a great hotel here. It was at the Lowe's in Santa Monica, has a buffet. She loves buffets. I said, come on down and we'll have lunch. Well, she came down. I said, by the way, she said, what do you look like? And I go, what do you mean, what do I look like? I said, I gave you my website. You were supposed to go check it out so you know all about me. And she says, is that like an email? Well, this is back in 2000. Renee wasn't very computer savvy then. And she basically, once again, put a little doubt in my mind. I said, well, whatever. So if you know anything about the Santa Monica Beach Hotel, they have these big chairs where you can sit back and you can hide yourself. So I'm over there sitting back, just listening for her. And the way she talked, the way she acted, she also walks the same way, very quickly, like she's a determined person. So I heard the steps going very quickly. I got up, walked behind her. She goes up to the front desk and says, is Jim Conley here? And he goes, Mr. Conley's behind you. She turned around, saw me, kissed me, and that was
Kiss him on the cheek.
Kissed me on the cheek. But here is the kicker. This is what really closed the deal for me.
Okay.
We got no, let me finish.
Okay.
So then when I got into line, and the first thing, was one of these buffet that she loves, and she got
seafood buffet.
She gets in line, she grabs a plate, turns around, and gives me a plate. Now, Jason, you probably can relate to this, is that when a woman does something for you like that, it really makes a difference. And that was the first time I said, I think she's the one. Because now I have been talking to her for 2 months. Now I get to meet her. She's really who she is. But now she grabs a plate, turns around, and that's the rest of my story.
Filled up the plate. Now, RV, real quickly, I didn't know an email and a website. I didn't know that, so I didn't know what he looked like. So when I'm asking him, I said on the phone that morning, I said, Jim, I really don't know what you look like, but you can be short, fat, and be a troll. I said, I'm still going to like you. I don't care what kind of car you drive. I just know I'm going to really like you. So I'm crossing my fingers as I'm asking, is Jim Connolly here at the hostess station? And she says, turn around. He's right behind you. I look, I go into this bright blue eyes. And I say, thank you, God. And I kissed him on the cheek. And it's like, I was like, yeah, I could hear the angels go,
like that. And then we got into line, and then I had my little dog in her little bag. And after 4 hours of eating, I said, oh, by the way, do you like little dogs? He says, yeah, I guess. So he says, why? So I went into my purse. He thought I was getting my wallet to show a photo. I pulled up my little dog, like a little white one. Actually, she was half the size.
He's like this, like, here.
So I went like this, and he goes, oh, I've never seen a dog at a restaurant before.
I never saw a dog in a bag before.
Never dog in a bag. And so he never met anybody like me before. So it was just kind of that kind of a thing. And he said, she's so quiet. And I said, well, all my dogs have been quiet all my life. I train all of them. And he says, and so our conversation went on, and then we just hit it off, and we've been together ever since.
I love it. Good.
Yeah. Thank you.
I love
And if you like to know more of the story, it's in her book. Because I wrote her forward in the book, and I was basically the first person to experience her actual process that she created for herself to help her find the love of her life.
Nice. Very good.
Looks like we got to do this story on stage, you think?
I think so.
Sharing, Jim. That was great.
All right. Thank you, Jim. Appreciate
All right.
it.
Thank you. Thank you.
All
For
right.
Thank
Thank you
you.
for the time, RV, for letting
All right.
him share.
You're
Thank you.
welcome. All right. So we're going to wrap it up now today with Virginia, where she's come so far in such a short time. So Virginia, you're up.
Okay.
Say your mantra, right? Did everybody say the mantra that they created?
My mantra?
You might want to say your mantra.
What mantra?
Remember the declaration? I'm the best, I'm the best.
Oh, okay.
It's okay. Just start.
How many of you want to write with your heart? How many of you not only want to write from your heart, you want to keep your authentic voice?
Good. Very good.
Great. You're in the right place. Today, for the next 30 minutes, I'm going to share with you how to unveil your heart on the page. Thank you all from the bottom of my heart for taking the time to be here today. Thank you, Robbie Motter and Carl Wilson, for inviting me to speak today. Before I go into sharing how to unveil your heart on a page, I would like, Before I go into sharing how to unveil your heart on a page, would it be okay for me to share my story with you about how I embarked on my journey to help women keep their authentic voice?
Yes.
Thank you.
Very nice, Virginia. Very nice. Keep going.
When I was about 7 years old, I loved to write letters to my grandmother, who lived in St. Thomas in the Virgin Islands. At the time, I lived in Uruguay, and I had to use airmail paper that was translucent and light enough so that I wouldn't pay extra postage. I can still feel the thinness of the paper.
Good.
I would write to her once a month, sharing all of our family stories. The letters were long, about 10 pages, so the airmail paper was a great way for me to write as much as I wanted to. Writing to my grandmother was a way for me to express myself. I remember saying to myself that one day I would write a book and do amazing things to help others and change lives. So naturally, when I went to college, I graduated with a degree in journalism. For many years, I worked for publishing houses nationwide, writing and editing for newsletters, magazines, and trade journals, and traveling overseas. Writing a book can take us to places in our lives where many memories resurface, memories about fear, love, death, abuse, deceit, regret, suicide, loss, jealousy, selfishness, and the list goes on. During all of my years of editing and writing, I have realized how special and sacred someone's personal story can be, and how many of them have touched my heart. So during the beginning of the pandemic, I was asked to edit a book, the All Women Rock book. I realized that sometimes we attach fear to the word editing. We're afraid of our voice getting lost in the editing. and replaced and muted by the editor's voice. While I read their stories, I identified a lot with their voice and how special, unique, and sacred their stories were, as they shared a part of their heart and soul. So it was time to pivot into a new opportunity to help women from a heart place by using my editing expertise and removing the fear out of the editing process. Sometimes as women, we get very analytical and our writing may not replicate who we are, what we're truly about. What we missed the heartbeat of the book.
Good. Your words are fantastic. Keep going.
Today, I help women write from their heart and remove the fear. I stay with them through the editing process. I don't disappear. Our stories are important and they need to be heard, as they can save a life and change the world. Your story can make a difference. Your story can change the world.
Yes.
Okay, and now we're on the meat. Speaking of stories, we're going to spell out the word heart and use it as our guide. So my first word is heart and soul. I attached the word heart and soul, the words heart and soul to the acronym. Okay, and then, okay, so this is, and that, ladies and gentlemen, are the 5 ways how you unveil your heart on a page.
Good.
If you have any questions after my talk, I'll be standing over here to my right to answer any questions. If I inspired you in any way and touch your heart in any way, feel free to see me later. How many of you would like free stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you would like a free strategy session valued at $300, please pull out your business card and write an S on the corner of your card. During the free strategy session, we'll talk about your book idea, and if you already if you already started writing a book, we'll talk about where you are and where we need to go next. I would like the person with the longest hair at each table to collect all the cards and hold them up in the air. I need a volunteer to pick them up, please. What's your name? Mary. Thank you, Mary. Let's give her a round of applause. We appreciate your time and being present here today. Remember, now is a time for you to share your story and make a difference in someone's life and the world.
Damn.
Wow. That was so much better.
Wow.
So clear.
Praise from where you first started. That was awesome because it's so heartfelt after you really struggle with what you needed to put in there.
Right. It is like 180-degree turnaround, better,
Very
clear.
good.
It feels authentic. It feels like you now. You don't have to worry about, the other stuff about people not liking you or whatever. It's so much better. And I'm really looking forward to when you have it down a little bit, then we can put back in kind of your animation and your personality, and you can actually speak it from the heart.
Yeah.
Right?
You conquered some of your fear.
Yeah. Yes.
You did.
But you followed the system perfectly to a T. Your words are well written and well said, just like, what all of you have done. And it just so much better. And you just did a great job. So congratulations.
Yeah.
And
Much
I
more
know
relaxed.
it was harder for you than some people that have maybe already been doing it, but you hung in there, Virginia, and you didn't give up. You went to bat and you just hit a home run. So good job.
Don't stop now. Keep going.
Amen. Now you run. Now you run the bases.
Yeah. Keep going. She was very relaxed too. She
Yeah.
wasn't nervous or anything. Very relaxed.
So on the acronyms, how many sentences should we use? Is there a limit on the amount of sentences that we should incorporate to each?
Nope. Just if it's 15 minutes, you got 15 minutes for the whole heart. So you can put 2 or 3 minutes on the first one, 5 minutes on the second one, whatever. You just mix it up a little bit. It doesn't have to be two.
They only have 15 minutes to speak. I might ask them to give me more.
No. 15 minutes for the meat.
Oh, 15 minutes for the meat.
Yeah, if it's a 30-minute talk. Now you've got 15 minutes all together. So
Right.
you're going to break up and you're going to have about 10 minutes for the meat.
10
Because
minutes.
you're still going to say your story. You're still going to do your close. So you got about 10 minutes. So with normally with 10 minutes, I wouldn't use a big acronym like HEART, but because it's so perfect for you, we're going to keep it. But you're just going to have to do a sentence or two for each one.
Okay.
Yeah, so let me spell out. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you'll have 10 minutes. You could spend about 2 minutes on each one. That'll be a good goal, 2 minutes. And that should be plenty.
Okay. I might ask them to give me 5 more minutes.
Yeah, always ask for more time.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if you don't ask, the answer is no anyway, right? So we might as well ask.
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else want to give some love to Virginia?
No, congratulations, Virginia.
I personally just witnessed that
The momentum.
not only how is there proof, this really certifies the proof about the system and the structure, the way it's working. I'm just deeply moved and inspired right now to see that from what was accomplished between these last 2 days, to see where you ended up. Not only do you have a great speech, but I honestly think that there's another woman in the room, and someone more authentic, and something that is going to bring an aliveness to this presentation coming up in September. So my real heartfelt congratulations out to you today. This was what I witnessed right now is truly tremendous right now, and seeing the glory of the system, but through your own authenticity right now. There's another woman in the room tonight, and I'm so glad that we extended this time out for us to see it. This couldn't wait. Thank you. Thank you, Virginia.
That's very sweet of you.
Yeah, great, good. I also love the story when she said when she was a little girl, she wrote letters to her grandma. It made my heart fly and made me float and think about my grandma, who I miss. Yeah. And I used to do that. So, and then the texture of the letter.
Yeah.
You know, the texture of the paper.
Yes.
Feel it.
Still feel it,
No
she
doubt.
said. But
Yeah.
this was the first time, and maybe you said it before, but I didn't hear it. But this is the first time I got that you were in Uruguay. I didn't get that before.
Yeah, you didn't say that before.
Okay, say it, because that's important.
Yeah.
Mm.
That's important. Okay, I didn't know if I didn't hear it, but you
Yeah.
heard it too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Uruguay, that's really important.
Mm-hmm.
So good. All right.
Yeah, great job. Great job.
Great job. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to an end of our weekend. And I just
Thank you so much.
want to say that you've all done a great job. You've stayed true to the system. You've learned it. Now you've got a system for speaking that you can use for any speech for the rest of your life. And again, I'm still here. Anytime you need me, just reach out to me. Remember to schedule your hour sessions. They can be 2 30-minute sessions or 1 hour session. That is entirely up to you. I will be sending you both links so you can pick and choose what you would like to do. But you'll want to get it soon. It's not like money in the bank, so don't wait a year out. That doesn't help you. You can wait a few weeks if you want, but you want to do it sooner rather than later when everything is fresh. And then I just want to encourage you to get out there, speak, put on your webinars, your meetings, finish looking through the manual, because there's some next steps in there. There's also in the appendix some formula for your speaker introduction. There's formulas for all kinds of things. There's scripts to get speaking engagements. So there's food, what food to eat and not to eat, or mostly food to avoid, I should say. PowerPoint pointers. Because we're going to use a lot more PowerPoint in this virtual room than we were ever able to use out there. Because if we're having a presentation in a restaurant, we can't use a PowerPoint. So now we can. So you really need to have those pointers, you know, before you start that PowerPoint. All right. So again, it's been an honor to serve you this weekend. I so appreciate all of you. I love all of you. This is only the beginning. So that's all I have to say. So if you'd like to say anything to each other, now's your chance.
Let's just keep in touch, everybody. Let me know.
Let's keep in touch.
Yeah. RV, can you send us everyone's contact?
Yes, I will. I'll do that tomorrow if it's okay. I'm going to go, and Michael started the barbecue.
Information when you get a chance.
You need
tomorrow. Yay, date night in.
Yeah, date
Okay.
night in. So he's getting a head start on the Barbie.
And when will the recordings be available, RV?
I'll put those up tomorrow as well. So tonight, all of you just take the night off. You deserve it. Go and rest and all of that, and just don't even work on the speech tonight. Just let it settle in, and then you can work on it Monday, Tuesday next week.
I want to
Okay. And Florence, it's just been a pleasure to have you with us, and you did such a great job. And you're just giving of the heart, and thank you for letting us have fun and play a little bit of music with you, and just, you know, goo all over you.
My pleasure.
I want to say something too. This has been a really, really great experience for me. You know, I kind of hesitated at first about, do I want to do it? Do I not want to do it? I don't really want to be a stage speaker. Or maybe I do. You know, I just went through back and forth. And then I thought, well, whatever I know that I'm going to learn is going to help me in the presentations I do. It's going to help me in writing the book that I'm writing. It's going to help me in a lot of ways where I'm not necessarily thinking about being a speaker for life, you know. And so I said, okay, well, I'm going to do it. So I'm so glad that I made that decision to do it. And I'm so glad that you called me and say, well, do you want to do it earlier than July? Because this is perfect, because I'm doing a webinar and now I got this other speech coming up. So this was perfect, and everybody was great. I was so happy to meet everybody. So for me, it's been very worth the long day.
Good. And you have Virginia to thank about making it earlier. Fran is the one that wanted it in late, because she was working, so she wanted it late, but she ended up quitting her job.
We have Jason to thank for us continuing. Thank you, Jason. Thank you.
Yeah, me
All
too.
right.
Thank you. All on safari.
Yes, we all are going on safari. Virginia, what did you want to say?
Oh, no, I was just trying to tell Renee that I sent a message.
I saw that. Yep, I saw that, Virginia. I'll contact you. We'll contact each other.
And let's remember to keep, what's her name?
Fran?
Francis in our prayers. Yeah. Francis in our prayers.
All right. Okay. Florence, would you like to close us in prayer?
Okay, I sure shall. Father, we just thank you again for just being with us today. It was just so wonderful. I had my sisters and my brother to come together and to learn. We thank you, as we asked before, you opened our ears and our hearts to receive what RV so generously shared with us. I pray that you will bless everyone mentally, physically, and spiritually, and whatever we need, Heavenly Father. Sometimes we think things are so little that we don't come to you, but nothing is too little or nothing is too big. Protect everyone from this virus, and just be with us. We thank you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. And we'll all be together again at the $1 Million Speaker Summit, September 24th, 25th, and 26th, and then in 2022 in Tanzania. So awesome. If you need anything, I'm here. All right, bye.
Bye. Thank you, RV.
Bye, Barbie.
Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
Love
Thank
you.
you, Jason.
Thank you.
Jason. Thank you, Florence.
Privilege and an honor. Have a beautiful weekend, ladies.
Bye.
Bye.